Hey guys, so I'm going to go over my current over-ear headphone collection. So this, as you can see, is a bunch of headphones on my table right now. This is my current headphone collection for my over-ears. I also have IEMs and earphones and earbuds and stuff, but we're not going to get into those. Just going to go over my over-ear headphones. So these are full-sized closed backs and open backs. I'm going to go over a bit over each one. How much I bought it for and what I think about the sound of each one. So yeah, let's see. These two are the most expensive, and as you can see, these are the biggest boxes I have on this table right now. They're also the most expensive headphones. Yeah, they're both interesting. Let's first I'm going to go over my most recent purchase, and also my audiophile friend was here as well, discussing all this with me. So after this, I'm also going to upload a sound comparison test so you guys can hear the differences between all of them, and also tell you guys what me and my friend discussed about with these headphones. So first, I'm going to tell you guys a bit about each headphone, what I think about it, the price I paid, and the sound quality and everything. So this is actually the most expensive pair of headphones I have from an MSRP standpoint. So these are the Audio-Technica AWKTs. They are closed back headphone. They're Audio-Technica's flagship closed back headphones. So Audio-Technica is a Japanese company. They've been around for a long time. They mostly specialize in well, a bunch of different things. They sell phono cartridges, turntables, headphones, obviously, microphones. I'd say that's probably what they're good at. And yeah, this is their top of the line closed back. I haven't tried their top of the line open back. That's their ADX5000, I believe. I haven't tried that. But these are the top of the line closed backs, the AWKTs. They retail for $1,900 US, almost $2,000. Quite a bit. I got this at a really good deal. Yeah, it's yeah, I found this basically from a sale from a guy who owns a headphone shop here, and he really needed to clear his inventory. And I managed to snag this for only $750 US, even though it's really good condition and retails for, you know, more than double that. So yeah, as you can see, the thing I like the most about this headphone, first, is the finish. So it has this really beautiful Japanese ebony ear cup here. It's called Kokutan. That's Japanese ebony. Really beautiful wood grain here on the ear cups, and that's really something you can do on closed back headphones, is you can make these nice looking wood ear cups, and that's something that Japanese headphones specialize in anyways, because they care about the craftsmanship so much. Came in this really nice wooden case, and yeah, these are pretty top of the line closed backs. Now I haven't tried the Dan Clark E3s or the what's another high-end one, Meze Lyrics, the Sennheiser HD20s, or Hifiman or Ardivinas. There's a lot of high-end, yeah, high-end closed backs, but this is definitely the highest end closed back that I own. And I would say the things I do like about it is, first, I love the appearance of this. Of course, the beautiful Japanese wood cups. So I do like the appearance and the presentation of the box. The sound signature is very detailed. Probably the most detailed amongst the closed backs that I have. It's very well tuned, I would say. It's got like a W sound signature, which means that it has a bit of a bass push, a bit of a treble push, and the mid-range is not recessed like a V-shaped is. I would say this is, in general, probably more balanced tuning. Not exactly flat or neutral. It's definitely fun, dynamic sounding, but without being like a V-shaped tuning. So it's a more balanced version of a V-shape, I would say. So yeah, it's got a lot of dynamics, detail. High end is very crisp and airy, and it's got a lot of clarity in it. The bass is refined, I would say, and it's not too much bass actually. It's not like pushed up too much or anything. It's probably got just the right amount. And the upper mid-range especially is emphasized on this headphone. So that's why you really hear from the sound signature of this headphone. Now, what I don't like about it is I feel like the upper mid-range could be a little bit too much for some people. The highs in the upper mid-range are, I wouldn't want to say fatiguing, but they could be for some people. It's not to me, but they could be a little bit too forward for some people. The comfort and the fit could be better. Like these have a loose, kind of a loose clamping, kind of like the Fostex TH610s I used to have. A bit of a loose clamping, and it's got very shallow ear pads. So it's not that comfortable as some of these other headphones here. It sounds almost like the light clamping force combined with the shallow ear pads, it's kind of like a pair of on-ear headphones. So it's, yeah, it's also kind of bulky because these got big drivers, 53mm drivers in there. So it's a little bit bulky as well. So it's not really meant to be portable, even though it's closed back. And soundstage is okay, but it's not like too wide or anything. Yeah, so I think that's probably my downsides with this headphone, but overall it is a very nice pair of closed backs. Overall the best pair of closed backs here in this collection, I would say. So yeah, the Audio-Technica AWKT is definitely the most expensive headphone I have MSRP wise. Alright, also, like, I wish that I guess the headband could be a little bit better designed. I actually kind of want the little wing headband that Audio-Technica has, but yeah. But those are just small minor nitpicks. Also the proprietary connectors, because Audio-Technica uses these proprietary A2DC connectors, which makes it hard to find the aftermarket cables for. That's a little bit annoying as well. Thankfully it does come with a bounce cable though, as well, as a single-ended. Alright, next pair of headphones is probably going to be the next highest end I have, and that is the Hifiman HE1000 V2s. So these are planar magnetic headphones, which means that there is like a thin piece of membrane that gets vibrated to produce sound rather than the dynamic drivers of these more traditional looking headphones here. Hifiman is a Chinese company. They're really a pioneer when it comes to planar magnetic headphones. They're one of the first companies actually to make consumer planar magnetic headphones, and they still really are at the top of their game here. Audeze, Dan Clark, Hifiman, and Meze now, these are probably the biggest companies here doing planar magnetics, along with a bunch of Chinese companies now doing it. But yeah, Hifiman still sits at the very top when it comes to sound quality, actually. Overall, the HE1000s, these are the most detailed and technical pair of headphones that I have. They cost $1,400 MSRP, and I got it from the same guy as the Audio-Technica AWKTs for $750. So again, I saved a lot of money there. It's got this wood veneer, I guess. Yeah, it's got this wood veneer on the ear cups here, which is nice. So the Audio-Technicas do use real sheepskin leather, so that's another thing I like about it, forgot to talk about. So they use sheepskin leather. All these high-end headphones, like, they should be using leather at this price point. So yeah, so does the Hifiman's also got really nice comfortable ear pads as well. And they got this double handband thing, although it's not quite as nice as the Audio-Technica when it comes to the construction. But I think the number one thing that I like about the HE1000 is definitely the sound quality. So overall, the sound quality is the best technically out of all my headphones. Yeah, definitely it's got a very balanced, neutral, bright sound signature, I would say, whereas the Audio-Technica AWKTs are just more they lean on the bright side. These ones are neutral bright, but definitely it's more towards a reference neutral type of sound signature, so it's fairly balanced. Nothing's really pushed up too much or recessed too much. It's just got the right amount of everything. The presentation is very precise, and it's got a very clean, refined presentation. So overall, in terms of the sound quality, this one is the best one out of the ones I have. They just sound the best. And so I got a very balanced tuning. So yeah, that's the thing I like the most about it. What I don't like about it is, well, the soundstage actually is huge on this. It's the biggest soundstage of all the headphones I have. That's because it's open back, but also because, yeah, it leaks a lot of sound. And that's probably my, I mean, that's an inherent disadvantage of open backs, but that's got to be mentioned as a drawback, is it does leak a lot of sound because it's so open. And I guess the build quality could be better. Right, Hifiman doesn't really have that good build quality compared to a lot of other headphone makers, so that's another thing. Reasonably comfortable, I would say, but it's not the most comfortable. It's more comfortable than an Audeze, although it's not saying much. But more comfortable than an Audeze or Grado, but it's not like, definitely not close to like a Dan Clark or a Beyerdynamic or something in terms of comfort. But yeah, overall, I don't have too much to complain about with this one because the sound is just so good on this. Top-notch technicals on this headphone, HE1000. Alright, it does need a decent amount of power to drive, by the way. So the HE1000s do need, probably out of here, yeah, does probably require some of the most power to drive along with the Beyers. The Audio-Technica AWKTs, by the way, don't require that much power. None of the Audio-Technicas require too much power. They're pretty sensitive headphones. So next I will talk about this one. This is the Audio-Technica AP2000Tis, which retail for $1,250. I got it for $600. These are 2 steps down from the AWKTs. So the next step down from the AWKT is the AWAS. I don't have that one. And the next step down from that is this one, the AP2000Tis, which have titanium ear cups. And these are, so first of all, things I like about this one. It's more comfortable than the AWKTs are. And it's got smaller ear cups because the drivers are smaller. And so it fits better on my head. It's not as bulky. The sound signature, there's good and bads with it. The sound signature, the highs are really good. This is like the sparkly, airiest highs I've ever heard from a headphone. I mean, the AWKTs have definitely have some of that signature, but these still have more of it because it's more forward. It's more forward on the highs, so you definitely hear more of that. But on the downside, it could be a little bit too much for some people. So this is a treble forward headphone. It's got very peaky trebles. It could sound a little bit shrill for some people. Definitely sounded like that to my friend. So yeah, for me it's okay, but I know to some people the peaky highs can sound a little bit shrill. So yeah, the mid-range, it's okay on this. It's not like a really great mid-range or anything like that. It's got a lot of mid-bass, so the mid-bass is pushed up a bit. But yeah, definitely a thing that you notice most about the AP2000Tis is yeah, the treble. So the treble is very pushed up, very forward. At the same time, it makes for a very dynamic listening experience. So it's a very fun sounding headphone. You will hear every time the drums hit, you can really hear the cymbals, the hi-hats, the snares. Every time you hear that, you can really hear them. So it's pretty good in terms of dynamics. And it's easy to drive, so it's fairly portable in that sense. It also folds up like this. Right, so it's, I guess it's not like the most portable. I mean, it is a full-size headphone, but definitely more portable than the AWKTs. What I don't like about it is, yeah, I think the mid-range could be better. The bass, I think, could be a little bit more definition, the bass as well. So yeah, the highs are really good, but I think the mids and bass are okay, just so-so. Alright, so next up is the Beyerdynamic T1 second generation, which is Beyerdynamic's flagship headphone, though not their current generation. The current generation is third generation, which a lot of people really don't like. And actually a lot of people don't like this one either. Beyerdynamic makes some pretty divisive headphones. My friend really doesn't like this headphone, but I really like it, and I'll tell you why. So first of all, Beyerdynamic is a German company. They've been around for a long time, since the 1920s, I think for over 100 years they've been around. They've been making a lot of headphones and microphones for a very long time. These headphones are, along with the Hifiman HE1000s, the hardest to drive in my collection. These require 600 ohms. They're 600 ohm impedance headphones, so that means they really need a lot of power to drive. So first of all, I'll tell you what I like about these headphones. So these are very comfortable, and that's really what Beyerdynamic headphones are known for being very comfortable to wear. So they have these soft velour ear pads right here. So velour is just kind of like a plush type of feel. Very, very comfortable to wear for long periods of time. Yeah, nice, comfortable headband, comfortable ear cups, ear pads, I mean. Yeah, and the sound signature, very interesting. So the build quality is also really good. I have to talk about that too. The build quality, because it's made in Germany, so yeah, it's got very nice build quality. The sound signature is interesting. Definitely not for everyone. It's a very divisive headphone. But I really like the mid-range in this headphone. This has a very organic, warm sounding signature, but especially for the mid-range, where the mid-range is quite wide. And I feel like the soundstage for the mid-range is very interesting. Like, especially when I listen to this with anything in the upper mid-range, like female vocals and everything, it's a very wide mid-range. And it sounds very warm, natural, and organic. So when I listen to this with female vocals, it just sounds like the vocals are coming all around me. It's got a very wide mid-range soundstage. The highs and lows are not that great. So I'll be the first to admit this, that the lows on here sound very flubby. So not very great lows, just sounds like murky, flubby. The highs are also not really that interesting. It's not that dynamic. But it's just a very specialized headphone for that nice warm organic mid-range. And it's a semi-open back, so it does leak sound, although not as much as the HE1000s. So yeah, it's a very divisive headphone. Some people like the sound signature like me, other people like my friend hate it. Yeah, very divisive, but I find it really nice for certain tracks, you know, to emphasize upper mid-range or the mid, just mids. I think it's really got a nice warm organic mid-range to it, if you feed it enough power, that is. So yeah, that's also very comfortable to wear. One of the most comfortable headphones I have. Next up, let's talk about the Hifiman Aryas. So these are the Hifiman Arya Stealths. These are the next step down from Hifiman. After the HE1000s, next step down is the Aryas, which honestly, these are really good headphones too. They're not quite as technical or as detailed as the HE1000s, but it's pretty close. It's like 80% there for much less. So in terms of the bang for buck, the price to performance ratio, the Arya Stealths actually beat out the HE1000s. This actually has a more fun sound signature. So the bass is elevated on the Aryas, not too much, but it's definitely elevated on the Arya Stealths. And because of that reason, it sounds more fun and dynamic compared to the HE1000 V2s. So sometimes I do like to listen to this over the HE1000s because of that more fun sounding signature. The mids are pretty close. They're both pretty detailed, and the HE1000s too. Soundstage, the HE1000s has a slight edge, but these are pretty good too. And of course the highs and bass is more refined on the HE1000s. So overall, the HE1000s are the more technical, more detailed headphone, but not by much. And honestly, the bass in the Aryas are a bit more. So if you do prefer having more bass, this has more of it, and it's a more fun sounding. It's a more fun sound signature. Also, it's a little bit on the warm side, whereas the HE1000s are on the bright side. The neutral bright, I mean. This is more on the warm side, and it's more fun. It's not really that neutral. But everything else about this one, yeah, the things I don't like about it is the build quality. It's very cheap feeling. It's definitely not as... well, the HE1000s I won't say is great build quality either for the price, but it's definitely better than the Aryas. The Aryas, yeah, it's pretty cheap feeling. These are comfortable, I guess, but not as comfortable as the Beyers, or actually it's not as comfortable as any of these headphones right here. It's just okay. Definitely just more comfortable than the AWKTs. I think that's about it. It's planar magnetic, of course. So yeah, this one is open back, leaks a lot of sound, same as the HE1000s. Yeah, I think these are very good bang for buck, price performance ratio wise. It gets about 80% there of the HE1000s for about half the price. So that's pretty good. Well, like, yeah, almost half the price, like 40% difference in price, but you get 80% of the sound of the HE1000s. So the Arya Stealths are really good. Now listen to the Arya Organics as well, which are also really good, but I wouldn't say the Organics are necessarily better than the Stealths. It's just a different sound signature. The Organics are more of a harder V shape compared to the Stealths. The Stealths are more balanced sounding, not as balanced as the HE1000 V2s, but more balanced sounding than the Organics. The Organics are more V-shaped, so it has more highs and more bass. I forgot to talk about the prices for some of these. So the Beyerdynamic T1s retail for $1,000 US. These are Beyerdynamic's flagship open back headphones, but I would not pay that much. It's not worth the MSRP. I got these for $450. Would not pay the MSRP for those. The Arya Stealths, however, Hifiman Arya Stealths retail for $900 US, and they definitely are worth that. These are probably the best performer in that price range. So for $900, this will beat out any other headphone at that price range for the presentation, for the detail, soundstage. Yeah, the Aryas will beat every other headphone in that price range. So it actually is worth for $900. The next headphone I'm going to talk about is the Denon D7200, sorry. Yeah, so D7200s are the model below their flagship. So their flagship is the D9200s. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough money to purchase that one. As you can see, I already have too many headphones. So this is not their flagship, but it's the model just below their flagship. And this headphone, okay, Denon, first of all, for you guys who don't know, Denon is a Japanese company that makes a lot of different audio equipment. They're probably most well known for their receivers, but they also make speakers, they make turntables, they make cartridges, and they make headphones. So Yeah, so Denon's headphones, I've used them for, I think I've used Denon headphones for a while before because I remember having the MM400s and stuff before. But anyways, the thing I like about Denon headphones, they always have this like wooden design. So all of them use some kind of wood. The D7200 uses American walnut here. So very nice wood here, just like with the Audio-Technica AWKTs. These use some nice wooden ear cups here. Also, you know, these leather ear pads and the quilted leather headband here, very, very comfortable. So high-end materials, very comfortable. I really like the build quality. Everything's very nice build quality here. The connectors, I like the connectors. These are 3.5 millimeter connectors, which the Hifiman also uses. Very easy to find aftermarket connectors for these. Beyerdynamic kind of uses those connectors too, but it's kind of like got recessed jacks, so you need to have kind of specific 3.5 millimeter connectors. I mean, they are 3.5 millimeter, but they're kind of recessed within the ear cups, so you need to find specialized ones. Audio-Technica, as I said before, uses their own, but Denon uses, yeah, just 3.5s, which is nice, easy to find aftermarket cables. The sound signature for this one is very fun. It's got a W sound signature, just like with the AWKTs, which means it has a decent amount of highs, decent amount of lows, and the mids are not recessed. So you can just think of it as a V-shaped tuning, but not without recessed mids. The lows on this one, though, the bass is very impactful. So this has very slammy bass. It actually reminds me of the Fostex TH900s, which have very slammy bass, but that one's very V-shaped tuning and very divisive as a result. So these headphones are very good if you like bass. So they have a decent quantity of bass, but not too much. It's not overwhelming, but at the same time, it's got a lot of impact. It's got a lot of slam, a lot of punch. So I really do like the bass on the D7200s, and I think that's the strong point. And the mids are pretty okay too. I mean, not recessed or anything. Trebles are okay, nothing too special about them, but the bass is the thing that really stands out to me about this one. So yeah, you can definitely use it for listening to a lot more types of music than a typical bass head headphone, because it's not really just for bass heads, because the bass is there, it's impactful, but at the same time it's not overwhelming either. It's not pushed up too much. It's just, yeah, it's just a nice pair of closed back headphones. The thing I don't like about it, I think the mids could be more detailed. I think that's the only thing. Yeah, the trebles could be a little bit more forward. The mids could be more detailed. That's really about it. I think that's maybe what the D9200s are, but I haven't tried those. So anyways, overall, it's a very nice pair of closed backs for the price point, which is $1,000 US. I got this for $450. Yeah, for $1,000 for closed back, it's okay. It's not the best deal at that price range, but definitely it's a decent pair of headphones at that price range. I would say the best pair of closed backs at that price range would be these ones, the Clark Aeon 2s. Now, the Nora version is more popular, but the Nora version is basically just these with swapped pads in a different color. The Noras are black, of course, and these ones are red. So the Aeon 2 closed. These ones, first of all, Clark Audio is an American company. They make all their products in San Diego, I believe. And they are mostly focused on planar magnetic headphones. So these are planar magnetics. The build quality is, well, it's decent, but it's not like really great either. So it's kind of a little bit flimsy. But I do like the comfort. So Clark's and Beyerdynamics are probably two of the most comfortable headphones. These are the two most comfortable headphones I own. Very comfortable, very comfortable. So yeah, both of these are very comfortable headphones. The most comfortable headphones I own is the Clark's and Beyerdynamics, and I found this for all their models, for all of Beyerdynamics models and Clark's models. It's very comfortable. Yeah, that's the thing I like about them. The sound signature is actually very balanced. It's definitely on the neutral side. So if you guys want a reference headphone that's very flat and neutral, then these ones are the way to go, Aeon 2s. If you want something a little bit more exciting, I would recommend getting the Noras, or just getting a pad swap for this. That's the same thing. So yeah, very neutrally tuned, balanced sounding. Nothing's pushed up too much. Nothing's recessed too much. Pretty similar to the HE1000s actually when it comes to tuning. However, unlike the HE1000s, these are not that detailed, and unfortunately that's where the downside of this one is. It's not, because it's so like neutral side on the tuning, because it's so balanced sounding, it also isn't that fun to listen to. It's not that dynamic, it's not that interesting, and yeah, it's lacking some detail too compared to some of these other headphones. So I think that's that would be my issue with this one. I think it could definitely use a more detail across the board, and because it does sound a little bit veiled sometimes, and yeah, because it's so like on the neutral flat side, yeah, it can be like unexciting, dull to listen to, I would say. So yeah, I think that's that would be my main issues. Oh yeah, the proprietary connectors too. Dan Clark uses these Hirose connectors, proprietary, which is not something I like because it's hard to find aftermarket cables. So yeah, that's a Dan Clark's, but they're very comfortable to wear, and also they're very portable too. So these really are meant for portable listening. Sound isolation is good. The soundstage is actually pretty decent on these. Dan Clark, I think they have some of the best soundstage for closed backs. Like the Aeon 2 closed has pretty, Aeon X closed has pretty decent soundstage, and these ones as well. So these ones are pretty portable because you can actually fold them up. You can fold them up like this. So then it's very easy to store somewhere. So yeah, and it has pretty good sound isolation as well. So those are also good points about the Dan Clarks. I would say if I were to take any of these for traveling, then the Dan Clarks would probably be the best for these, for travel, because they do fold up like that. All right, last but not least on here is the Focal Radiance. These ones, by the way, the Dan Clarks retail for $900. Forgot to say that. So at that price range, it's actually pretty good for closed back if you like to have the more neutral, balanced sound signature. All right, the Focal Radiance retails for $1,300 US. I got these for $650, quite a big discount. These are a collaboration done with Bentley Motors, so that's a luxury car brand. Focal is a French company. They make these headphones in France. They are well known for making loudspeakers, and just recently, maybe like 12 years ago, they got into headphones. Now they're very well respected for headphones too. The thing about Focals usually is that their headphones are usually tuned towards the neutral balance side, just like the Dan Clark Aeons are. But in this one's these headphones are not. These headphones are not neutrally tuned. They are actually tuned towards the Harman curve. The Harman frequency is basically a, I guess you can think of it as a V-shaped essentially. This is just what most consumers prefer. Unfortunately, I'm not like a huge fan of the Harman curve. So these ones have a little bit too much bass for both me and my friend to enjoy. So that's the real downside of these. Well, I can say the good things first, okay? These things look incredible. They look incredibly luxurious. They got these black and copper accents. They got very premium materials. So the nice leather, headband, nice leather, right? Full grain leather there. Decently comfortable to wear. Yeah, it looks really nice, and very good build quality. Right, all made in France and everything. We like the diamond grill as well, diamond pattern. So yeah, the sound signature wise, Focals have always been known for making very detailed mid-range on their headphones, and these are no exception. Very detailed mid-range on the Focal Radiances. So yeah, that's the good parts of the headphone. The bad parts, me and my friend don't like Harman tuning. So these headphones, because they adhere to the latest Harman curve, there's way too much bass in it, and because most consumers love bass, so these are very bassy headphones. It's pushed up way too much. Honestly, it sounds a little bit bloated, and it's overwhelming. So yeah, that's the issue. Otherwise, the mids are really nice and detailed. The highs are okay too, although not as good as the highs on the AP2000Tis, but still pretty good. Just the, yeah, I mean, overall, if it wasn't for the bass, I think these would actually be really nice headphones, but because the bass is so overwhelming, that's the real issue we have with the tuning here. So yeah, I think that's really the only major issue with these headphones is the bass is just too overwhelming. Otherwise, these are a nice pair of headphones. So yeah, Focal Radiance. Another close back here. So my open backs are just the Beyerdynamics, which are these T1s are semi-open back, and the two Hifimans here, and the rest are closed back. So yeah, that's it guys. Just went over my whole headphone collection. Now I'm gonna go to a sound comparison test so you guys can kind of hear all these headphones right next to each other. And then yeah, you guys can decide how they all sound. I'm also gonna put some other headphones I had previously in the comparison, like the Fostex TH610s, the Fostex TH900s, which I had before, the Meze 109 Pros, full cal clears, full cal Elexes, Beyerdynamic T1 990 Pros. I think those will all be nice to put in that comparison, so you guys can all hear the differences between all these headphones. And yeah, let me know which one you guys think is the best sounding. And then after that, I'm gonna show you guys the discussion I had with my audiophile friend, and he definitely has his opinions about each of these headphones. So yeah, stay tuned, guys. Yeah, so I have all the headphones here if you want to try. So
yeah, sure.
Arya HD500, Denons.
Cool.
I have basically a whole collection here. So
cool. Okay, so what cable is this one?
So it actually comes with two cables, and both of them actually need adapters for me.
Oh, okay.
So because it comes with this 4-pin XLR, and that's only for desktop. It doesn't know 4.4. And then this one I had to convert it right to 3.5. But yeah, build quality is amazing on this one. The craftsmanship, you know, the Japanese ebony. So
man, the wood cups, like, they're so polished.
Yep.
It feels like it's plastic almost, you know. Like, it's so polished.
These ones are quite a bit bigger than my Audio-Technica. I do want to get your opinion compared to these two, compared to the Denon and my other Audio-Technicas. Sure. You can see how much bigger these drivers are than my other ones.
This is like 53 millimeters, right?
Yeah. I think these ones are just 50 or something. Yeah, be interesting compared to these two.
I brought my Shure too, the DJ750.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to compare these because honestly, at $170 back in the day MSRP, I bought them for $74 on sale.
Okay.
Brand new. I think they sound as good as almost every headphone under $1,000 pretty much.
Really?
Literally. That's how good they are. They were better than the M50s. That's why I told you M50s back in the day.
Well, that's not saying much, but I mean, like...
Well, they're better than the M50s. M50s aren't bad either. But then the thing, in terms of pure detail, like, I was just listening recently. I'm like, I think they sound better than the Radiance. Because the Radiance the Radiance actually lacks detail in my opinion. That's the thing. I like the care. I can see some people liking the actual, like, signature. But then
Detail's okay on it.
I felt like detail was nothing special, so for that price, especially for MSRP, it's definitely not worth it. Like for that type of detail.
Yeah, it has detail. Just maybe not for that MSRP, but it has details. So it's yeah.
Yeah, because like for example, like like the Shure DJ thing, it's clearly better than both of my 500 level Sennheisers in terms of detail.
Okay, well, I didn't think Sennheiser's low end stuff had a lot of detail. I remember the HT650 sounding pretty veiled actually. So
the 600s, have you listened to 600?
No, listen to 650s, which are just kind of like they're similar to 600s, I think.
Totally different, completely different sound signature. Yep, they're known to be totally inverse. So 650 is more of a darker sound, but 600 is like more of a mid forward type of sound. So really clear mids, the 600.
I remember 650 sounding pretty neutral and pretty veiled.
Yep, exactly.
They're like neutral but veiled.
Yep, so, it's a neutral dark sound. But 600 is different. It's like really mid forward and it mid to clear. So totally different sound signature. It's nice. It's really nice. My only complaint though is like just for this price to have so much plastic on it. That's like my only small complaint. I mean, I don't mind plastic, but I'm just worried in the long term. You know, like plastic can kind of degrade.
Which parts are plastic?
Like see, like this is leather, right? Like, this part is all plastic, all around here, and this part's plastic too. This part's plastic. So, like, I'm just kind of paranoid because plastic in the long term can degrade a little bit, or it can kind of get sticky and everything. So that's the only thing.
It could be high quality plastic, right?
Oh yeah, it could be.
Yeah. What I don't like is the proprietary connectors. So
that's for sure.
So like it's hard to find. I mean, they included a balance, which is nice, but it's not 4.4. So yeah, if I want a 4.4, I need another one. And then this one doesn't fit as well as these ones do. You can try it on your head, but it's not actually as comfortable.
Cups seem kind of shallow, actually.
Yep. So it's actually not as comfortable. They actually feel more like on-ears when you try them on because of the shallow cups. And then because of the big size. So yeah, so they're not actually that comfortable compared to these two.
All right, should I just use my dongle?
Yep. Okay, so this guy says the 9200 is basically the 7200, but better by around 10 to 15%. Okay. Well, but the tuning is pretty similar. So if you like the 7200, then yeah, the 9200 is the way to go. And from what I've seen from the tuning, it does seem pretty similar.
Not bad.
Hmm?
It's not bad. I think it's not as good as the HE1000s though. HE1000s is another step up.
Well, they're different. They're just totally different headphones.
I think even in
The tuning's just totally different.
tuning is not as different as we would think.
This is a more fun sounding headphone. It's more dynamic.
Uh,
HE1000 is more closer to neutral.
this is actually pretty neutral, actually. Honestly, from what I can hear. There's actually more bass in the HE1000.
Well, that's sure.
Yeah.
But
The HE1000 has more bass, and HE1000 trebles kick harder, so there's a bit more slam in the treble when you hear the drums. Yeah, in terms of mids, they have very similar mids, but there's more clarity in the HE1000 mids. But in terms of the tone of the mids, it's very similar, because this one also has an upper mid emphasis on this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. It's forward on the upper mids.
Yeah, actually the mids is, so this mid is actually more similar to the bad HE1000, where it's that upper mid. Whereas your HE1000, those mids are beautiful, because those are like, they have the upper mids, but they also have the mid mids and a bit of the lower mids. So it's more of a rounded mid for the one that you have, the HE1000. Much nicer mids on that one, and it's got more bass, and yeah, this one has a little bit less bass than that one, and also the treble has more clarity in the HE1000. So I think this is kind of, they're actually pre-tuned similarly, except for everything's a little bit better on the HE1000. Yeah, from what I can hear. But overall, for a close back, it's pretty good. Yeah, close back's pretty good.
Yep. So you compare to other close backs.
Sure.
I mean, this is a top of the line close back. So.
Yeah. Like this sounds kind of like, this sounds like kind of like the HE1000s, but HE1000 is a bit better than everything. But it sounds also kind of like this one, but it's a bit more full, so it's not as like shrill and whatever.
Yeah, but can you listen to these two again? And then, yeah, it's definitely not as. This one is definitely more dominated by the highs, and the Denons have more bass, of course. So, yeah, but then I have my HE1000s as well. If you want to listen to that one again, what do you think compared to the Aryas?
The Aryas?
Yeah.
The Aryas, I'll find out. Let me try again in a sec. Yeah, the Aryas are, now the Aryas are actually very different sounding, because the Aryas, they're more of a faux sound, and it's more of a warm sound, the Aryas. Yeah, so a little bit different. In terms of the sound signature, you see, I really like this sound signature, but the problem is, it's kind of like to me, it's kind of like a poor man's HT800 and poor man's HE1000 a little bit. Like, it's almost there at that level, but I don't think it's as refined as both HE1000 and HT800. And then I think that, whereas at least with the Arya Stealth, it's doing its own thing, you know? Like, from technical perspective, it might not be better than this, hard to say which is better, but at least the Arya Stealth kind of has its own kind of signature, a thicker, more warmer signature, and that's what makes it unique. It's technically not as good as those other two too, but it's got its own thing going on, so that's kind of like, yeah. So that's the unique part. Like, for a close back, this is quite good, but then okay, let me compare.
Yeah, I actually like this, like, better. Like, HE1000, the thing is, yeah, I just feel like it's a little bit too flat sometimes.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
But I think the other thing though is that
like, it's very clean and it's precise, but the thing is, it's almost trying to be like, it's almost too good. Like, it's too precise, right? Whereas sometimes it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not warm or anything like that. Like, people prefer, like, sometimes I just prefer to have it be a little bit more fun. Yeah. Right. It's almost like it's too precise, right? So.
But you see, there's also a bit of difference too, because you got the good HE1000, which is a little bit different from my HE1000. So my HE1000 actually sounds a bit more like this one, except mine is has a bit more bass, because the HE1000 just has a bit more bass, both of ours. But the good one though, it's a bit more of a laid back sound, because I think and with the mids being a bit more fully rounded in the good one, so it's not as high pitched shrill. Whereas this one is a bit more of the upper mids, similar to the one that I have, which makes it a bit high pitched.
Yeah, I think that's a big difference. The upper mids in this one, is I think this is the thing that makes me kind of pay more attention to, like, oh, the vocals. You hear especially female vocals, right?
Mm-hmm.
It really kind of, it's forward.
Yeah.
Whereas the HE1000, because it's not forward, it's like, okay, I can just listen to this and do some other stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas this one, because it's forward, it's like, oh, okay, I got to listen to this, right? It's making me listen to it because it's forward.
Mine's different because I find I like it more well-rounded. Because I love the way the good HE1000 where, like, it's not just the upper bass, upper mids. I hear the mid-mids and the lower mids, so it's a really well-rounded mid. So it just feels like more buttery and just more real. And so that makes me really want to pay attention to it. And it's actually quite forward in certain tracks. It depends on what type of song. For example, the good HE1000, I noticed when I compare it to mine, is that when you listen to, like, lower voice male vocals, like, say, Jimi Hendrix, it sounds way better. Like your HE1000. When I was listening to Jimi Hendrix tracks, it sounds way better than my HE1000. And to a point where the vocals are actually more forward. So I can actually hear Hendrix more forward too in a good HE1000. Whereas mine, because it's kind of like this one, where it's more upper mids, so then I feel like I'm only hearing half of Hendrix's voice. And it's the upper nasally part. And I feel like it's missing a bit of the baritone at the bottom. And then so it feels a bit more recessed when I was listening to Hendrix. When you listen to females, they're a bit more higher pitched.
Right.
That's why naturally you see more forward.
Right.
But when you listen to guys, it feels like half of it's missing sometimes. For mine.
Right, but that's fine. I mean, that's why some headphones are just better for female vocals, some are better for male vocals.
Yeah.
Because it depends on the emphasis on which part of the mid frequency.
Yeah, and that's where my, but then I think in general though, if I had to choose between the two, definitely the good HE1000. Because that's just a more accurate, more well-rounded mid. Because I get the full range of the mid. And it definitely doesn't suck for female vocals too. It's great for female vocals, and it's great for male vocals.
Yep.
That's the thing. That's why I would take that.
Yeah, it's a well-rounder, I would say.
Exactly.
It's just a well-rounder.
Yeah.
But sometimes you want to have more emphasis. But that's why it's good to have different headphones with different signatures.
Yep.
Because sometimes it's like, oh, I want to have more balanced sound. But then sometimes I want more emphasis on a certain frequency.
Hey,
right?
Do you have your KA5 by any chance? I just want to do a quick test.
Huh?
Do you have your KA5 too by any chance?
Yeah, I do.
Is it okay if I borrow it? I just want, like,
You want to compare it to the Arya set?
Yeah, I will compare it to mine as well. I want to see if there's any burn-in effect, like for the dongles. Yeah.
Well, I haven't really.
Because yours was used, right, when you bought it?
I think so, but maybe not by much.
Okay, I barely use mine, so then I'm kind of curious if they sound different.
Mine,
Yeah, and I use yours too. So then, yeah, yours has more uses for sure. Because I just kind of vaguely remember yours sound different. I vaguely remember yours sound better.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, there could be a burn-in effect. Yeah. Some people say that the values change, right? So.
Okay. We shall see.
But yeah, the detail, I think maybe it's not an HE1, but it's pretty close. Like the detail here this one's really good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty good.
Yeah, it's really close, and like,
yeah.
It's just something to be close to a high-end hi-fi man. That's really good, right? For a close back.
Yep, for a close back, it's definitely quite good. And the other thing too is like this headphone is probably pretty much brand new.
Yeah.
So you can probably if break-in is really a thing, you can probably.
That's the thing with headphones. They have drivers.
Exactly.
And that's why I also thought maybe this needs to be broken in a little bit. Because one thing that kind of fatigued me about these headphones is I found that the upper mids are a little bit too in your face, and so to the point where it's kind of like a little bit harsh.
Which one?
This one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the upper mids are a little bit too in my face, so it's a bit harsh. But I think that can soften over time if I break it in more.
That's what I've been trying to do with those HE1000s. I've been playing it for almost 85 hours.
So that's where I find it's a bit shrill in there. It's it's a bit harsh.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I noticed too.
Yep, so I think it could be a bit better over time. Better?
These are really good.
Oh, okay.
Christ.
Better than that?
I'll let you try.
Okay.
There's a reason why I kept this. I just sold almost everything else. My God, this is good. Holy shit. Dude. Alright, here, give a listen to this.
Okay.
Christ, this is good.
These look really old school.
Of course, man. I bought this like way before.
They look really uncomfortable too.
They're not comfortable, that's for sure. But, okay, you ready?
Yep.
Alright, so this back.
Are these a bit treble forward?
It's a little bit of everything. This got quite a bit of bass. And
because I'm hearing the hi-hats pretty prominently here.
Yep. But everything. The mids are clear, the bass is strong.
The bass is definitely not that pushed out.
Yep.
The trebles are definitely more emphasized because I hear the hi-hats quite a bit.
But the bass is stronger than any of these three, pretty much. The bass. There's more detail in the bass too. Yeah, and the mids are really clear.
Yeah, I think the highs are a little bit more emphasized on this.
Mm-hmm.
So how much were these?
MSRP 170 to 150, and I bought them for $74.
Okay.
This is pretty much the same price range as M50, and I had both, and I had a shitload of headphones.
I think this can probably compete with any headphone up to $500.
Yeah.
Now I'm not sure if I would take it over these, but certainly for the price, it's really good.
Yeah.
For the price, it's really good.
It's amazing, man. I bought them for $74.
Yeah.
Yeah, because back in the day, the reason why I got into headphones was because that was when Beats and Bose were so popular.
Mm-hmm.
So all my friends, the mainland people from China, they all bought Beats and Bose because they thought it was the best. And then I never listened to them before, so I was at their place. I was like, hey, can I give it a try? And then I listened to the Beats. I was like, this is garbage. And I listened to the Bose. I was like, this is garbage. And then so I started going up researching and I started buying all this stuff. So I bought the M50, I bought this and a bunch of other stuff.
That's competitive with any headphone like under $500. It's really good.
Well, hey, but try it now. Try any of these. Because you do an A/B with that. Try any of these. Choose one just to plug in.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say one thing: the soundstage is gonna be better on these. That one didn't have that much soundstage. Yeah, I'll use the AP2000 Ti's.
Right, this one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one also has a treble emphasis, of course.
Mm-hmm. But for example, like the Shure, from what I can hear, it's got actually more detail than the Radiance.
I'm not sure about detail. Some frequencies, I mean, the high end definitely is really good. The Shure has emphasized on that, has clarity in it. The mids, I'm not sure if actually I can hear that much detail in the mids on that one. Like the mids are good, but it's not like a really detailed or anything.
Yep, but then neither was the Radiance. That's the thing.
Radiance, I mean, I have the Radiance if you want to still test that one. Could be, because the mids are recessed on the Radiance.
Is it loud?
Yeah, so this is similar to that one in the sense that the trebles are emphasized too. But I think these trebles are a bit more detailed. Yeah, the trebles on this is really good. I think that's what I liked about these ones. Of course, it's really treble dominant, but
that's my problem with these.
But the highs are really good on this headphone.
Yeah, but I couldn't handle the mids and the bass.
And the soundstage is better on this. Yeah, I mean the Shures are good for its price, but I wouldn't take it over these headphones.
Would you say this is actually hands-on better though? That's the key. Because I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. Especially if we're talking about like tuning.
Tuning wise.
Yeah, because I'm getting better bass and better mids in this one, in my opinion.
Well, you can try this one again. I don't think I would take that one over this. I like this one, actually.
Okay. But would you say hands on this is better, though? That's the thing.
In certain ways, yeah. It's like definitely, I think the trebles are more detailed. Not sure about the mids or the lows. They're definitely for the high end. I prefer the high end here, and the soundstage is definitely bigger on there.
Which is right?
Yeah, it's on the sides of the...
Oh, okay. I think this one definitely needs breaking in. Yeah.
So what do you think? Like the thing is, I think this one, yeah. When I put it, there's something fatiguing about this one.
Yeah.
With so I think it's something in the upper mids because, yeah, in some ways I prefer this one in a little bit in some ways, and it's actually this one's more comfortable too.
I think it's because this one needs breaking in. Because I think this one, whenever a headphone is new, it sounds more bright when it's new. Yeah. Yeah, because it's not loosened up yet, so you're losing some of the mids and the bass. Because it sounds like it's too much of an upper mid emphasis here with some treble, and it just feels like it's still sounds a little bit congested still. So like I think that's all signs of it needs to break in, pretty much. So I think these look really new. So I think
Yep.
if you run them for a good 60 plus hours of break-in,
Yep.
you should be able to hear a difference. From what I can tell with these nicer headphones, around after the 60-hour mark, you start hearing it start to open up a little bit.
Right.
And then after around maybe 80 to 90 hours, you might hear a little bit of a difference again.
Right.
Yeah. And then afterwards, like the nice headphones, when you get over 100 something hours, I find they change one more time. Yeah. But I'm not even certain though. It could be like placebo, but I do notice there is a difference in the sound opening up.
Yep.
Yeah, for the nicer headphones. Anyway.
That's why I thought this one does need some.
Yeah. Because this one clearly sounds like it's been well used.
Yep.
Yeah.
This
so
one's used. So, yeah.
Exactly. So this one, like you can tell the sound is just more well-rounded at the moment. So this one should technically be a better headphone. So this one just needs breaking in. Yeah. So that's why.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think that one has more bass. I really didn't. At best they probably have similar amounts. I also don't think I would necessarily take the mids on that one either. So let me try the Denons.
Sure. Actually, let me do one more time.
Yep.
From what I can hear, the treble for this one I think is more refined than that one.
Yep.
But I like the mids in here a little bit more.
Okay.
Because this one, the mids just has a touch of warmth. A little bit more warmth.
I think that's the only case I might take that one. But I think the bass is a little bit better in this one, and the highs are definitely better in this one.
The bass wise, this one has more of a mid bass, and that's what you're hearing is the thumping mid bass.
Yep.
But this one, the bass digs deeper, so this actually goes lower in space, whereas this one is more of a mid bass. So I think that's the difference.
But the highs I definitely will take this one.
High for sure. This one. Mids though, I take this one. It's a bit more.
And the soundstage as well.
Soundstage, yeah. Let me check. Yeah.
Yeah, because that one didn't really have much soundstage. So.
But when you think about it, $170.
Yeah, for the price. I mean, it's really good for the price.
It's technically actually on the same level as this pretty much in many ways. Because I would take the mids here over, and that bass digs deeper, and then this treble is better, and maybe has a bit more soundstage. So.
In some ways, yeah, but yeah.
So, but think here.
Yeah, but I don't think I'll take it overall though.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, treble this one, mids I like this one more. Bass this one goes a lot lower, but this one has more of a mid bass hump,
Okay.
So that's the difference.
And soundstage this one too, right?
A little bit, but actually not that much because this soundstage isn't huge either. A bit more though. But it's a soundstage is a bit more on the width. Yeah. Let's try the Denons again.
Yep. Which I think has my favorite bass out of all my headphones. If I want bass, then that's the one I go for.
Yeah, because this one the bass doesn't dig really deep. It's more of a mid bass. It's a mid bass.
No, that's the one I go to if I want the highs. This is the one I'll go to if I want the lows.
Well, if that's the case, honestly, overall the best that you have here is the HE1000s. Because the treble's really nice on it. The bass actually digs deeper than almost everything here. Maybe I'm not sure about this one though, but yeah.
The thing about that is I actually go for these ones because they're more specialized. The HE1000 is like it's just generally good at everything, but it's like not as specialized, so I don't really.
Yeah, but the thing is, for a lot of songs, there's mids, highs, and lows too. So you kind of want a well-rounded type of sound.
Well, it depends on the genre of what I want to play.
Yeah, for
right?
sure.
Certain types of genres emphasize more certain frequencies, right?
Yes, but in general, more songs emphasize like multiple ranges, right? Unless the only ones that aren't are if you like listen to more like vocal heavy songs, and that's the mids. That's not even treble, you know. And then so.
Yeah, well, it depends on the song. Like if I want more emphasis on certain frequencies, then I use different headphones, right? But yeah, I find myself reaching for more like these specialized ones, depending on what I would listen to.
Yeah, like for me, if it's too specialized, like say that one, then I would have issues too, because I would be listening and think, not enough like low bass, not reaching deep enough there, or I'd be thinking, the mids are too upper mids, it sounds a little bit too thin. So not enough warmth in the mids. So and then the treble's not bad, but then that's really about it.
Yeah, but then I listen to that one, and I was like, oh, it's too flat. So nothing's really perfect. It depends on what I'm listening to. I just prefer certain sound signatures for certain things.
Interesting. This sounds a lot more bassy than when I first heard it in the car.
It's very basic.
Yep.
But I at the same time, I don't think it's like really overwhelming either. It's fine.
It's okay.
It's just more of a bass emphasis.
Yep. And the bass does bleed a little bit, like to the other ranges.
But the bass is really slamming on that one, so I like it for bass heavy tracks.
Nice.
And apparently D9200 is like just a 10-15%.
But 10-50% better in what way? Like more detail, or like more clear, or the bass is a little bit less than this, which I hope. Because
I think the bass is a little bit less. I heard it's a little bit more flatter than this.
That's good. That's a good thing for something at that price range.
Yeah. Well, generally as you move up, except for the Fostex TH610, generally flagships tend to be a little bit more balanced.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not specialized except for the TH900. That one's a super bass heavy one.
I hear a slight mid bass hump for that one, but then not that much sub bass.
Yep, sounds about right. So you can see the graph here. So you can see not much sub bass here. There is definitely more mid bass than sub bass,
Yep.
and then it's got very peaky treble.
Exactly.
Because that's exactly what you hear on there.
Yep, that's what I'm hearing. Yeah.
So yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. If you're curious, you can check my the 750 Shure. See if you can find a graph for that. Because that one, what I can hear is there's bigger sub bass.
It's a very odd tuning. Well, this is one comparing the M50s.
Well, anyways, quite a bit of bass.
It's a very odd tuning for that Shure.
Yeah, but I do hear a lot more bass for mine though, in general. Yeah. But there's a lot of bass for this one too. But to the point where this one actually bleeds into the mids.
Yeah, but it's fine. This is more of a. Actually, it's not too bad. I can listen to this for a lot of things, but it's definitely bass heavy.
Yeah. Soundstage wise, this one's actually about the same as the Shure's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the two soundstage.
Yeah, soundstage is not that big on that. This one actually has quite elevated mids.
I'm really interested. I'm really interested to see what this is gonna sound like after like a good maybe 80 hours of breaking.
Yep.
The bass for this one, the bass amount is actually okay. It's actually not bad. I don't think this is bass light. The bass for this one though digs deeper than that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that I can hear. That relies on a mid bass hump. This one actually just the bass just goes deep, and they don't rely on a mid bass hump.
Yep. I just think it probably needs breaking in because right now it sounds not refined enough.
Yeah, I think so.
So.
Yeah, because everything still sounds a little bit shrill.
Mm-hmm.
The mids sound a little bit like shrill and high pitched, and then the highs also sound a little bit shrill too. And then yeah, I think the bass and everything can probably still loosen up. I can hear the potential in the bass here, so I can hear the potential in the sound signature, but I think it probably needs to loosen up.
Yeah, you can see that it's definitely got that peaky mid there.
Which one's this one?
That's that one.
This one, right?
Yep, see that it's got that definitely a hump there.
Yep. Well, I can hear that. It's the upper mids though.
Yep, it's the upper mids.
Yeah.
So I can see that. But it's just that this one is a little bit too much right now.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it just needs to settle in more, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But once this one does settle in, I think it'll be pretty good.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see your opinion on it, and I want you to play one female vocals for this one.
Okay.
So this one, which you said you didn't like, T1.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, but I find that the mid range for this one, especially for female vocals, is very wide. Yeah.
Okay.
So listen to it with a female vocal track.
I'll try other track first, and then I'll do a female vocal. This is closed, right?
It's semi-open.
Semi-open. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Oh, this is balanced. Cool.
Oh, so does my K5 sound better or what?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll do it back and forth in a second. I don't like this one at all.
Right, but try
female one.
Yeah, it's because the highs and the lows aren't that great for this headphone, but it's the upper mids I find is really good on this headphone. That's very organic sounding. It's got a very wide, I think, mid range. So yeah, and it's very warm, of course. So the headphone's just a very warm headphone.
To the point where it sounds kind of a little bit like underwater, like kind of muddy or veiled.
I don't think it sounds veiled, but at least not for the mids for me. But it could be for the other frequencies, yeah.
Even for female vocals, it's just so-so. Like if I listen to anything like more vocal anyways, most headphones tend to sound good anyways with like vocal heavy headphones. It's really easy to make like vocal heavy songs sound good like through headphones, but it still sounds congested. Like this headphone itself generally just sounds congested, and that's the problem. Even with the female voice, I can hear the congested. Like it lacks dynamics. There's not much dynamics, and it sounds congested. And soundstage is pretty small, yeah, it lacks the highs, lacks the lows. The mids also kind of. It's not that clear. Yeah, it's a little bit gloomy because it's warm, but that's really about it. But it's warm, but it's still congested. So yeah, so definitely don't like this one though. Yeah.
Interesting. I totally feel different about that.
Yeah.
Like when I listen to it, it actually feels like it has a pretty wide soundstage for mids.
Yeah, didn't really notice much. And it's definitely congested sounding because it's so warm to the point where it just and it definitely lacks dynamics. This one.
Yeah.
Like this, I think this out way over this one.
Oh really?
Not even close. Yeah, not even
I've
close.
been actually listening to this one more than the HE1000s.
Dude, man, what the hell?
No, I actually find the mids very like it's warm, but it's actually organic sounding to me.
The thing is, if you want something just like this, there's so much stuff out there that's even better. You know?
I don't know. I keep coming back. There's something interesting about that.
You know, if all you're after is that warm mids, man. I mean, there's tons of stuff that's better.
Yeah, it's like a tube amp almost. It's like it has a built-in tube amp for the it's.
Dude,
it's interesting.
The LCD2 is way better than this. Way better. It's just as warm, but there's more dynamics, and there's more bass, and the mids are better than this, and there's more detail and clarity in the mids, and it's just as warm.
I don't remember liking the LCD2 that much.
I think you're really missing the point, man. LCD2 is better than this in every single aspect, and it's just as warm, but it's got the dynamics too, and it hits. And the mids have way more detail than this one. Yeah, so not even close. Yeah, so if you were looking for that, get some LCD2 classics. Yeah, and if you have it properly amped with the power, and then if you have a nice DAC with it, it'll sound like this but on steroids. Way better with the dynamics and the bass and the treble and everything. And the mids will have more detail, and it's still warm. Yeah. So
I don't know. I just. Yeah, then this one's more comfortable too than the LCD2.
Oh, for sure. This is way more comfortable than LCD2. Like if you're talking about like that type of warm whatever it's that, LCD2 man, it's like that but way better.
These ones they're special for certain tracks. So I still won't keep them around.
The MSRP?
MSRP is 1,000.
Jesus Christ.
But of course it's not. I don't play that much. I've got 450 for that. So.
Okay, yeah, exactly. But still, $1,000, man. And most of the stuff like they're not even worth $1,000. Like, especially even on the technical aspect. Technically, that's not even a good headphone. Technically speaking.
Yep.
You know, it lacks dynamics, it lacks detail.
Well, this is actually Beyer's flagship. You know that?
It goes to show a lot of these Western companies, they're full of shit. These Western companies. It's like from a objective technical standpoint, it lacks dynamics, it lacks detail, it's a bit muddy, and then all the ranges are kind of like bleeding into each other, you know? And then, doesn't have a treble.
The one article I sent you said that Beyerdynamics, their top-end headphones are better than Sennheiser's top-end headphones.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're better, like, quality or whatever. And I was like, did you ever listen to the HD800s and check the price on that compared to this?
HD800s with this not even the same caliber. The HD800s, holy shit! I mean, there's so much back and forth with obviously the good HE1000 and the bad one, and also mine. The HE1000s and the HD800s are roughly about the same level. But then now it's track dependent. Some sounds better than different tracks. In general though, I would still give the edge to HD800s by a bit, but only because it's got a little bit better soundstage. That's a little bit more like engaging the soundstage. And it's not just a wider soundstage. The HD800s is really unique in terms of their tuning. It was so well done. Is that the soundstage is engaging and it's wide, but for some reason, for certain tracks, the vocals don't seem distant either. And you see like how all these headphones, right? One thing that's really unique, all these headphones, you would notice that if they're trying to get more clarity for you, and if they're trying to do that, what we see that they did was they emphasized the treble and the upper mids. That's how they did it. What makes the HD800s really unique is that, yes, it's neutral, and it's very clear, very detailed, wide soundstage. The treble is a little bit hot, but it sounds really beautiful, the treble. But at the same time, the mids aren't shrill. the mids are actually not like upper mid focused. The mid is actually really well rounded, so it's a full round mid, and it actually sounds a little bit warm, the mid. So when I listen to HD800s, I listen to like a female vocal singing. It's beautiful because it's kind of a little bit warm, but super clear. And that's where that's the genius of the HD800s, is that a lot of these other headphones, even though they're so expensive, they say, oh yeah, we're going for absolute clarity, detail. But ends up, all they did was they jacked up the upper mids and also the treble. But then the HD800 is like, yeah, the drums will like sound really realistic and it's like really beautiful detail, but the mids aren't affected by that. The mids are still nice and warm and round, but very detailed. And then the bass, although it's not, bass amount is huge, but it goes deep. So kind of like this one, but obviously mine is really well broken in. So, and also there's a bit more impact on the HD800s.
Yep.
So that's why that's such a great headphone. The HE1000s, I think it's still just a touch below it, but actually no, your good one is actually really good. Your good one, I'm not sure, they're kind of different.
You can try mine right there. That's a good one.
Okay, cool.
1000. I have the balance connectors for that.
Cool. Like something like this, man. Like in the future, man, you really need to look into getting like the best DAC amp that you can get. This deserves that. That's how good this is. Just like my HD800s and this, they deserve whatever you can give them, and it's gonna scale up so well. Yeah, because these are literally having like speakers on your head, this stuff, and then so yeah. For example, the AKM DAC that you have, the S2O, is really good for the price. The only thing is, I think that tier of that AKM chip, although it's really good, but in general, it still lacks a bit of soundstage. And it doesn't sound as grand and as big. Whereas once I swapped over to my Marantz one, although the Marantz one is like more distortion, has more warmth, but it sounds really grand and big too. Like the sound stage is bigger, and it really matches well with these high-end headphones. Yeah, so like the HD800s, I'm still surprised. Like I was listening to a track, and everyone says, yeah, it's bright, right? And sure, but then it's bright, but all these are bright. Almost all of these, you know, this one's bright, that one's bright. These are actually probably more bright than HD800s, because the HD800 treble actually.
Except for this one.
Yeah, exactly. But the HD800, the treble, although it's bright, but there's more detail in it, and it's actually more wide, the treble, so I can hear so much detail. Whereas sometimes these ones, when they hit the treble, it's just more high-pitched. That's why the HD800, I never minded the treble, because it's a beautiful treble. However, it doesn't affect the mids. The mids are so, like, suddenly I'm listening to this track, oh yeah, I'm like listening to jazz. And then when they're doing the cymbals, I'm like, oh, that's good detail. And yeah, a bit bright, but it's just right, I can hear the cymbals. But then once the vocalist comes out, or the saxophone comes out, it's like well-rounded and warm. I'm like, whoa. And like that's totally different too. It's not affected by the shrill upness. So everything just feels so interesting. And then the bass digs deep, although it's not big quantity, but it's just right, digs deep. I would say maybe overall bass quantity, I wouldn't mind maybe having 2-3 more %, but it's still within perfectly acceptable range. Yeah, it's actually got better bass than this one and this one so far, like the HD800s.
Okay.
Yeah, so. Okay, let's try this one again. It's way better than all these.
I see. To me, it's like a preference thing. I don't actually use that one more than these ones. So
this is just so much more well-rounded and accurate.
It is
everything.
It's very clean sounding. That's what I found. Very precise and clean sounding. Yeah.
The timbre is just way better for this one. It's not too bright. And it's not too boomy, like low bleeding. So this is entering the HD800 level where I'm trying to describe a little bit more.
Yeah.
Except the HD800 mids are still a little bit warmer than this one.
Yep, this is more of a neutral bright headphone.
Yeah. This bass is a little bit more than the HD800s. Yeah, a bit more. And HD800, this bass is a bit more, a little bit more, but the HD800 mids are a little bit warmer. Yeah, this is nice. This is the winner.
I think it's just your preference. I think you're more into that neutral, very detailed sound signature.
And technically speaking, though, like sure, definitely preference is obviously there, but this is also objectively the better headphone.
In terms of technicality, yes.
It's totally better.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got more detail, and you can tell the tuning and the quality is kind of like the HD800s where things aren't affecting the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like the bass is just enough and it digs deep. It goes lower, and then it doesn't bleed into anything else. The mids are zero affected by the bass. You know, there's no like mid bass hump that bleeds into the mids.
Yep.
The treble is not like shrill, like so far this one's not broken in yet, but this one and this one, the treble sounds a little bit shrill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the mids are better than these two, obviously. Yeah, it's a bit more fuller than both of these, and it's just a better sound in general. Better sound stage, more refined.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. This is just.
Yep. Thing is, there's just certain times I would take a different tuning over the technicality.
Well, that's just the preference thing.
Yeah.
But then imagine like giving this thing like the best DAC gap you can get.
Here, try the Arias. That's the thing. I don't think. So that's a technically better headphone, but the thing is, there are actually some cases I would take the Arias over that.
Oh, should I use this plug?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because this is a more fun sounding headphone than the HE1000s, even if it's not as technical. But this is more fun sounding. So there's some certain times I would take the Arya over that one.
Oh, I like this headphone.
Yeah.
I like this headphone a lot.
And I think for sure, given the price, I think the Arya punches above its price way more.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's more of a diminishing return thing.
Yeah.
Whereas,
obviously, we're talking MSRP.
Yeah, MSRP. You're talking.
Yeah,
I mean, the prices we paid are not even. It doesn't even make sense, right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, yeah, but this one, like, this is, in terms of just how like the technicality and everything, it's the best headphone at its price range.
I agree. I agree. I think this one's a really good one.
Yeah.
This is the winner. Both of these are winners, actually. Both of these. Only this is for price is just so good.
Yep, that for the price for sure. Because that's actually pretty close to HU, like at least like 80% of the HE1000s, right?
Yep.
So for the price, it's really good. God, how many headphones I have? I have another one. Can't close.
I listened to that one already.
Yep. Yeah, these ones are like HE1000 type of balance, but if you tone down everything, like the detail and everything, just like toned down on this one.
Yeah, remember this thing can act as a headphone stand.
Yep, you can. That's one of the good things about this box. That's just probably the only good thing about this box.
Yep.
Is you have that headphone stand thing.
Remember, just try to keep this in the box when you're not using it, man. Like,
I have a headphone stand. I use a headphone stand.
Okay, yeah. See this one? I can smell that smell that I'm talking about. It's that mala full smell. Like right
I kept it in the box.
I wonder why. It's weird.
And I haven't had mala. I just keep it in the box.
Strange. Unless it was really like this.
Oh.
Since it was, yeah, because you got to use anyways, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Arya's pretty good, man.
Yep. And you have to recognize it's not fair too, though, because right now I'm running it out of this, and this needs a lot more power than this one. So, Arya with this K5 is totally fine because the Arya actually needs less power than my HD800s. This one actually is harder to drive. So if you but once you put it up to like a higher, better DAC amp, like a really good desktop DAC amp, you can hear a clear difference between these two.
Okay.
So once I plugged it into my Marantz, and I compared, I was like, totally a level above, on the Marantz. Yeah, but then right now through this is underpowering that. Yeah, so that's why it's not really that fair to compare. Yeah, but on a great rig, you can tell right away the two headphones.
Is your Marantz more powerful than the X-Duos?
Sorry?
Is your Marantz more powerful than the X-Duos?
You see, that's the weird thing. The Marantz is actually only, when you look at the specs, it's only rated at 800 milliwatts.
Okay, so that's not much.
That's not much, but then actually it's at least as powerful, if not more. because it sounds really
My
powerful.
X2 is like 4,000 milliwatts.
Exactly, which doesn't make sense because the Marantz actually sounds really powerful. It actually sounds more powerful than the X Dual. So I don't really understand how this works.
They might have like a tube thing going on there because tubes are always way more powerful, right? But I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I'm not sure if but it's not a tube. That's the thing. It's a solid state, right?
But it does sound very warm. It sounds bigger, wider, grander, bigger
so
sound
I'm not
stage.
sure how they're doing that.
So I'm not sure why. Like at 800 watts, it sounds way more powerful. It's very simple. When I do the volume knob thing, I can't go that high because it's got too much power for the Marantz. Yeah. Like for example, for the X Dual, when I listen to the same headphone, I'm roughly in between around 33 to 37 in between, like on the volume.
Yeah.
Whereas on the dial for the Marantz, I can only go up to around the 9 o'clock. And 9 o'clock is not even 25% because my dial starts around here.
Okay.
And then from here, going to 9, that's it. That's all I can do. Otherwise, it's way too loud. So the power is actually there. So I don't really understand what like the rating, how that stuff works. Yeah, because it sounds more powerful. That's the thing.
Compare these two to Shure if you want. Radiance.
So many headphones.
So many headphones.
The difference between us is that I have just as many headphones, but I only have 2 really expensive ones. Actually, no, I have 3. I have 3 really expensive ones, the LCD2s too. However, all my other headphones are in like the $100-something to $300 range for my other ones, which I have a shitload of. Yeah, like so far, man, like the 2 best headphones here that I like, is 2 hi-fi mans here.
Oh, you like the hype.
Yeah.
So yeah, you should get that Arya from the guy.
No, the thing is like, it's really nice. The difference between this one and that one is that this one has just a bit more warmth, and this one the bass is just a little bit like more quantity wise.
Yeah, it's more fun sounding.
Yeah, these are the 2 differences, but the mids they're actually quite similar. The mids are very similar actually between these 2. It's just there's a bit more detail and refinement across the board here, and the sound stage is a little bit more wider. The difference is bigger though once you use a better DAC amp though. Like for example, if you listen to like the Michael Jackson stuff, some of the tracks, if you listen to like the treble and you listen to the sound on the right hand side,
yeah, the hi-hat,
this is way more detailed and clear with that. Whereas this one sounds a little bit whatever, but this is still really good though. Still better than almost any of these so far.
Yeah, for the price for sure.
Yeah. So yeah, for the price, it's really nice. Really nice. Radiance?
Yeah.
Same jack, right?
You can use the same jack. The Focal Hifiman is the same. I think for under $500, I would say probably Focal Elex is the most detailed I've heard, for like technicality wise. And then under $1,000, it's the Aryas. Yeah. I remember the Elex being quite detailed as well.
Elex is under what you said? Under how much?
$500.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, US dollars. Yeah, Elex were quite detailed.
Oh yeah, I tried it before.
Yeah, they're quite detailed,
yeah.
but also not that fun to listen to.
I remember I liked the Elex. You had it for a little while and then you sold it.
Yeah, I sold it because it's not fun. And you know, like for me, I actually prefer a bit of a more fun sound signature. Not like a very flat sound signature. Elex is just really flat.
But actually the mids were pretty forward for the Elex actually.
That's probably because it's flat. That's why. Because if you're used to listening V-shaped and you go to a flat, yeah, the mids will be relatively more forward on that one.
The mids on the Elex kind of reminded me of the PS1000s for the Grados. Only thing is the Grados had more bass and a bit more slam.
Yep. But the Elex are essentially it's like a cheaper version of the Clear, essentially. So you probably think it's very similar to the Clear, but it's just a lot cheaper. So it's actually a very good value for what it is.
Yeah. Was it like a Bentley version?
Yep, that's the Radiance. The Radiance is a Bentley collab. Yeah. So it looks a bit more luxury because of that.
Why would Bentley have anything to do with like designing headphones?
Because the parent company Focal is the same as Neumann, who designs the speakers for Bentley. The weird thing is I wonder why they don't use Focal speakers, because Neumann's not a speaker maker; they're an amp maker. You would think they would use Focal speakers, because Focal is actually the speaker maker, and they were primarily speaker maker before they make headphones. So. And yeah, Focals are quite sensitive.
Okay, I take it back.
Mm-hmm.
I do hear a bit more detail than this in this
Yep.
one
Yep.
than the Denons.
Yeah, that's what I thought initially.
Yeah, there's more detail here
Yeah,
than the Denons.
and I also think it does have more detail than the Shures.
Let me try again. In terms of mids, honestly, this mids and the Shures are pretty close. They're pretty similar. They're very similar mids actually. They both have a bit of warmth in the mids.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this has a bit more detail, but it's actually quite close. Because this one's just a bit more forward. The mids are a bit more forward than that one, but they have similar type of mids and similar type of warmth. Very close detail though. The treble here is this one. The treble is a bit more high pitched. This one, the treble is a bit more like well rounded. This bass is obviously like really strong.
Yep.
In my opinion, the bass here is a problem.
Yep.
I don't like this bass. This bass is like beat style bass. You know.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I like the Denons better, actually, because the Denons bass is actually not it's not overwhelming. This bass is almost overwhelming.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that the Denons I preferred it. Also, the mids are recessed on that one. It's not recessed on the Denons.
The thing is, the mids here have more detail though than that.
Yeah.
Than
I mean,
the
that's what the Focal does best. It's the mid detail, but it's still recessed.
Technically speaking, though, I think this is a better headphone than the Denon. Technically speaking, in terms of the detail retrieval.
Yeah, in terms of detail.
And also dynamics. This has more dynamics too.
But it doesn't mean I don't like the tuning on that one.
That's the problem.
That's
the problem. Like technically speaking, this is actually better, but I hate the bass.
Yeah, and I think I know why. It's because it's a Harman curve type phone. So that's why it's so much bass.
Oh, is this actually the Harman curve?
Yep, it's tuned to the Harman curve.
Okay. Well, this is stupid, man.
And that's why it's so much bass on it, because Harman curve means a lot of bass now.
It makes sense though, because the Harman curve is just saying how much people listen to that.
So Harman curve originally didn't have that much bass, but these days it does have more bass because they revise it all the time. And the latest ones do have more bass because obviously consumers prefer more bass now. So this one has a lot more bass than what we like.
It's very simple. You know how much like Beats headphones get sold around the world, you know?
Yep. So
simple as that.
the Harman curve just has more bass.
Exactly. So yeah. So Harman curve is just your kind of like a Hollywood like superhero movie film curve. You know, that's it.
Yep.
Yeah. This bass is ridiculous. I don't like it. Yeah.
Yep. I feel like if this was tuned more like the Denons, that would be good.
Exactly.
It has more detail, but it's tuned Harman.
Unfortunately, I like the treble mids dynamics of this more than that. I like the clarity more. I just don't like the bass. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah. If you tone down the stupid bass, because the thing is, the bass is boomy, but there's not much texture in the bass. That's the thing. Like I don't hear that much like good texture in it. It's just like really big boom 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 type of bass. Whereas like when you listen to like this, actually both of these, there's a bit more texture in the bass. And like
Yep, I like the detail. It's just I don't like the tuning. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Unfortunately, it would have been a good one if they actually didn't like go all out in the stupid bass.
Yeah, but that does mean a lot of people do like it. So like because that's what a lot of people prefer. So.
Well, a lot of people come from the Beats, right? Imagine.
I mean, this is like technically a very expensive. Yeah. And like obviously a lot more detailed version, but yeah.
Here's the thing: a lot of people grew up listening to Beats. So if you need a direct upgrade from the Beats, this is it.
Yeah, this is like it's a way more detailed version.
Exactly, this is a way more better version of Beats.
Yeah.
So this is a huge upgrade for most of the people out there.
Yep.
You know, that's the thing.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah. Too bad. It would have been nice if the bass was better.
Yeah. But funny thing is, it's kind of odd for Focal to have this kind of headphone. They're usually actually more of like an audiophile balance type of tuning.
Exactly.
So like the clears, for example, the clears are totally different tuned than this. They're like more of a balanced tuning, more neutral-ish. This Radiance is interesting because it seems to be more consumer focused.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Also nice looker too. It's too bad.
Yeah, it's too bad. If they just put on that bass, man, then that's a winner right there.
Yeah. That's why the Denons have, I think, the bass is really good. It's not too overwhelming. So if I want bass, I go for the Denons.
Yeah. Like Fortunately.
I think the problem with this one is just that it's not detailed enough. But apparently the E3s are just like a much more like wider detailed version of this, which is I think is fine because the problem with this wasn't the tuning. This is a very balanced headphone. Definitely on the neutral-ish side, but yeah, the problem was just compared to some of these other ones, it's not as much detail. So yeah, I'm really curious about the E3s.
Yeah, I brought that home to test out before, right?
No, you bought the clears to test out.
But then I also borrowed Dan Clark's for a little bit too, and then you gave me the clears afterwards.
That was the other. There was the other Dan Clark's. Oh. So there was down version of the model. There's the Aeon X closed.
This is a lower version?
This is the higher version.
Oh,
this is the Aeon 2s.
Okay.
So you got the Aeon X closed, which are also really good for closed backs under the price. But this is essentially the upgraded version of that, and then the E3s are the upgraded version of this. So, yeah.
This one has potential. It's got a hopefully there's room for breaking for this one.
The detail's pretty close, right? The detail.
Detail's pretty good. But I think I'm hoping that it's a break-in thing because things just sound a little bit.
Okay, for the closed backs, do you think that's the most detail out of these, right? Out of the closed backs.
Yeah, and I would say this has the most detail out of all the closed backs. But in terms of timbre, timbre and tuning, I would take that a bit more over because that's warmer. That's got some warmth in the mids. And also I like the bass amount there. Like the bass doesn't see on the graph. What makes this unique is when you saw the graph, it looks like there's a lot of bass added to this one, but I find it was tastefully done though.
Actually, on the grad, it seems like it's recessed in the highs, which is weird because I hear that it's actually forward.
That's the thing. This is really interesting tune because, for example, it looks like there's big bass, but the bass doesn't bleed into anything for this one. The bass is all self-contained, so it doesn't sound like the bass is overdone in this one.
Actually, it's got a little bit of a peak in the highs. Yeah, around 10K.
Okay.
So it's got like a certain peak in the highs, which I think was why I heard the hi-hats so prominently. It's got a weird tuning though. Yeah, it's because on the graph it definitely looks like it has a lot of bass.
Yeah, but the thing is when we listen to it, the bass actually, I can hear that it's got a good amount of bass, but it doesn't seem overboard and it doesn't bleed into different ranges.
I think it's because the has a lot of bass, but it's the sub bass that's high, and that's why you said it's the sub bass. But because most tracks don't have that much sub bass, it doesn't seem overwhelming.
Exactly. So I find like this is actually really well tuned.
It's okay for the sub bass to be high because you normally don't hear too much of it.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's a lot of mid bass, that's when it feels bloated.
And that's why I said I like the bass here a lot more compared to some of the other ones. And then the mids are actually really good too. And there's a bit of warmth.
The mids are fairly neutral.
Yeah, and there's some warmth in the mids, just a bit of warmth, and the details good too in the mids.
I'm not sure about that peaky spike in the treble, but yeah.
Well, I don't mind it because
there is that one. I did think it's a little bit harsh sometimes with that treble. So.
Yeah. I think I don't mind the treble amount, but I find the treble for this one is a little bit shrill.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Yeah, so that's probably where that shrillness comes from.
Yeah, that's the shrill. But luckily, although the treble here is a little bit shrill, but it doesn't affect the mids at all. The mids are still well rounded.
Yep.
Yeah, which is good because, for example, this one the treble was shrill, but then the mids was also too upper mid focused, which was a problem because I didn't like the mids. And then the bass dig deep. This one has potential. I'm just hoping for it to open up. Yeah, once it opens up, it might be pretty good. I mean, right now it still sounds a little bit high pitched in the vocals.
I wonder how the newer Shure headphones are like. Because I haven't tried any Shure headphones actually.
I know.
They don't seem to be they don't really seem to be in the high end game anymore.
Yeah, I listened to their 940 way back in the day, and I remember it was it's a different tuning than this one. 940 is complete. This is actually weird because most Shure headphones don't have a lot of bass. They're actually normally more neutral with a little bit of mid emphasis in them. In a way, the high-end Shures actually are a little bit like the Focals. They're actually neutral with the emphasis on the mids and really clear mids. So that's the type of signature that Shure
I also think
has.
if you like these, you also might like the so there's a company called Austrian Audio now, which is basically made of former AKG employees, and they are essentially the high end AKG now, because AKG doesn't really make too much high end now. So I think it's the Austrian Audio guys that might have their high end like Composer one or whatever. That's a pretty high end headphone. So I think you might like that tuning. That's apparently a pretty reference tuning. So yeah, if you like the Shures, you might like that one. Yeah, but again, it's hard to try. I'm sure these guys have everything, but it's just we can't try them.
Exactly.
So it's just a problem.
It makes you wonder what the high-end Shure sound like because they've been higher end stuff nowadays.
No, their highest is just $500, I think.
$500?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Because it goes up to like the 10 something range, the 1,000 something range. Like in terms of the model number.
Yeah, but I think at least what they're selling right now, I don't think anything's really that high end.
Okay.
Either that or nobody's just talking about it. So let's see. Yeah, they don't have anything over 500.
Mm.
At least not right now. So like they're right now they're $500 one. They're actually like AKG because AKG is the same. Even the K712s or 701s or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like actually you can find it for like 250 probably online or 300. Not that high end. Yeah, the SRH1540 is their highest end close back. That's just $500. So yeah, but I'm curious.
Yeah,
What it sounds like nobody really has it. So
maybe they're like no bullshit, you know, and just trying to do the best in the world because this sounds really good for the price already. I mean, for $170. I mean,
and I think that's just because what you used to. You like a more reference sounding signature. So it sure is definitely like more like AKG doing like that. You know what will also be interesting is the FIO FH5s. They're planar magnetics.
Yes.
Also at $500.
Or the sevens. They come out with the sevens.
Have they come out with that yet?
Yeah. I'm not sure when, but they're coming out with it. That'll be their new flagship.
Because FIO always punches above its price range.
Yep.
So I'm curious about those.
Yes, very much so actually. But the sevens are coming out, and yeah, that'll be even more interesting actually.
Yep.
Yeah, and their IEMs are interesting too.
Yep, and TA Audio also has their own planar magnetics too.
Mm-hmm.
The Wraith or something.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of these Chinese audio companies are making like planar mags. Moondrop has the one too, right? I haven't tried any of these harmonic dying. Like there's like a lot of these.
Yeah, I actually really want to try some FIO IEMs. Yeah, I'm really curious about those.
Yeah, I haven't tried any FIO IEM.
Yeah, those will be interesting.
But I doubt it because like for the IEMs, there's not much.
These are the two best ones. These are the two best ones here.
Mm-hmm.
The vocals, if the bass wasn't so fucked up, it would have been tugging on these two.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. If the bass wasn't so fucked up. Unfortunately. And this one, we'll see what happens with more break-in. Because this one, the actual balance is pretty good. But I think it needs more break-in. Yeah, because right now it sounds a bit high-pitched and congested. Really between these two, like this has a little bit more bass quantity, but this has better bass quality.
Yep.
This one, there's more texture in the bass.
Okay.
And then the two mids are quite similar, except that this one has a slight upper mid emphasis still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a slight upper mid emphasis on the H1000s, whereas the Arya's is more no upper mid emphasis, but it's a forward mid, but it's not upper mid emphasis though. So in a way, I kind of like the fact that there's no upper mid emphasis on the Arya's, and it's still forward because of that, but just a little bit. Whereas this is just better everywhere else across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bass has more texture, the treble is like more detailed, there's more clarity across the board, and everything. But just this timbre with the bass, a little bit extra bass quantity, and with the mids being a little bit, just a touch forward, also with the touch fullness, because it's not upper mid emphasized, makes us unique too in a way. Yeah, but pretty close though, honestly, in terms of...
Yep, and that's why there's some tracks I would choose the Arya over.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty close to HE1000. That's why it's like it's a marginal gain here.
Yeah.
And there's some tracks I still prefer the Arya because it's a bit more fun.
But this is clearly a step above though in terms of like detail, separation,
technicality,
yeah, everything. And like I said, when you eventually get a really good DAC amp combo, it's gonna be even more evident. Yeah. So.
Yep. But you see, the thing with me is I prefer to have different listening experiences, and that's why sometimes I still use that one that you hate, right? Because it gives me a different listening experience of that warm, mid range if I want it. But if I want the precise sound, then sure, I go for that. But it's not all the time I prefer the most precise sound.
That's the funny thing though, man. You like that Bayer thing? Man, get LCD2. It's way better, with more dynamics, and just as warm, and more clarity, and better bass.
Yeah, the thing is, I only tried LCD2 for a bit at Headphone Bar.
Yeah.
But I just remember it being way too warm, like warmer than this. And
actually, no, it's not warmer than that. It's way more clear than that. Let's put it that way. Way more detail, way more dynamics, better treble, better bass, way better bass, obviously. It's famous for the bass. Like LCD2's the best bass you'll ever hear, probably, LCD2's. And then there's more separation, there's more sound stage, it's not as muddy, not as veiled, but the mids are still beautiful and lush and warm. Like, sure, it's a little bit, it's a touch veiled. Both of these are veiled, LCD2, but then LCD2 there's still detail within the veiledness, and the mids are still thick and warm. So I mean, it's like every way is way better than the Bayers, the LCD2s, and their price range is about the same. So I mean, so definitely LCD2 trumps over that any day. You might as well sell that and get a pair of LCD2 classics or phasers.
Yeah, but I won't like wearing them. That's another thing.
Yeah, the LCD2.
Also, the LCD2 requires more too. Actually, no, that's not true. This one requires a lot to drive, but the LCD2s do as well, I believe.
About the same as the HD800s. Yeah. Actually, this requires a touch more to drive than both the LCD2 and HD800s. This one. Yeah, and this one's a bit easier than both of those to drive. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like if I were you, I'd sell that and use that money to buy a pair of used LCD2s or LCD2 phasers. Yeah, phasers the newer drive that they put in, so it's a bit they made it a little bit less veiled, and it makes it a little bit more a bit more brighter, just a bit more, but it's still thick and rich as well. But there's some people like that, so they have both. They have the classic one and they have the phaser one now. Because some people said we like the classic too. Yep. It is like rich and thick.
It's cheaper. The classic is cheaper.
Yeah, it's cheaper. But then the I think the new classic, I'm guessing the material is not as good as the original classic that I have, because the new one you saw is just all black, whereas mine was actually wood. So mine was bamboo on the side and lambskin.
Yep. Notice the wood veneer they don't have on the classic. They have on the regular LCD2, but not the classic one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So yeah. I really don't like that bear.
What about my closebacks? Which one do you think is the weakest out of the closebacks?
Oh, interesting. It's so tough. First of all, yeah.
And this one I remember you said was so because it wasn't enough detail, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Then detail. Here, let me listen to that one more time. Compare.
Yeah.
Since I've
but this one is fairly neutral, so the tuning is very balanced, but it's just not enough detail.
That's what I remember. I remember it was fairly balanced, but it didn't have much detail.
Yeah. So in many ways, it actually reminds me of just like a very much lesser version of the HE1000s in a way, because the tuning's similar. Just obviously HE1000 is better in every way. But yeah.
You got it reversed.
Okay, yes, I switched it. It's hard to know sometimes red or black or whatever. I don't know.
Oh.
Doesn't say.
Well, it's simple. Red is probably right.
Okay.
Because they both are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I always find trouble reminding, like, if it doesn't say, like, I like it if it says stuff like that, if it says left or right, but if it's just color coded, I always forget which ones.
No, I noticed that when it's color coded, red is always right.
Okay.
Yeah, because they're both R's and that's it.
Yeah, and then some.
How do I pull it out? Do I have to turn it?
Just pull on this, and yeah, this is a proprietary connector thing, which is annoying. These are called Hirose connectors. Oops. You want?
I know. Just give me a 3.5 millimeter connector. That's all I need. Instead of this dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Like my stupid HD800s, man, after I got the aftermarket cable, I can't even pull them back out now.
There we go. Thanks. Yeah, they look like little mini XLR connectors. But yeah, it also depends on company too. A lot of companies use, like there's red and black and like red and white or whatever. They use their own colors. It's very annoying to figure out.
Yeah. See, like, and these cables are so much more hard to plug in than a 3.5 millimeter. How do you even plug it in? I just gotta match up the thing, right?
It's like an XLR. You rotate it until you match it up. Yeah.
I hate that proprietary shit, man.
Yep, it's pretty annoying.
It's so fucking annoying, man.
It's this way.
Clearly, they just want you to buy cables from them. So
there's like a little part where it's like raised. So you just gotta match that.
Just give me 3.5 millimeter.
There.
So dumb, man.
I also have the wireless powers if you want to test this out.
Oh yeah.
Noise cancelling. And these ones are actually quite balanced too for a wireless headphone.
Yeah.
These ones need a bit more power, by the way.
This tuning's pretty good.
Yep, that's why I said it's pretty balanced, right?
Yep, the tuning's pretty good.
It's pretty balanced tuning.
It does lack detail, but honestly, I think the Denons also lack a bit of detail, anyways. So in terms of detail, this and the Denon is almost about the same. Yeah, it's just now it's just the sound signature. What do you like? This is I think I like this sound signature more. Whereas this one, this one is, if you want that big bassy thing, this is pretty.
Yes, that's what I said. This sound signature is actually more similar to the HE1000s. It's just the HE1000s is obviously much better in every way, but the sound signature is similar.
Yep.
It's very balanced.
Yeah, it depends on what you want. I mean, like.
Which also makes me interested in E3, because the E3 is just basically a much wider, detailed version of that.
Yep.
Which means to me is that just like a closed back version of the HE1000s then?
But you see, it sucks though, because if if that bass wasn't just so like exaggerated, this would probably be the best out of the three. The vocals, the vocals would have been the best out of the three, if the bass was better. Like wasn't as exaggerated.
They would just be like the clearest, right?
Oh well, it's just in general has more detail than the other two, you know, and more dynamics. Whereas, so here's the three thing. Here's the thing. Out of all three of these, this one had the best sound signature. This one technically is the best headphone in terms of dynamics and detail, but the bass is just so fucked up that almost you can't accept it because of the bass. But the mids and the treble is way better for this one. This one is acceptable everywhere, and with a bit of added extra bass. But in terms of detail retrieval, it's not as good as the full cows. It's about the same as the Dan Clark's. So it's just, yeah.
And then the Audio-Technicas, it's like too much treble.
Oh, the Audio-Technicas? Audio-Technicas is okay. It's just a bit shrill though, you know, a little bit high pitched. But it's not bad either, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I think the Audio-Technicas, I'm not a... hard to say, man. Like, it's the treble's alright, but it's a little bit high pitched. Mid bass focused. Like the Dan Clark's have better tuning, but there might be a bit more detail in the Audio-Technicas. Yeah. So. Yeah,
the Audio-Technicas, it's very different tuning.
Yeah.
Right?
Like I think the Audio-Technicas has a little bit more detail than Dan Clark's, but the Dan Clark's have a better tuning. So.
Right. Yeah.
Tough choice, man.
But see, that's also up to you, because I actually found the Dan Clark's because they're so flat sounding, it's also not fun. And you know, I prefer to have a fun sound signature, so that's the thing. You say that has the best tuning, but actually, to me, I find all these others have better tunings for me, because that one is so flat. It's not exciting to listen to. But yeah, I understand you like a very flat, neutral sound signature.
Yeah, tough choice, man. I mean, they all have the pros and cons.
Yep.
Yeah. Best tuning.
But I think the best overall might actually be this one if it's broken in.
If it's broken in.
Yep.
Potentially.
Might actually be that one.
Best tuning. Fun bassy sound. Both of these lack a little bit of detail. That one, technically, of these.
But I think this one actually might have as good details as that.
Maybe, but then that one still needs breaking in, because right now it sounds kind of thin and shrill. This one, the mids and treble are both really nice and really good detail, but that bass is pretty much unacceptable. This one, treble's okay, and detail is a little bit better than both of these, but is a bit high pitched as well in the sound signature, and the bass amount is okay, but it's a bit of a mid bass focus for this one. So, yeah, I don't know.
Too many headphones, man.
Hey, maybe the D9200 was the one.
Could be. If that's just this with more detail, maybe that's the one.
Exactly. And actually, I think this one, the bass, is a little bit too much for me. So it's still good. It's still,
right.
Yeah.
And the D9200 apparently is not as much bass.
Exactly.
It's more
less than that with more detail might be pretty good.
Yep.
But then for $1,000, I don't think so. I really don't think like it's gonna be worth it.
That's a pretty good price though.
That's only their MSRP. You know, a lot of these headphones that I think there's just such a scam going on with this headphone thing. All these companies coming in, they're just trying to like just jack up their prices to a point where it's like unrealistic. Like, yeah, like it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. But yeah, you have to go. But they are basing off the MSRP though, because that's how much it sells
I'm not talking about them, but I'm just talking about like the industry in general right now. It's just ridiculous. I mean, come on. Honestly, I would take this over the Denon, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
There's more detail in this one. There's a lot more detail in this one. If you listen to this again, the mids have way more detail, and they're not as boomy. And the bass, although this bass amount is technically about the same as that, but this doesn't feel bass heavy though. Like the bass is really well behaved in this one. It's not like all over the place, and the bass digs deeper. This one, the bass digs deeper. It doesn't bleed into the mids. The mids have more clarity than that. The only thing here is the treble is a little bit shrill, but then this one actually has recessed treble anyways. So I would take this over to Denon. Flat out. This is actually a better headphone.
I would not, but okay.
But this is technically a better headphone. There's more detail.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, of course it is. It's got way more detail.
I didn't think so when I listened to it.
You can listen again, you. I mean,
I could, but like
yeah.
I don't think it has more detail than the Denons do.
Oh, it does. Especially
Okay.
in the mids. Pay attention to the mids.
Put my dad here.
Yeah, because like when you're listening, don't mistaken like forwardness for detail. That's the thing. Because a lot of these headphones, they're forward in the mids, which kind of initially might mask and make you think that there's detail in there. But you gotta actually pay more attention to the actual like whatever, and then you'll hear a difference. And then also how like this one, the bass has good texture and it goes deep, but it doesn't bleed into the mids.
I'm playing vocal tracks so I can hear the mid details.
Mm-hmm.
One thing this thing doesn't have is soundstage. The soundstage is pretty intimate on this.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, kind of reminds me of the Fostex TH610s.
Yeah.
Because it's a very intimate
Mm-hmm.
soundstage here. This actually does remind me of the Fostex TH610s because the mids are detailed, but it's very reference sounding still, and it's very intimate.
Yep.
So yeah, I think the Fostex is probably what reminds me of the most. I don't have the Fostex here right now, but it would be good to compare those two. Compare.
Yep. And the thing is, this bass is really nice. This bass digs deep, and it doesn't bleed into the mids. That's the thing.
Bass is okay. I think it's not it's not emphasized. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
This one's definitely more emphasized.
Yep.
Bass.
But then the thing is, this one rumbles deep. Like if you can hear it goes low in the frequencies, and the key is it doesn't bleed. That's the big thing. What I don't like about bass, the bad bass, is when it bleeds into the mids.
Okay.
Yeah, this one has zero bleed into the mids.
Yeah, zero bleed, but it does not emphasize, so it's less chance of it bleeding too. So.
And that's the reference tuning that we get. See, in terms of high-end tuning, that's what happens. They let it go deep, but they don't put the mid-bass hump in there, so it doesn't bleed.
I think interesting thing is the mids are not recessed on here.
Yep.
But I think you're probably right. That one does have it just seems like it's a bit cleaner, and I think that's what you mean by more detail. Is that one seems like it's a bit more cleaner in the mids, and I think that one's probably it's probably more similar to the Fostex I had, the TH610s.
Yep.
Bass is definitely stronger with this one.
Yep.
So. Yeah, I mean this one sounds more fun to me. So, but that's because it's my bass.
Yeah. But you see, the difference is that is kind of like a boomy bass that's also more mid bass. But this one is the reference tuning similar to this stuff. So this one they let the bass go deep, really low, and then so there's more texture in the bass here. But they don't go boomy with the upper mids, with the mid bass, so it doesn't bleed into the mids. And the mid is more reference, but still like good detail in the mids. So this is actually a $170 headphone that's starting to be tuned kind of like this stuff, only with a little bit more bass quantity than this stuff. The treble though is not as good as this stuff. That's the only difference really.
Yeah. The closest comparison is the Fostex I had.
Exactly.
So which is like a kind of close to that, honestly.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Yeah.
But $170, right? I bought for $74.
Yeah, it's a very good price.
I mean, it's insane. I mean, I would take this over a lot of this stuff here because, like, for example, this one tuning's great, but then this actually still has more detail in the mids than this one. And then the bass has nice texture in the bass for this one. And then compared to these two, this one has better treble.
Yep.
But then I like the mids here more. It's less shrill. I like the mids here a lot more actually than that one. And then this one, the bass is also better too, because it's not a mid bass hump. This is actually textured bass that goes down. This one, mids and highs are really good. Just that stupid bass. This one has potential. We just need to break it in. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So tough call, man. But this will be interesting. Once you break this one in, this will be very interesting.
Yep, I think that one's. It has the potential to be the best on all these.
Yeah, it has a potential. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And so it still makes us wonder about the D9200. Like what that sounds like.
Yeah, if that's just this, but with toned down bass and more detail, then that's pretty much what you want, right?
Exactly. But now here's the thing, though. How much more better would be in this? That's the thing, because this definitely has more detail than that. Like for sure in the mids. Like, and no matter how much more detailed the 9200 is, people are saying it's only marginally better than that in detail. And this does have noticeable more detail than that in the mids. So honestly,
10-15% maybe. I wouldn't say it's that much more.
Yeah, exactly. So how much more better would the 9200 be in the mids for this one in terms of detail, right? And this one, the bass is already better behaved than this one. Like it's less quantity, it digs deep, and that might be what the D9200 was aiming for too. The more reference tuning, where it doesn't bleed. So if that's the case, they're just getting closer to this one again. But how much more better can that be than this one? And for $1,000, you know, am I really getting an upgrade? That's why I can't really make a blind purchase like that, like for $1,000. When I think it might be very marginally better than this.
Yeah,
you know?
Still, it would be nice to try.
Yeah, it'd be nice to try. That's the thing. Out of curiosity, I'm very curious. Yeah. But considering how damn good this one is already, like I'm not sure if I can pay $1,000 for something that, you know, might end up being okay. Now it's raining in all that stuff in. It might get closer to this. It might still be better. It's $1,000. I sure hope so. I mean, $2,000. I sure hope so. But how much more better could it be when this already?
2,000 MSRP. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. And too bad this thing's falling apart though. Like you see, like all this pleather stuff is coming apart. Unfortunately, that sucks.
Oh yeah. Well, that's where the build quality of this, you know.
Yeah, of course. This is leather.
Yeah.
Leather,
so
and this is all metal too.
Well, that's somewhere where the money's going to.
Exactly. Leather, and this is all metal, so you don't have to worry. And it's wood.
And the wood ear cups.
Exactly. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about this falling.
So that's
apart.
where some of the money's going to, obviously, right?
Oh,
You see that.
Oh yeah, of course. But then, but anyways, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah, this would be interesting. The wood is so damn nice.
Yeah, definitely the build quality is amazing for this one. So.
Well, for the Japanese stuff, the build quality is always good. But honestly, the focals have good build quality too.
Yep, focals also have good build quality.
Focals have good build quality too. Except for there's for some of the metal screws on the focals, I think there's still too much sharp edges on some of the metal screws for the focals. That is very similar to Audeze. See, Audeze is like built like a tank. So then when people say it's good build quality, it's because it looks heavy duty, like industrial.
Yep.
However, it's not as polished either because some of the metal stuff is still kind of sharp. They didn't polish that.
Yep.
That's what the Japanese, they normally don't have sharp edges. Everything is perfectly polished. Like all this stuff is like pretty polished. No, this part's pretty sharp, but then like the metal here, see, it's not hard. It's like really polished the metal.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where the Japanese stuff are good. That extra step in the polish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so nice looking at this wood.
Yeah, the only non-Japanese maker that does stuff like this is EMF, and I don't know any places where you can try those. But yeah, those also look pretty nice. But yeah, don't know where to try them. Yeah, I'm sure it's surprising. Don't know where I don't hear anyone talking about those the other Shures right now, the modern Shures.
Yeah,
Shure,
nowadays
so
no, yeah. Back in the day, like I said, like the so-called Holy Trinity thing, you know. Yeah.
Because now the market's just so much more expanded. Because back then you only had a few names, right?
Yeah.
And then like now, like Hifiman wasn't there. Audeze, like Hifiman and Audeze honestly really expanded the market because they introduced planar magnetics. Planar magnetics really expanded the market, right? And then of course you have Japanese manufacturers, you know, like you have a lot of Chinese manufacturers, like they all expanded. Focal entering, like they're all expanding the market. So.
And the other thing too is, have you noticed one thing? Is Shure doesn't seem to do any marketing as well. They like almost.
They do for their microphones. But like
even for the microphones, I haven't seen.
Oh, for the microphones, yeah, they Shure is a huge name in microphones.
No, they're a huge name in microphone because they're really good. But I never see much advertising for the microphones either. That's the thing.
Well, they don't need to be because people always use Shure microphones, right?
Well, that's the thing. They don't do marketing.
Yeah, well, they're so established actually in one areas. For headphones and IEMs, they're still reasonably well known.
But that's the problem because for the microphones and headphones, they do zero marketing. Even for the microphones, I don't see any marketing at all. However, they're just so established, you know, they're the industry standard pretty much.
For them, they don't need to do any marketing because everyone just knows they're the go-to for microphones.
That's the problem though, because they're using that same lack of marketing for their headphones, and that's where the issue is. So they literally don't do any marketing.
Nowadays you have way more competition in headphones, so you have to do some marketing.
Exactly,
right?
But Shure just doesn't do marketing.
That's why these Japanese manufacturers get lost in the mix.
Exactly.
They don't
so
do any
Shure
marketing.
is in a way kind of similar to these guys. You know, we're kind of getting lost in the mix. Except for these are still making stuff. They're trying to make some really high-end stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Because Shure can, they're dominant in microphones. They don't have to do marketing there. But when it comes to headphones, they have to do some marketing. Exactly. There's so much competition there, right?
Back in the day, though, the Shure IEMs were very good for the price.
Yep. West Tone, Shure, like these are all like pioneers. Eddie Monics, I think, back Ultimate years.
Yeah.
But nowadays, again, IEM market exploded, so there's so much competition.
Yeah. But back in the day, I liked their IEMs. Yeah, they sounded good.
I remember having the SC246 or something. It's pretty good for the time. Yeah, but it's just the hi-fi market. The audiophile market is just way bigger than before.
But it makes you wonder what their $500 headphones sound like.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty referenced though. Like just judging from what they do,
Yeah.
they're probably like they're like AKG, right? They're pretty referenced with all their stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I like the mics though. I'm gonna get I was testing a bunch of mics. I think I'm gonna choose a Shure mic out of them for the podcast, for the USB stuff.
Oh, they have great mics. I don't know the USB ones, but I tried both of their mics. Well, I have their the Beta 58, which is kind of like the mic that the basic standard mic that most people have to have, you know, if you're going to be performing, even as a backup mic. You know, it's
Yep.
And
Everyone uses SM58, SM57. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, I have the 58, and I've tried the 57A or 57B. That's a bit more high pitched, so that's good for females. And then I tried this other one. It's kind of like it's like a standing mic with a stand, and then there's a veil in front of it. So it's used for like recording, and that's the same one that Michael Jackson used, like to do Billie Jean. So his Thriller album, he used that mic. So my buddy actually bought one. It's like about $400 or $500 for that mic. Yeah. So he bought it, and we used it for his karaoke setup before.
Oh, okay. I Shure mics. This is my Shure mic for my karaoke setup.
Yeah, exactly. But the difference is that one that I'm talking about, that Michael Jackson used, is a condenser mic.
Yep.
So it's technically not used for karaoke because it's really sensitive. It's a condenser mic. But then
condenser mic is actually better for vocals.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's actually really good.
But it's just that karaoke's don't use it because they're more expensive. They're more high maintenance and stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I use that for karaoke. In my house, we have a condenser mic too, because my dad used to be a sound engineer. So then, my dad actually, the ones that he built, the condenser mics, he still have them, like from Asia, and we were using it. It's actually really good.
Condenser mics they're better for recording vocals and stuff like that. But it does need more maintenance. Like you need more power for those. You need like a pop filter and stuff like that. So like they require more setup. That's why like most mics are dynamic. It's just
easier. Plug and play, right? So I mean.
Yeah, they're easier to set up.
Yeah.
But yeah, condenser mics for recording for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. This is like.
Yeah, those are actually kind of. And those ones like a bit more uncomfortable too, because I can see they're like, it's shallow, and then it's also a little bit loose on the head, but that also makes it feel like it's an on-ear. So yeah, I actually find like this one more comfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, this wood though, you just can't stop touching the wood, right?
Yeah, and it's bulkier too, but yeah.
Well, bulky means the drivers are big, so that's good.
Yeah, definitely an at-home one. This one I might actually be able to take portably. That one is definitely my at-home. You
should leave this running for a while, just to break it in.
Yep.
Yeah, leave it running. Do like a bunch of different songs and music. Yeah.
This one I can see being I can see this being an endgame headphone actually for closebacks.
If it opens up, yeah. Like if it breaks in.
Because it definitely has the potential to be an endgame.
Just keep it running overnight when you're sleeping.
Because this and the HE1000 I think it's pretty good.
Yep.
Be done with these two.
Yeah, we'll just keep this running overnight. Yeah, every night. Just keep it playing some different tracks.
Because you can tell, like, this can have as much detail as the Focals, right? So, yeah, and it's better balanced than the Focals. So.
Yep. Yeah. But no, these two are winners, man.
Yeah, I decided Arya's and HE1000 is interesting. For the price, I think Arya's is definitely really good.
Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Arya's are nice. Yeah. It's just that now that I have an HE1000 as well, there's a little bit less motivation to get an Arya because the HE1000, the sound signature is somewhere in between my HD800s and the Arya, somewhere in between.
Yeah, but you should still get the Arya and sell your HE1000 because your HE1000 isn't a good one. And then the Arya is just a further from your HD800, which gives you more variety.
Not really, because my HE1000, even though it's not the good one, but it's in terms of technicality, it's still a step up from the Aryas. So if anything, the fact that it's not the good one, it sounds even more similar to the Aryas because it's even more forward. But it's just sometimes the upper mid bugs me, you know. The upper mids bug me, but then it's still not as bad as like say this one. This one, the upper mids, I really can't stand. Like for me personally, yeah. So yeah. But interesting, yeah. This one will be interesting after it breaks in. The wood box is so nice.
Yep. Man, the Japanese presentation, dude.
I know.
Like the craftsmanship, like yeah, the wood box is nice.
Yeah, did you see like a video I sent you, like where they were making the D9200 in the factory in Japan?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see how like when it's all done, they put it into this little thing, this booth, and they check the frequency to make sure like it's accurate to what they want. and then they put a sticker around it saying thank you. So I wonder if like these other headphones, if they do the same thing.
Well, you should watch the Fostex TH900 making video because they put a Rishi lacquer on that one.
Mm-hmm.
So they show like them getting the sap from the trees and everything, then like mixing the Rishi lacquer and everything, like slowly painting and everything. Yeah. No, I don't like the sound signature of the headphones, but the craftsmanship is definitely up there.
Yeah, but then the one Fostex that you got before is pretty nice.
Yep, and that's probably the only Fostex I really like so far. But yeah,
I like that one. That one's pretty good.
that's probably the best tuned one actually.
Yeah.
So, which is ironic, it's not their top end.
Mm-hmm.
So Fostex is interesting. Their top end TH900 is tuned more like the Radiance, which is a lot of bass.
Okay.
It's very V-shaped, so it's really weird because it's a flagship that's tuned like a V-shaped one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Their TH610s, which is the one we like, I think that one's like it's not their flagship, but it's actually tuned the best.
Mm-hmm.
So that's interesting with Fostex.
right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I think I think the so there's nothing more higher than that Fostex you're talking about, the 900 one.
Nope. That one is like the same price as the D9200s.
Okay, so then now here's the thing. That top end Fostex one and the one that you got that we both thought was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
What other models are in between these two?
None.
None. Okay.
Because Fostex doesn't make too many models.
So it's just that and then it jumps up to that one.
Yep.
Okay.
Fostex, they have like 4 models total, I think. 3 or 4 models. They don't make too many.
Then you really should try to track down the other one again, man. That one's a pretty nice one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That might be my favorite out of all these closebacks, actually. I think.
Oh, interesting.
It may have been, but I need to listen to it again. See, I just remembered I liked it. You know, when I listened to it.
Yeah, I can get it back and then test it again.
I remember I liked it.
Yeah. It also had a nice wood cup too.
Yeah, I know. It's got a nice wood cup as well. It felt nice in the hand.
Yeah, it's all Japanese wood cups. This one's actually titanium, so they always put some interesting material.
Yeah, the Japanese stuff always do that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pay attention to the stuff.
Yeah.
The material, the build.
Yeah, the dials of watches, they always pay attention to stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's nice. So cool.
Yeah. Even though the box looks nice, I think for this you're not supposed to have they don't give you a carrying case because first of all it's not portable. It's not supposed to be portable, and then they want you to keep it in a box.
Yeah.
But actually, I'd rather just display it because it looks really good.
Well, they normally never give you both, right? Either they give you a nice display box, or they don't give you a nice display box and then they give you a carrying case.
Yep. They don't give you both, but in this case, I think it's because they're not meant to be portable anyways, so they don't give you a carrying case.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
But yeah, like this one, man. Like this one, I'm pretty sure it didn't come with like a nice box anymore. It probably just a cardboard box, and then this is.
Well, actually, this came with a nice leather box.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, because it's a Bentley thing.
Okay.
But this one, yeah, but this one's also meant to be portable too. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Oh man, I really didn't.
And unfortunately, I didn't get the original box for the Denons.
Yeah.
Because this one came without it.
It's too bad. And then
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one actually retails for a little bit more than Denons do.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, this was $12.50 US retail.
Mm.
Yeah. This is actually so there's an in-between model, right? There's the AWAS. The AWAS is in between.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. I also don't know what that one sounds like too.
People say it's a bit warmer compared to this one.
Yeah, and then the 9200s is actually probably more around the AWAS level, because this is actually higher end than the 9200s by MSRP, right? Yeah, but who knows? Like flagships, you can always compare it.
Yeah, we never know. I mean,
yeah. I mean, you would say these two are on the same level, right?
I think so.
Even though this one's technically higher MSRP.
Technically speaking, this has a bit more detail in the mids. Because in terms of like the details in the mids, this one actually has a decent amount of detail. It's high pitched. I don't like the high pitched in the upper mids.
Okay.
Yeah, the detail in the mids is actually not bad. It's actually okay, and it's got more detail in the mids than this one. It's just I hate that high pitched upper mids. And then this one is it's kind of a bassy warm sound, but lacks a little bit of detail. Yeah. So if you gotta choose, it's hard to choose. You know which one you want more. Yeah. Yeah. And that's where I kind of like this more because it's got bass, but the bass isn't boomy and it digs deep, and it's got mids that I think is better than that one, and it's got more detail than that one. So this is kind of like a nice in between for me. You know? Yeah. So because obviously there's a lot of plastic though because it's cheap headphone, but
yeah.
But yeah. That'll be interesting. That's nice.
Yeah. I think if this one it gets much better, then probably, I would say the most overlap is probably with this one, because I feel like the trebles of this is just as good as this one. But probably tamed down just a little bit, which is good actually, because this one is a little bit too high sometimes. So if this is just like this but with more balanced and just a same good detail on the treble, then yeah.
And this one doesn't have the mid bass hump that this one has. This one relies on a mid bass hump. This one doesn't have a mid bass hump, but this one the bass digs deep.
This one is a more reference bass.
Exactly. This one the bass digs deep, like this one.
This is a more reference bass.
So that's what I mean by this is a reference tuning, because this one is bass digging deep with detail, but it doesn't bleed into the mids. And then this is the same thing, only this has more bass quantity than that one, but this one doesn't have a big bass hump. It digs deep. This one too, there's more texture in the bass, it digs deep. And then so I think just this needs to open up. All across the frequency needs to open up a bit. There's a little bit high pitch there, and then I think the bass still has some potential, the mids, everything can open up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. What do you think? Because you gotta return them, right? So.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can unwrap them. These unwrapping I think is fine.
Okay.
Just don't completely break them apart or something. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Do you want to listen to any of these ones again, or?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, especially the AWKTs.
Okay.
Okay. You know, if that's the case, let's listen to the AWKTs first. So what we need now is a. Do you have a balanced cable?
Oh, first, before doing anything, can you just, give like a little rundown about what you think about each of these?
Okay, right now?
No, yeah, before you...
Well, out of all of these, my two favorite ones.
So let's go over it. So you don't like the Beyerdynamic T1s?
No, I didn't like them at all.
Okay. Do you have anything good to say about these?
No, not really.
Like at least about the warm mids?
No, not really, because you can find mids like that in like $100 headphones.
Okay. Well, I'm interested to test these against your LCD2s.
And it's like what we were talking about before, like with headphones.
Yeah.
Is that, like there's sound signature, there's tuning, but there's tuning for every price range of a headphone.
Right.
So it's so really like what should differentiate between like something expensive and whatever is the technicals overall. Because honestly, like if you're talking about warm sound signature or something that's just like mid-centric that's warm, but the details are just like average, which is like this one, because this one the details are just average so-so, and then it's just a warm mid, you can find it in any cheap headphone.
Okay.
I mean, so if that's the case, you know, we should also see where our money's going to then, if that's the case, right?
Okay. It might not be the same, but like, you know.
Oh, yeah,
we'll see.
They won't be exactly the same, but then we're talking like average details, and all you guys are some warm mids. I mean, you can get that in any price range, right? So yeah, nothing much good to say about that one.
Okay. So yeah.
Which is kind of strange. I read some reviews about the T1s, and some people said some T1s were very bright. Is that a different edition of T1? Because this is edition 2, right?
So the thing about Beyers is that usually they're bright. This one I find it could be bright. I mean, it could like. The highs are definitely there, and it could be a little bit harsh to some people. But the thing about this one that's unique is that it's also super warm, and that's not like other Beyers I've tried.
Right.
So that's kind of unique about this one. I think the worst thing about this one is probably the bass, because the bass is very flubby on it. So yeah, it's a bit weird, right? Because like some reviews said the bass was good, and I don't agree with that. I like the mids on the best on this one.
Right.
I have the Fostex TH610. You should try this one later.
I remember I liked that last time. So
So this one is fairly reference.
Nice.
And then, so the Audio-Technica AP2000 Ti's, this one is, the highs are like maybe too much, they're too forward.
Yeah, well this one is just...
But I like the highs on it, but it's just, the other areas are not as up to par, right?
Well, yeah, well here's the thing, like it's a bright headphone, all across the board.
Yeah.
And the only type of bass it has is a mid-bass. So it actually has more of a mid-bass hump. And that's just a bit of a just really regular commercial type of sound that you can get also in cheap headphones as well. The treble is pretty decent, but it's a little bit bright, and I'm the person who doesn't even mind bright headphones. I mean, because I come from the HD800 camp. Right. I listen to HD800. That's my main headphone. So you're talking about a guy from the HD800, like that's used to listening to HD800s, and I think that one is just. I don't mind it being bright, but the problem is it sounds thin overall, and then the mids are also really tinny and kind of like thin and narrow, and also kind of like just upper mids. So everything's just like too bright and narrow, and that's the problem. So and then the mids is just like an upper, and the bass is just an upper bass, or mid bass. So I found that one's also just average for me.
This was a very specialized headphone, I think, just mostly for the highs.
Now if I listen to that, I might as well listen to an HD800. I mean, it's a different
sound signature. Right?
Well, it's a better sound signature. It's got better treble. It's got more fuller, rounder mids. That's also more detailed, and it's got a bass that goes deeper. It just doesn't have a mid bass hump, which is actually in a way even better sometimes, because it's just an all-around bass. It digs a little, obviously digs deeper than that. So, yeah.
And then the Denons, you think this one's not that detailed, but you like the bass on it, right?
I think here's the thing. When I first listened to that in my car, the bass did not seem as strong as when I listened to it here. So, I think maybe like in like a quiet environment, like for me, I felt the bass was just a little bit too much, just a bit, but it's still within like acceptable range. Like for me, so that one, the bass is still okay. It's pretty heavy bass. The bass bleeds a little bit into the mids. The mids are kind of warm, relatively thick, warm mids. Treble's a little bit recessed on that. I would say the biggest thing is it lacks a little bit of detail. Especially I think for this price range, I think it lacks a bit of detail. In terms of detail, I think like that, and the
especially mid detail, I think.
Yeah.
The bass detail is okay on this. Like I like the bass on this. It's just like you said, the trebles and the mids are not. I mean, the mids are. Yeah, they probably need more detail. The trebles just need a little bit more of it.
Well, the treble is just recessed.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more.
And the mids are not.
It's like the opposite of the Audio-Technicas, right? So yeah, in many ways. But
but the craftsmanship's nice for that one. I love the craftsmanship.
Oh yeah, so it'll be interesting the D9200 compared to this. Yeah, D7200's pretty decent. I heard that the 9200 bass is like a little bit toned down. But it has more detail,
which is exactly the problem that I have anyway, so it's good.
Basically fixing the problems that we had with this one.
Exactly, right? But like I said, the thing is, if you're talking about like toning down the bass a little bit and upping the details for the mids, and then and if they say up the details for the treble too, then does that mean it's pretty much going to sound like my DJ750 then? Because that's exactly what my DJ750 is compared to this. It's got a little bit less of the
won't be exactly the same.
I know it'll be interesting to compare.
But we'll be comparing,
Yeah, because the Shures were actually more detailed and a bit more reference, and then the bass was a little bit less, and it dug deeper, but not as much bass, and it's got more treble. That's pretty much the difference in sound signatures. So
yeah, because if you're saying like that, then the HD800 is not that far off from the DX, right?
Well, the HD800 has more detail right across the board, and it's got better treble, and the only difference is I would say the bass is a little bit bigger on the DA750s, but then just the HD800 has more soundstage, more detail, everything, right? And so. Way more detail, especially in the mids.
I wish you could bring that. I never get to hear that. I only heard the HD800S, and that was only for a few minutes.
Right. Why don't you listen to it longer?
Well, I didn't want to take up too much of the guy's time, right? I was trying all these different headphones. Clark Aeon 2s. The sound signature's pretty reference on this.
Yeah.
But the problem is just there's not enough detail on it.
Right? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's really the only thing.
Nothing wrong with the sound signature. It's a bit more of a reference.
It's actually really nicely tuned.
Right.
So it's really nicely tuned. It's just needs a bit more detail. I'm sure like the Clark E3s are probably just like they're trying to improve on adding more detail and stuff like that, which actually would make this really good.
And the thing is, that costs like what, $1,000?
900.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I expect more detail for that price. Honestly.
Yeah, but comfort and tuning are really good on these. So, full count Radiance.
Yeah, that's when I listen to that, I think it's just unfortunate because detail was
because
good.
The bass, right?
Like most Focals, they have good detail.
Yeah.
Like Focals normally have really good detail retrieval.
Yeah.
The mids are normally pretty fun to listen to.
Right.
But the problem with this one is the bass is just ridiculous. It's like listening to beats, and just way too much bass. It ruins a lot of the music. Which is unfortunate because the detail retrieval for this is actually quite good.
Yeah.
So if they actually just made the bass a bit lower and more reference. And maybe give this a bit more soundstage because that's the other thing. Focals aren't known for soundstage.
That's not going to be on any Focals.
Exactly, and that's the problem with Focals. They have good detail, but they lack soundstage. And this one, the bass is just like way too much.
Right. Which is interesting. I think this might be the most bassy out of all their headphones.
Yeah.
Because normally they're not known to be bassy, right? Okay. So I think it would be interesting to try out the Celestes, which are actually a little bit below this. This is like this is actually their second most expensive closeback. The most expensive is the Stellia. And then the Celeste is like a little bit below this, but it's differently tuned. The details should be similar though. Yeah, but it's too bad. These also look really nice. Oh yeah, the Aryas versus the HE1000 should be interesting.
Right.
So yeah. What's your opinion on this? Aryas?
Oh,
HE1000.
they're both winners.
These are your two favorite, right? Out of these?
Yeah. Out of all these are by far the two best headphones.
Okay.
Yeah, by far.
So do you say this is like probably a near perfect headphone?
Yours is.
Okay.
Yeah, mine not quite, but yours is. Yeah, because like we're
Okay.
talking about the variants in Hifiman headphones, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I've tried to have mine broken in already, and it still doesn't sound as good as this one. So
Okay.
this one is really nice.
Yeah.
Because yours, your HE1000 V2, the vocals are nice and round and buttery and smooth, and everything else is great. The bass extension is just enough with good bass texture. Just to really reference sound with just enough of everything, and that one is just fun.
Yeah.
That one there's a little bit more bass, I believe there was.
Yep, it has a little bit more bass, but that's also what makes it more fun.
Yep.
Not quite as the presentation and everything details not quite as much as this. This has maybe like I would say like 10-15% more maybe.
Well, either way, in terms of
But, yeah.
technicalities, the HE1000 is a clear step up.
Right.
It's a step up in technicalities. It's actually a lot more detailed.
Right.
Especially if you listen to a good track, it's more detailed.
Right.
But now just in terms of the tone, but what makes the Arya Stealth also special is the tonality, because the tonality of it is actually pretty addicting, because it's a bit more like it's just a fun kind of sound signature, and it's just right where it's like still kind of reference, but they just made some things a bit more forward, and then added just a touch more bass. And some stuff sounds a little more.
So it's really just the tunings on different on this one.
Exactly, and they're both nice. They're both very nice. Yeah.
It's the technicalities, of course, good. Of course, if you use EQ, you can technically get this to have the Arya sound signature, have the tuning. But yeah, stock. I like the tuning on the Arya better. Although I wish it had the technicalities of the HE1000.
It depends on what you're listening to.
Yeah.
Like if you're listening to something like Nina Simone and then listening to jazz, then this is better.
Sure. If you listen to classical, that one's gonna be better.
If you're listening to like certain type of like hip hop and stuff, then that would be a bit better for hip hop.
These definitely, I think, the best headphone under $1,000.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, MSRP, right?
MSRP, yeah.
MSRP, I think the Arya's their winner under $1,000.
It's tough to beat. Under $1,000, that's very tough.
Like, can you think of another? Like, yeah, it's pretty much the one.
The only thing I can think of later is if we try the Shure 940, and and just to see, because
that'd be interesting.
But and maybe even the AKG, so we'll find out.
Or maybe the Neumanns might catch you. You never know.
Yeah, maybe.
We have no idea what Neumanns sound like. Actually, there's no idea.
You got the balance cable for this? Yeah, you have the balance cable for this one, or does this one come with the balance cable?
It comes with a balance cable,
Is it 4.4 or is
it's an XLR
Hi.
connector. But you honestly don't need it because that's a very sensitive headphone.
Okay.
You don't need to be driven very hard.
If that's the case, then I just use a connector.
And yeah, try the AWKTs again. It's still gonna be like upper mid range focused because it just naturally is. That's the tonality of it naturally. It's just not gonna be as harsh because it's I burn it in, right? So it's not gonna be as harsh as before, but it's still gonna be still upper mid range. It's still gonna be up there. Yeah. So you can't change a headphone's tonality by burning it in. You can just soften some of the stuff to make it less harsh. Yeah, this is your LCD2s?
Yeah.
This is a pretty heavy-duty case. The Pelican case?
That's a cool thing about all these back in the day. You get an option. So when you buy the headphone, you have a choice of choosing between a presentation box, like the ones we always get, like this one, or you can choose getting this box. And most people actually choose this box. Most people.
This is like something for like a military...
Exactly, it's military grade. I mean, so this is... I wish all these came in boxes like this. I can carry it around a lot more easily.
Oh, that's a bit too much for me. I don't think it needs to be in that heavy-duty box.
Well, it doesn't hurt, right? It never hurts.
Well, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't look as good though. That's the thing.
I'm totally fine.
That's more a rugged industrial looking.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. But if it's just for display, I prefer one of these better display boxes. Do you usually use balanced for that one?
No, I don't have a balance cable for this one yet.
Okay.
Because I normally.
Does it need to be driven hard?
Yes. So I think your adapt should be okay.
Okay.
Your adapt should be fine.
So okay. Using the single-ended. Okay, we'll just see. Oh yeah, I've already seen like it's not gonna be comfortable, but yeah.
It's not even comfortable. Where's your adapt?
Oh, there. Yeah, we're comparing this to two.
Do you have a 6.35 input for the adapt?
Yeah,
Okay.
of course.
Yes.
Well, 6.35.
6.35, yeah.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah.
No, I need an adapter for that.
Okay, you have an adapter?
Yeah, are you using it for the AWKTs?
Yeah, using the AWKT ones now. Do you have another one?
Oh, I think I have another one. Yeah. So many choices here.
I know.
I made sure these are all sold by Amazon, so it'll be easier to return. Because, you know, with third-party sellers, like, yeah, it could be. They might have a restocking fee or something. Why are you calling me now? Oh, you accidentally pressed that?
Probably.
We're right here beside each other, dude.
You're so surprised, man. Like, no one ever calls you.
No, like, we're sitting right beside each other.
It's like, my phone's ringing.
No, people don't call me Messenger that often.
Alright, let's get to this track.
Alright.
See, this is a useful thing about having a dongle nowadays, especially a neutral dongle like this. It's just so much more easier to test headphones out quickly.
Oh yeah, you need decent. You didn't bring your Arya 7s?
Oh yeah, I forgot to bring that today.
That one might have more power than the K5s.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah.
That's okay.
But it's fine, yeah, obviously for that one, it's fine. These look nice. These are really industrial looking. Oh, these are German too, I think.
Are they German?
Yeah, Newman's also German.
Cool.
Very industrial looking. I was like, yeah, this is very German industrial looking. Of course, it also has. Can we screw it?
Okay.
It's good.
First of all, I hear a little bit of static sometimes, but I don't know why. I'm not sure is it the cable problem or whatnot. Some weird static sometimes. But it sounds like, I think maybe it broke in a little bit, the sound.
Yeah.
But I think for me, it still sounds a little bit too tinny and high pitched. And the bass is a little bit lacking, in my opinion. It's actually, I think, less, in terms of bass quantity, it's a little bit less than even the HD800s. And the other thing is the bass is a little bit less impactful. So it doesn't really like hit you hard. Like HD800s, when you listen to some tracks, the quantity is not that much, but it'll actually hit you sometimes. This one actually doesn't even have that. The treble is, treble's a little bit. It's kind of like thin sounding. The mids are thin sounding, but also even a little bit veiled. a little bit.
Really?
Yeah, I find the detail in the mids are just like so-so. It felt like I was listening through a veil, and it was a little bit high-pitched, which is the same as last time, actually. So I'm not too sure what it is about these headphones. They actually sound a little bit kind of like the other Audio-Technicas right there, in a way. A little bit similar to that. Like, for some reason, just like the mid sounds kind of thin and kind of tinny. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think they're pretty detailed. It's just that it's very focused on the upper mid-range and the highs, whereas the lower mids and the bass is a bit lacking.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But it's focused more on the upper range.
Yeah.
Is what I noticed with that headphone.
Yeah.
I do think it has detail, but yeah, it's more focused on the upper.
It just sounds kind of, like, just by nature of the fact that it's kind of high pitched,
Yeah.
so it would make you think that it's got some detail, and it does. But at the same time, it just sounds a little bit. The mids just sound a little bit strange, a little bit distant, a little bit, and it's not exactly like the soundstage is huge. Like, it's got soundstage, but it's just the mids just sound thin, even like to my ears a little bit veiled, just a touch veiled, which is kind of strange. But yeah.
Try out Fostex.
Yeah, sure.
And this one has a balanced connector on it already. Yeah.
4.4, right?
Yep.
Did it come with one already?
It shipped it to me with a 4.4.
That cable's pretty nice.
Which is interesting because originally this does not come with a 4.4. Which means whoever sold me this, I think it was Goodwill, but Goodwill sold this to me with a 4.4 balanced. And that's an aftermarket thing.
Right.
It doesn't come with a 4.4. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, I'd be interested if you like these ones actually better. This is like $700 MSRP.
Yeah.
Compared to the $1,900 MSRP AWKT. So I would like, if you like this one better, then yeah. I'd be interested.
One sec here, let me get this right for you.
Good. Bit loose, that's the only thing I don't like about this one. Loose fit. Yeah, I think this was my favorite Fostex. I liked it better than their flagships, because their flagships are actually not neutral. It's very V-shaped. The TH900 and 909s. So, yeah, actually like 610 is probably my favorite. Haven't tried the 616s though. Looks interesting.
Okay, I think this is probably good for you. You have to try these.
Okay.
Just be careful.
Yeah.
They're literally brand new, so I want to use them barely.
You use your HD800 like 95% of the
Exactly.
time.
I've only used it for like 20 hours, maybe.
Okay. And I only ever use these headphones for a bit. Headphone bar. Let's see.
Yeah, and these are the pre-phasers. So the original pre-phasers before the actual phaser change.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's got the kind of like the darker, thicker sound signature.
I think it's dark even with the phasers though.
Oh yeah, but it's a little bit brighter with the phasers.
Yeah, I think either way. Yeah. I think that I might have tried the phaser one then at the headphone bar.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure because they don't make these anymore. Well, now they make these. They call it classic, and then the build quality thing's a little bit not as nice. There's no wood.
That one fits pretty loose on the head, by the way. That's the one thing I don't like about it.
The Fostex?
Yeah, the Fostex fit. The headband material is pretty thin. It's not like the most comfortable headphone, honestly, but yeah, it's more comfortable than these. But yeah,
Trying to figure out which is right, which is left.
it's not staying on the bottom. Well, no, it should stay on the side, maybe.
Oh, right.
Connectors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you sure you didn't get them mixed up, the connectors?
It came like this. I didn't even change them, so.
Okay, I'm pretty sure they're mixed up, but let me check.
What's the issue?
Hmm?
What's the issue with those?
Did you try these before? Have you tried them yet?
Not yet.
I think they're broken.
Really?
One ear cup has no sound.
Really? That sucks. Wait.
Yeah, give it a try. Did it come with any other cables?
Check. It's weird that it came with a balance though.
It doesn't take it. Only one cup has sound.
It only came with that one cable. It's weird. And Fostex uses proprietary.
That's the problem, because now you don't know if it's a cable or is it the headphone.
So it's like we can't even swap out. Well, that sucks.
Yeah, first of all, they plugged it in the wrong way. It's actually opposite, so actually they should be swapped, the two.
Works for me.
Yeah?
I mean, yeah, it comes out on both sides.
Comes on both sides? Is there something wrong with your dongle?
Yeah, both cups work for me.
How is there something wrong with your dongle?
Huh?
How is there something
Like,
wrong?
let me try with your Let me try. Play from your dongle.
Okay.
It works on my adapt, so. It's not coming out of the dongle now. Dongle's not even on. It's not even on. Here we go. Yeah, so it's turning on. It wasn't even on.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something wrong with the dongle.
Yeah, it's a dongle. Dude, this doesn't work here. It works with my dad.
Okay, so the dongle's at my
So there's an issue with that, I think. I don't know why. It's really weird.
That's strange. Maybe that's why I heard staticky stuff when I was listening to AWKT.
Strange.
Do you want to bring the X2 out somewhere?
Yeah, let's see. You can plug this. Can you plug this into the X2?
What, this one? Yeah, of course. It's got the 4.4.
No, your phone. I mean, are you playing music?
Oh yeah. Oh, you need the X2. Does it have a USB input, right? So do you have a USB whatever to a USB-C input?
So it needs a USB. Actually, uses USB. I don't have a USB-A input, but I just need a converter. Maybe that might work.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. I never tried it with the phone. That's the thing. That's weird. Stack. Something wrong? Oh, no. Oops.
Oh yeah.
That's odd.
It's weird. Here, let me try again. Let me just see if we reset everything and see.
Maybe I'll try a different cable. I'll swap the cable too.
Sure.
Because I remember last time you tried the K5 here and it was working, right?
Yeah, it was fine last time.
Yeah, that's weird.
Seems like it's not really connecting properly. Like I plug it in, it's not really registering.
Yeah, it could be the cable though. So let me see if I find a different cable. This one is super long, but try it. Okay, well at least it's not the headphone actually.
That's good. It's good to know.
The headphones actually is more expensive than the dongle.
That's
good.
Okay.
Working?
Much better.
Working? Okay, so it was the cable. It was the cable then. Which is good. The cable's the least expensive part.
So it's a cable, yeah.
That's the least expensive part, so that's good. That's easily replaced. All right. LCD2 is pretty nice.
I know, they are.
Um,
I mean, honestly, if you compare them to the Beyers don't really have anything on them. I mean,
well, it's interesting.
and have you noticed the mids are also more detailed too than the Beyers? Like it's a dark sounding, but the detail's all there.
They're both warm.
Exactly.
The mids are a bit more detailed on the LCD2s. The bass is way better on the LCD2s.
Of course.
And then there's one thing though, the LCD2, I mean the Beyers still have a little bit of a wider mid. Like the mid soundstage, just for the mid soundstage, it sounds still a little bit wider on the Beyers.
Oh yeah, well, because the thing is like the thing is the sound signature here. Let me just try to. So for the sound signature for the LCD2 is that what's interesting about them is that
although these have good mids, I think the mids are a bit better than
it's just across the board. It's a better headphone. Like in all honesty, like the thing is like the sound signature of the LCD2s is that it's kind of a little bit dark, but it's thick and it's rich. Although it's got a bit of that. It's almost like a Sennheiser 500 series veiled sound, but the details all there though. That's the thing. It's kind of like a dark veiled, but with all the details in there. Whereas the thing about the Beyers is that I wouldn't even really call it dark or whatever. It just doesn't have as much detail, but it's just more of a mid-forward, mid-centric thing that's warm, but also doesn't have much detail. This one is more of a dark, rich with the detail. And and then the bass is just amazing.
The Beyers is basically all mids. Like,
exactly.
I mean, it's like a little bit of sibilance and then all mids. Overall, the Audeze is a more technical headphone for sure.
And Audeze's bass is just amazing. So
the bass is really good on that.
Exactly.
Really
they have really good texture in the bass and everything. LCD3s I like even more, in my personal opinion. The LCD3s are kind of like this, but with more dynamics. And the mids and the treble are also more balanced now with the bass. So the LCD3s are actually kind of similar to that. It's similar to the Arya Stealth, but even more fun. So that's what the LCD3 is.
Okay. Yeah. That's also really expensive too.
It is. So the LCD3 is kind of, the LCD3s are kind of similar to the to the Arya Stealth, but the Arya Stealth is still more tuned towards like a neutral sound, whereas the LCD3 is just more bass, it's more fun, but still pretty balanced. Yeah. So imagine the Arya Stealth, but even more fun, and with the bass of the LCD2, and that's what you get with the LCD3. So, but it's a lot more expensive too. So.
And that's a pre-phaser one, so that's actually pretty cheap actually, because they sell the classic version cheaper.
Yeah, the new classics are cheaper nowadays. Yeah.
But the only thing is, I still don't like wearing this headphone. Every time I wear it, it's the clamping force on it. It feels like I'm squishing my head in.
Oh, it gets worse, and now we're in.
Yeah, exactly. So I can't imagine wearing that for more than just like
like that,
for a few songs.
Max is like maybe like for me, Max is like an hour.
That's the other thing. Like you can sound great, but like if you can't wear it for a long time, then that's an issue, right?
Yeah, that's why like this is something that you wouldn't want to wear for like gaming sessions, you know? Like that's impossible.
So that's ultimately like Whereas my Beyers like this, I can wear it all day, right? Because it's so comfortable.
But dude, there's a lot of headphones you can wear all day that's comfortable. I mean, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I also want to try your Sens though, because you said that also has a warm signature.
Yep, the Sens are different. The Sens, the 599 is a warm signature, but then the mids are more of a neutral tuning. It's got a lot of bass though.
Okay. And I think these the Sens are what, $200?
About $260, and then it's always on sale. So I got mine.
It's like $200 US, I think.
The MSRP Canadian is like $260. So
okay,
yeah,
so
about 200,
like, $200 US.
Yeah, that's the MSRP.
So then the Shures are probably around the same price.
Yeah. So these are the HD599s.
Okay.
Yeah. So about $200 US. Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. That puts it on the same price range as the 6XX, which is a really popular headphone. The Drop headphones. That's actually Drop's most popular model, the 6XS.
I haven't heard that one yet, unfortunately. So.
That's actually like the most recommended headphone in that price range.
Pretty cool to listen to, actually.
Yeah, I haven't heard the 6XX, only the 650s. I haven't heard the 600s either. So
I like the 600s more than the 650s personally, but it's actually they're both pretty good. But they're just kind of different. The 650s sound a bit more like the Audeze LCD2s in a way, just slightly not.
Oh, the LCD2s are more detailed.
Oh, exactly.
Than the 650s.
It's just not as good. It's just not as good. Yeah. But then their sound signature is more similar. The 600s are totally different. 600s are kind of like a bit more mid-forward and a bit more more detailed. The 600s. That's where the connector here.
Oh, see, you have it.
I have one. Yeah, I didn't even know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I need the adapter actually.
Do you need it?
Yeah, I don't have anything that has the 625.
Oh, okay, cool.
Of course.
Perfect.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, this is a open back.
Yep.
What do you think about the Fostex?
Oh, it's a good headphone. Now that I listened to it a second time, it's pretty bright.
Okay.
It's a really bright headphone. So almost it's pretty sibilant actually. And I'm not even the type of person that minds sibilance, but this one it's so bright that it's actually sibilant. But it sounds fuller than the AWKT though. In terms of like all across the board, it sounds a little bit fuller than the AWKT.
I remember this being mid forward, right?
The mid is very forward, but it's more of an upper mid. It's an upper mid.
So that's similar to the AWKT?
Yes, but then this is more dynamic. It sounds just more impactful than AWKT. And it's just very bright, sibilant. It sounds a little bit thicker though than the AWKT. Yeah, a bit more fuller, but while being sibilant.
Okay.
Yeah. But overall, it's very solid. But for me, maybe just a little bit too bright. A little bit too bright on the treble and upper mids. Besides that, everything is actually quite nice for this one.
Do you like it better than, actually, do you like it better than these guys here?
That's a funny thing. This Fostex is kind of like the inverse of the D7200. They're like totally carbon opposites.
Okay.
Yeah, but both are good in their own way.
Both similar wood, man.
Yeah, but their sound signatures.
They're both walnut.
Sound signature-wise, are totally opposite from each other. Whereas like the Fostex has more detail across the board. It's a more detailed headphone than that.
Yeah.
And the Fostex is much more treble heavy, and it's also more upper mid treble heavy. The bass is okay, but that one is bass heavy, warm sounding. It's got recessed trebles, and it's not like upper mids heavy.
Right.
So and it's a little bit less detail.
Yeah,
so they're totally opposite sounds. Yeah. So really can't really say which one's better. Yeah. They're kind of just opposite. If I had to pick, well, I would wish it would be like the Fostex, but a little bit less bright. Then that would have been perfect. The Fostex.
Because the Fostex are more detailed. So.
Yeah. But here's the thing though: the Sennheiser HD599 have you noticed from listening to it that does it sound a little bit more detailed than say the Denons, and then also maybe even the
Yes.
the
I was gonna say I would actually listen to this over the Darren Clark's actually.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the first thing I said last time. Remember?
Which and this is a great headphone for this price.
Exactly.
Range. So yeah, because yeah, this is a very good headphone for the price range.
And that's what I was talking about, you know, in terms of like nowadays the pricing strategy that I see from all these companies. Like I can actually get all.
And I think I like it a bit better than those Shures too.
Yep.
Because it's a little bit more fun than the Shures.
Because
I noticed this your Shures are you know it's a fairly like linear sounding headphone.
Yep.
This one seems to have a bit more dynamics in it. So.
Different. The Shures are more reference sounding. However, the Shure's bass is a totally different type of bass than this one. They both have a bass boost for both of them, but this one the bass boost is a bit more boomy, a little bit like that one.
Yeah, it's the mid bass. Right?
Exactly. Where just the overall boomy bass, and then whereas the Shure's is more of a bass where it's kind of like more textured and it goes a little bit deeper. More
well,
textured.
the sub bass, most people don't notice sub bass as much as mid bass. So if they're boosting mid bass, that's probably why people think this one has more quantity, bass quantity.
Yeah, it depends on what type of songs you listen to too. Like say if you're listening to like say certain like rock tracks where the bass guitar is really low, then it makes a difference. Whereas like some of the more pop songs, then it's more of an upper mid bass for the pop songs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Could be. I think it depends on the genre. I think more people probably notice mid bass a little bit more in general.
Well, of course, it's more noticeable.
Yeah.
So in general, but that's what I mean. Last time when we were listening to headphones, that's why I was saying that I see all these pricing of headphones and the technicals I think lacks detail, and that's why I was saying I can find headphones for $200, and I think for me I think it's better. Like this one, and then even the LCD2, which is obviously expensive, but this one's cheap, and I would take these over like a lot of the others.
Now the build quality is another thing. This is like plastic. So
but here's the thing, though.
That's the other thing.
Here's the thing, though. I have also the HD558s, which is the exact same build quality, and I've had that for over 12 years, and it's still perfect. Yeah, like 100% perfect.
Yep.
So like I think with Sennheiser,
it could be good quality plastic.
Exactly.
This doesn't feel as good in your hand.
I know.
That's the other thing.
But with Sennheiser though, I think even when they're plastic, I think they're pretty good build. Because even the HD800s is plastic. So
yeah, well, it depends type of not all plastic's the same.
Exactly.
Of course, this could be high quality plastic. It just doesn't feel as good to hold.
Exactly, and that's why last time I purposely mentioned this headphone.
Whereas like obviously the Denons feel like really quality to hold there.
But that's why last time I purposely mentioned this headphone to you because if you're looking for something that's a little bit bassy, fun, a little bit warm, this is it, and more detail. Yeah, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, and the mids are nice on this too.
Yeah.
The mids are pretty nice.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty surprised about these. These are good. I haven't tried these ones before. I actually might like these better than the 650s. I remember I didn't. The 650s are like actually more build sounding than these. Right.
I haven't tried everything.
Even though they're more expensive.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't tried. I haven't tried everything in the 500 and 600 ranges. I have tried I have the 558s. I have these ones, the 599s. I've tried the 598s. I've tried the 600s and the 650s a long time ago. And the 600s are actually quite nice too. I like the 600s as well.
The 600s seem to be more reference sounding.
Yeah.
This is not reference sounding, but like 600s seem to be more like neutral, flattish sounding.
Yeah. But what makes this one fun is that it's not reference sounding, but it's still like it's fun, but there's still good detail in it.
This fun and actually has more detail than 650s.
Exactly.
So and it's cheaper than 650s.
Exactly. So that makes this headphone actually pretty interesting.
So I actually like these better than the 650s.
Exactly.
Honestly, yeah. Now, but yeah, I need to listen to the 800s again though.
Oh, the HD800s?
Yeah.
Well, they're fabulous headphones. So I mean.
HD800S or 800S.
Both of them.
800, both of them.
Both of them are great.
Would be nice to listen, but yeah. Yeah. The Fostex would be really good if it wasn't. So yeah, I agree. It's sibilant.
Yeah.
And that's the weird thing. I didn't notice this before.
I didn't notice it either before. Yeah.
I wonder if it's just this pair of headphones or something. But it's.
Here's the thing, though.
It's very noticeable with this pair of headphones.
But here's the thing, though. When we first listened to it, like a long time ago, it wasn't with balanced cables, right?
It wasn't with balanced
exactly.
cables.
So
this only came with balanced cables.
It wasn't with balanced cables, and then I remember I was listening to it straight out of my quad.
I don't remember it being because I would have noticed something like this.
Yeah.
But now I can't really go through many songs because it sounds so sharp.
Exactly, me too. And the thing is, it definitely didn't sound like that before. But at the same time, I was listening it out of my quad DAC in my LG phone, and I wasn't using the dongle yet.
I'm using my DAP, and I still I feel it too. So
yeah, exactly. Well, the dongle is definitely more detailed than my quad DAC, but at the same time, yeah, it's quite sibilant.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just a pair of headphones or is it cables or something.
Who knows?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Too bad it didn't come with a regular.
It's very noticeable with his headphones.
Exactly.
And if it wasn't for that, it's a very good pair of headphones.
Exactly.
They're very detailed.
Everything else is fine.
It's it's just that it's sibilant, which that's unfortunate.
And I don't even normally mind a little bit sibilance. Like I said, I listen to HD800s. I don't mind bright.
I don't mind either.
Yeah, but this is just
almost, right? This is fine, but
this was just like sibilant, almost like every other line, Sometimes.
Yeah, this is like it's so noticeable with this.
Yeah.
And
which is strange. I didn't notice it with the previous pair that we tried. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the unit or the cables or what.
If we can find like a regular cable with it, then we can test it out again.
I know they don't have regular cables, and it's proprietary, so I gotta get it separately.
Yeah,
so.
okay. Or if it's not a cable, at least a connector maybe that can do like a 3.5 male and then to a 4.4. Neumanns?
Yeah.
Alright, let's listen to the great one.
Your favorite? H1000.
Out of here, yeah.
Well, overall, it'd just be below your HD100, right?
I would say this good pair of my HD800s are like roughly the same level.
It's a neck and neck?
Yeah, they're just kind of different, so it just depends on what you're looking for. Depends on what type of song you're listening to. What's wrong?
It's only coming out of one ear. I wonder if this cable. It sound out of one ear. Yeah, it doesn't sound out of this one. It's weird. This is literally brand new sealed. It's not even used.
That's weird.
What happened to German engineering, man? German engineering.
Is that working?
Yeah, it's literally brand new.
Oh, hey, my car needs fixing again, so yeah.
I thought this was German engineering, man.
Hey, like
ship
I said,
it brand new with a defective
you know
ear
how
cup?
often my car goes into the auto shop?
You ship it new with a defective ear cup? What the heck? No, I can't get it. Nothing.
That's weird.
Yeah, and I tried like pushing the cable as much as I could.
It only goes into one socket,
Yeah,
right?
it only goes into one socket.
Okay.
And I tried pushing it as much as I could, right? But
try again. I think it's okay.
Oh wait, it's better now. Okay.
I think you just didn't push it properly.
That's weird. Okay.
So it's not German engineering.
Well, it's
just not tone proof.
no, it's their cable connector is weird. Because like it was, if I had to pull it out and be inserted multiple times, then yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
Strange, the dongle's not working. What the hell?
Still sounds weird.
Still sounds weird?
I don't know, man. This is super weird sounding. It's like
The dongle's not really working.
it's not working.
Not working again.
So it just died?
Yeah, I think it just died, man.
Yeah, so it must be a dongle because three cables not working.
Yeah.
Come on.
It was really weird when I first used that because I was hearing like a scratchy sound, like static, and then yeah. Yeah, what the hell? And you barely use this.
I know, I barely used it.
You got this used, right?
Like kind of reverb.
There's a refurb. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder, man, about the refurbs.
Oh, it's the first time something like this has happened. So
Yeah, it's like completely.
so yeah, that's that sucks.
And who refurbed it? Was it File that refurbed it, or
It's maybe a reseller, I think.
a reseller refurbed it?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because like when I first used it with the AWKTs, it really kind of like, yeah, it was kind of jittery already.
Mm.
So yeah, that's why I noticed.
So I think it might have been like on the way to dying.
Yeah, I was thinking, what was this? If I just move a touch, and then I hear static and static and static.
Right.
And I was checking the
And
cable.
you
and everything.
didn't bring any of your dongles.
Oh, and I figured you had one already, and then yeah. It's okay. We
Okay.
can use. Is there a way to bring the X Duo out here? And then is there? A way
Yeah, just not sure how. I haven't tried it with the phone.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can bring it.
Do we have a cable that can work with the phone?
An adapter, I think.
Yep. You only have one DAB, right?
I only have one DAB. Yeah.
Okay. What the hell?
Okay. Try with the. Try this. I haven't tried it with the phone before, but let's see if this works.
Okay.
This will go to your phone.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah, this would be using this DAC, the AKG DAC.
Okay.
This would be okay.
Or I wonder, why don't you try testing the dongle out?
Well, it doesn't turn on, right?
Why don't you try? You have another phone, right? Try with your phone.
If it doesn't turn on, then it's obviously.
Try with your phone. Yeah, see and make sure if because just want to make sure it's not my USB for my phone.
So yours doesn't turn on when you use it? Mine's turning on here.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm wondering if it's my USB for my phone is busted.
Is your phone then?
Could be.
Could be. That's an old phone.
Okay, if that's the case.
Yeah, mine always turns on.
Okay, all right. So maybe it's my phone then.
Get a DAP, man. Time to get a DAP.
The thing is, can I even charge with this thing? Do you have a USB charger that I can give it a try?
Or this,
like a cable?
Use this one. That's also a charging cable.
Yeah, but then this is both USB-C. Because this part is not USB-C, right? This is USB-A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I should have. If it's your phone, it might not work with the external either.
Exactly, because it looks like nothing's happening.
It might not work with anything actually.
If that's the case, I'm worried if I can even charge it.
Yeah, just try using this one.
Thanks. Okay. Okay, it's charging, so that's good.
And then it just doesn't output?
Yeah. Strange. Maybe it's in the settings somewhere? Give these a try.
Those are really good.
I know, right?
For the price.
Yep, they're amazing for the price.
Yeah. I mean, it beats a lot of more expensive headphones.
Yeah, I kind of, yeah, so now you kind of see why like I'm missing these $1,000 headphones. I'm kind of like disappointed a little bit. I'm expecting a little bit more. Where's the dongle for the file?
Oh.
Thanks. Let's give it a try again. Okay, now it's working.
That's weird.
Yeah, for how long? We'll find out.
It's guitar cable?
Hmm? What?
Oh, I need an adapter. That's why.
Oh, you need an adapter?
Do you have the adapter for this one?
Can use
Yeah, here it is. Sure is.
Nice.
Try these, man. These are like the weirdest headphones. Everything sounds like it's underwater.
Really?
It's really weird. Try it.
They're underwater.
It does. Everything sounds like it's underwater. Just try it.
Okay.
Or that they they all the way across the hall or something.
Well, first off,
It's really weird. All these these studio headphones all have these coiled cables, huh? They all use these little coiled cables here. It's definitely a little bit more cheap feeling than the Neumanns.
Oh yeah, of course. It's all plastic.
Yeah.
You have to get the next level one where it's actually nice to nice
But
craftsmanship.
you said the highest one isn't actually reference.
It's not. Yeah, it's actually more bass.
So this is the highest level that's actually reference.
Exactly. This is actually the highest level that's actually made for monitoring.
Okay.
Yeah. Whereas the next one, you have actually carbon fiber and metal and and all that stuff.
Right.
But yeah, but this is like all plastic construction.
It's weird fit too. Yeah, try those out. It's really weird.
Okay. Let's try it out. It's garbage.
Super weird, right?
Is it some?
That's why I'm wondering. Is it defective or what's wrong with
it? Is it defective or like? Because I've never done like mixing in a studio, or is there?
Well, it can't because the Shures sound totally different.
Okay.
The Shures actually sound right, but these defective. That's what I'm wondering because there's no way like.
It's impossible.
How could it sound like that? Right? Everything's underwater.
It's not only that. It's so weird that the bass sounds like the bass is like this small little section in front of you. The bass is like right here. Normally the bass is like somewhere behind you, around. But the bass is like right here, right where the voice is. It's like
it's super weird.
It's messed up. Is it defective or is garbage? One or the other.
I don't know. Like there's no way this could be used for studio from reference. Like there's no way. Like that.
Let's put this back here. How's the Shure?
Shure's actually pretty good.
It should be. I mean, any indicator from the one that I have.
So the Shure's actually sound right. The Neumanns, I have no idea what's going on with these. Just super weird headphone. I've never heard a headphone that sounds like this. It's like everything's totally underwater, and definitely not for reference.
It actually sounds, honestly, it's like I'm not saying it's as bad as the AWKT. The AWKT actually sounds a little bit like that, but AWKT is way better, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, but actually that's
listenable. This is not even listenable.
Exactly.
This is just no. I can't even listen to these.
Yeah, exactly. It's a waste of time.
Yeah. The Shure's actually pretty good.
All right, let's try the Shure. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I listened to the 840 a long time ago, like 12 years ago, and the 840s was already really good. And then my 750 DJs, honestly, like in terms of pure technicality, competes with a lot of these $1,000 headphones already. Yep. So this is like double the price of my 750 DJ. So I'm pretty excited for this one.
The Shures are pretty good. Yeah, it's just the build quality is just there.
Yep. But then for this price,
Yeah, the price is good.
Yeah.
Actually, that wasn't too much. It was like 300 something. Yeah. Also, it's not that comfortable either.
Right. That's true.
I don't know what's going on with Neumann, dude. Weirdest headphone I ever listened to.
It's garbage, man.
It's the most expensive out of all these too. I don't know what they're doing. It'd be nice to get the Austrian Audios. That would be another one, but they're not sold from Amazon. But the Austrian Audios are like the high end AKGs.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Also for reference, let's try AKGs now. These have been around for a while, I believe. At least I think for probably like 10, 15 years. I remember hearing about these a long time ago. K12s, the K712 Pros. Slovakia. Interesting.
Yeah, pretty much what I expected.
Pretty good, right?
I expected these to be good. I mean, they have to be good. I mean, I heard the A40s back in the day, and that was really good. My 750s are really good for the price. This is double the price of my 750s. How can it not be good? Yeah, and I totally expected to like these more than the AWKTs.
Yep,
these are nicer than the AWKTs.
No, the interesting thing is, I want to see you compare that to this.
Sure.
I also think these are really nice too.
Not surprising too, because
these are pretty much up there with any of these.
I'm pretty sure
because AKGs.
Because I really like the K712 back in the day.
Yeah. So I'd be interested. I think these two, pretty close. Yeah.
I mean, this is a winner for the price.
This is too. The K12 Pros, they're like $200.
Mm-hmm.
So cheap.
Yeah, exactly.
These are also.
Yeah, and this one you can get for $200 too in the US.
Yeah, they're both around the same.
Yeah.
They're both cheap. The only thing is the build quality is obviously not up to some of these.
Yeah.
But the sound quality is.
Yeah, because these aren't made in Austria anymore, unfortunately. They used to be.
Yeah, they used. Now it's Austrian Audio making these. These are still made in Western countries, though. They're made in.
I don't think so, actually.
There, it says on the headband they're made in Slovakia.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Which is technically still Western country.
Just not Austria anymore. Okay.
No, it's not Austria. No.
Looks cool though. I like the retro look.
No, but yeah, sound quality wise, it's up there with any of these. Yeah, it's just the build quality is the only thing that you really notice.
How do you make this bigger? Yeah. Okay.
Is that the most it slides out?
So you just go like that.
I guess so.
You go like that.
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Cool.
Pretty good, right?
Can I try these really quick?
Yeah. I would like to hear like the difference. Both these are really good.
Yep. Oh, your tape.
Oops.
Yeah.
Okay. Both these are really good. So.
They're pretty good, but they sound very different from these though.
I think this one's a bit flatter. The AKG is a bit flatter.
This one is more reference. This one is more reference, and this one extends more on both ends.
This one seems to have more bass than the AKGs.
This one has more extension everywhere. So this has more extension all across the range, on the treble, which makes sense because this is purely for studio monitoring. So you have to be able to hear all the sounds. Otherwise, how can you like do your mixing if you can't even hear the bass? That one doesn't have the dynamics of this one.
Yep.
So that one is more of a warm sound, and it's a bit more of a mid-centric warm sound. That one. So the mid is very forward, a little bit warm. But this one, there's more texture and rumble in the bass, and also there's way more texture in the treble. The treble here is almost like HD800 type of treble. And then this one, the mids are also forward too, but they're not warm. Yeah. This has more detail though across the board.
Yep. Yeah. I just find that that one's more dynamic sounding than the AKGs.
Yeah. This is a warm sound. Not bad though. It's a good headphone, but it's more of a warm sound. Depends on what people want. This one doesn't have much soundstage though, but it's warm and not much dynamics. This one has dynamics and yeah.
But I think both of these can equal any of these in sound quality, right?
Well, yeah, take out the LCD2s and take out the two hi-fi meds. Yeah. Take out the LCD2, two hi-fi meds, and then yeah, it can equal anything else on the table, pretty much. The focals, though, technically are actually really good. Just that bass is too dumb for this one.
Right, the focals have a lot of detail.
Yeah.
For sure. And then that's the focal clearest then, if you want to have more balanced sounds like. Like these ones the best?
Out of the new ones, well, yeah, it's better than the new ones. I mean,
well, yeah, but I mean, compared to you like it better than AKGs?
I like both the AKGs and this one, but they're pretty much opposite sound signatures. This one is more detailed, dynamic, a bit more soundstage. It's more bright, more treble. That one is actually less dynamic, but more warm and mid-centric. But overall, if I had to pick one, I'd take this one because this one also still has more bass too. Than
overall, I think they're both fairly like reference actually.
They're quite only that's a lot more warm and less detailed, and that has a little bit less bass than this one. This one has more bass texture.
Yeah, but overall, I think the tuning is definitely more flatter. It's more neutral.
Yeah, it's flat. Yeah, both of these are flat. It's just this has more dynamics and more detail. And a bit more bass.
So I mean, they can be both used for monitoring. It's just
But if it's really monitoring, it would be this one because the thing is, because that one lacks the dynamics. So if I want to like make my mix and then I'm trying to like work on a treble and work on a bass, but if I can't hear it, then what can I do? Because this one is more dynamic, it extends more on either end. So you can actually, the bass actually goes down more than that one. That one, the bass just cuts off part way. It doesn't reach that low in this one.
Yeah, I noticed it's not that much bass.
So you won't be able to use it for like really, really mixing your stuff. Yeah. But they're both nice though. But that one's a winner.
I think both sound pretty good for the price.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well, this sounds better than pretty much anything here except for the LCD2s and two hi-fi mans. Yeah, I mean...
Actually, Fostex and the Focal are actually technically equal in detail.
I think so.
They're pretty good too.
Yeah, they're pretty close. Yeah, it's just they both have their own issues. You know, this one the bass is too crazy, this one's too sibilant. Whereas this one is just right.
Yep, Shure, there's no issues with the Shure.
Exactly.
Except for maybe build quality and comfort, but that's it.
But I've never had problems with Shure sound. Yeah.
The sound, just sound-wise,
yeah.
That's pretty much up there with any of these.
Yep, exactly. Because that's reference. That's up there with the expensive stuff. So.
You like it better than your DJs then? You can compare it with your DJs.
Totally different. They're totally different. In terms of really which has better sound, I would say technically this is probably the better sound. But then this one, the mids are more forward than my DJs. My DJs, the mids are also reference, but then my DJs, the mids are a little bit more recessed than this one. This one, the mids are very forward. Actually, this one, I'm not even sure should it be that forward, because the mids are very forward here.
I know, that's what I mean.
But it makes it fun too.
I don't think it's reference that the mids are that forward.
Yeah, I think I think the reference point is somewhere in between my DJs and this one.
That's where I found like the AKGs actually, because the mids are not forward on the AKGs.
But here's the thing though, like they're brand new. Like we don't even know if they need breaking in. So from what I can hear here, if this needs breaking in, this one, if it gets like more break-in, this might be really good because then the bass will open up more. It's going to sound warmer, and the treble is going to get more tame. If it does need breaking in, we're not sure. So this one with some breaking in, if it does actually open up and sound a bit warmer, this would be really nice.
Yeah, this one is more detailed, but like it has more bass. But I just feel like for actual like right now, this just seems mid forward right now, which to me is not a reference thing. You need it to be like more flatter, and then that's where the AKG I feel like is more flatter.
Well, yeah, but then the AKGs it doesn't extend either on the treble or on the bass. There's no extension there. The AKGs, the treble is actually a little bit recessed on the upper trebles, and then also the lower bass is also recessed too. Actually, it doesn't extend that low on the lower bass. So if you listen to the bass, it actually cuts off. Once you get the lower bass, it's not even there. It just cuts off. And then so it's not reference either. And then also it doesn't have the detail too of that. This one's more brighter. That one's more warmer and kind of just a lack of extension. They're both good. But if I had to pick, I would pick this one because I totally have no problems with 4 mids. Yeah, 4 mids are always a good thing.
Yeah, but if you're mixing and monitoring it, I don't think it should be forward. Nothing should be forward, actually.
Right. Yeah. No, I like it though overall. Even just for listening to music, I think it's great.
Oh, it's good.
It's great.
I mean, either of these are really good for the price. It's and the $599s as well. All of these compete with much more expensive stuff.
Exactly. If I had to choose, in this price range, the ones that I brought here, like say these three, right, including my 599s, I think I like these two the best.
Wait, so, just pick 5 headphones out of here. What's your top 5 out of here?
Is that including the hi-fi mans and the LCD2s?
Yes, include all the headphones here. What's your top 5?
Okay, well obviously the two hi-fi mans are up there. The Shure is right up there. Okay. And the LCD2s.
Okay.
And then now the last spot,
I
would say would be
All these other headphones have some issues.
Exactly, that's the thing. The last spot would be either that one or the 599s.
Okay, so the AKGs. Now, yeah, that would be interesting. So the AKG with the K12 Pros, 712 Pros versus the 599s.
Yeah, the 599s are more extended. They have more extension in sound than the AKGs, and it's more of a fun sound because the bass is a little bit stronger.
I think it's more comparable to the Shures.
The bass is actually bigger on the 599s than the Shures. And it's a warmer sound too. It is a much warmer sound and bigger bass.
Because they're both more dynamic sounding than the AKGs.
Exactly. So I think if I had to choose, I would take the 599s even over the AKGs just for fun. Okay. And then, so I think my favorites here would be the two hi-fi mans, the LCD2s, the Shure 940s, and the HD599s. These are probably the 5 best, I think. And then the two honorable mentions that has a lot of potential if it didn't have the problems was the Focals and the Fostex.
The Fostex, right?
Yeah, because both of these, if they actually, this one wasn't as sibilant and this one wasn't, like the bass was not so overbloated, both of these would have been right up there with any of these. Yeah. Unfortunately, both of them had those issues, unfortunately. But they had the potential. Yeah.
Too bad we don't have the 9200.
I know, that'd be interesting.
That'd be interesting. And the aux, I would say the aux is a bit of a disappointment, maybe for the price.
I think so. I think so.
They're really good looking though. Really nice looking. But
they're beautiful. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, but it's I agree. The MSRP is $1,900.
It's not worth it, man.
That's a disappointment.
Yeah, pretty big disappointment, unfortunately. The sound just seemed weird. See, the sound actually sounds like things are underwater too, but just not as bad as the Neumann. It has a little bit of that underwater sound, I find, when I listen to it. And it sounds tinny and a little bit underwater, but the Neumann is just like sounds like it's broken. It's totally different. But yeah.
Yeah, that's why like even this. I was listening to it for a bit. I'm not sure if I would like. That's why I was like, I was really trying to like it, but I honestly did not choose it to like it more than my other headphones. And I actually would go back to my other cheaper Audio-Technicas even, because at least this is more comfortable. Yeah, and I still get the extended highs from this.
Well, the thing is, neither of these Audio-Technicas are worth the price because if you think about it, if I'm going for those, I'll go for the Shure 940s, which blow them out of the water sound wise. I don't care if it's plastic; it's way cheaper and it blows them out of the water. So yeah, not even close, and it comes with a traveling case. Yeah, and I've always loved Shure sound. Anyways, I've never had a problem with any Shure headphones in the past. So yeah.
Hey, you're seeing Americans make something better than Japanese. That's rare.
Yeah, it is pretty rare. There's always anomalies in this world. So.
It's a rare thing from you to say.
Yep. But the D9200s would be interesting.
Yep, that one should be coming probably late next week. Man, after listening to all this, it makes me wonder what are we paying for?
Exactly.
For these more expensive
That was
ones?
what I was trying to talk about last time, remember? That's exactly what I was trying to say. I was trying to say, like, what I see in the industry now is with the whole audiophile thing, these companies, especially new ones coming in, they see there's money because audiophiles are willing to dish out a lot of money. So it's all about marketing and product placement.
And the thing is, you never see anyone talk about these ones anymore.
Exactly.
Because all about the new brands now,
Exactly.
which have, like, you know, well, people just assume, first of all, that expensive means better. So they just talk about the expensive ones.
Exactly.
So they don't even bother talking about these ones.
And that's what I was saying last time. It seems like these companies are just trying to see what they can get away with in terms of pricing. Whereas I find technically the stuff they're giving you, the drivers aren't even really that great. And when I'm listening back to my old stuff, I'm listening back to like my 599s, my Shure DJ750s lately, my HD25s, and all of those sound great, and all three of them sound better than half the stuff on the table here. HD25s too, were fantastic. And then, so it just lets you know that, you know, like, the way the industry is, the pricing is all whacked right now because of the whole enthusiast thing, and there's companies trying to cash in on them. And
in marketing and stuff, and even if they are better, they're not that much better. That's the thing.
And some of them aren't even better. That's the problem.
Yeah, some of them are better, and even if they are better, it's not like a huge margin.
Yeah, exactly. Or they might not even be better. Maybe they're just the same level. You know, So,
but except the price is like, you know, way more. It's
exactly.
like multiple times more. So.
Yep. So a lot of these old guards that you actually see, the Shures, the Sennheisers, and the AKGs, you know, like they're all solid. Like they're quality.
And all actually were used by professionals, like actual professionals, not just audiophiles.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And that's where like the Sens, the 800, the HD800s are very good headphone. Like that's made by a reputable company, and that was really done really well. The HD800s, like really well. And then, but yeah.
But it goes to show, right? Some new companies, they might have like nice, fancy drivers or something, but then it all goes back. Some of the old companies just have way more experience.
Yep.
In the field, they have like industry experience, right?
Exactly.
They used in mixing studios and stuff. So yeah. But then again, the audiophiles, they prefer something that's not reference anyway. So these are all tuned very differently.
The thing is, I'm not even looking just for reference. I'm looking for like the technicals in terms of, you know, the detail retrieval, the dynamics, the extension. You don't have to be even a reference tuning for me. And that's where I find some of these expensive ones here.
Like this is not reference, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's not reference, but it's got the technicals too. You know, it's got the detail. The bass is technically a really great bass for that one. You know, and then, but then like some of the other stuff, like, you know, like the 7200s or Dan Clark's and even the AWKT, I find technically there's issues. You know, I don't find they're that great technically, and that's where the problem is. Like for the price especially. And then, regardless of sound signature. And then,
and not even paying near full price for them. These are like MSRP. Would never pay full MSRP for these.
Exactly.
Right. And we got them at a huge discount, right? Too.
Yep.
Like, even at that price, it's very expensive. But I would never pay MSRP for these. Hey, try these again. I replugged the cables in, it sounds better now.
Okay, give me 1 second.
It sounds like normal now.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yeah, I think it was just the cables was like not plugged in properly or something.
Cool.
Alright. Yeah, try these again. These can sound quite a bit better now.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it wasn't plugged in properly.
Cool. Interesting. Wow, these fold up too.
That's cool.
They sound a little bit better, but they just still don't sound very good. They sound a little bit better maybe, but they still don't sound very good though.
Yeah. They're not underwater anymore.
Still a little bit. Yeah, still sounds a little bit underwater, a little bit tinny, and also a little bit underwater. Kind of strange. Everything just sounds small. All small and kind of like in the middle. Yeah, so it still sounds really, not great. Yeah, so definitely this one not that good.
There's a lot of bass on this one. Actually, don't mind this. They have like kind of a bass push though.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Not my thing.
Okay. I should have known.
Let's try these again.
You hate those.
Yes, I know. Is the mouse cable?
Yeah. Give them a lot of power though. They're 600 ohms, so they need a lot of power.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Cool. Careful. I thought it was gonna fall.
Oh.
Oh. Oh no.
I know price definitely doesn't equal sound quality.
Nope.
It's all over the place with these guys.
Exactly. It's completely over.
All over the place.
Yeah, like legit upper level sound quality is you know, the two hi-fi mans, the Shure 940s, the LCD2s, and these are technically really good quality too. If they would just fix the sound signature. So.
Yeah. I think the only ones I'm legit curious now, well, after getting 9200s, are the HE1000 SCs and the Dan Clark E3s. Those are probably the two that I'm most.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But everything else, I think I've tried most everything else.
I think so.
So. Yeah, try the Denons again.
Nice build quality, though.
Oh yeah, and it looks really nice too.
It's really nice build quality.
Nice like stitched leather and everything.
Yep.
The funny thing is, I think these are like the Denons, but a little bit worse in everywhere. Because at least this one actually has the bass pushed up. And I don't know why they call it studio headphone. This can't be a studio headphone.
It can't be.
It's got way too much bass in it. Even I connected it properly now, right?
And the imaging is weird for that one too.
Yeah, like you said, the bass is like right in front of you, right?
Exactly, it's weird.
Yeah, so and the bass is really pushed up. So I don't know how this could be a studio headphone. Yeah. And that bass is not as good quality as. Well, as either that one or the Denons.
Yeah. And now that I was listening though, I think the D7200s and the Sennheiser 599s are pretty similar in terms of level, in terms of quality, in terms of sound quality. Pretty similar.
So then that means this is not as veiled as you think, right?
I think that yeah. Well, I never thought it was veiled. I just thought it lacked a little bit of detail.
Okay.
Yeah, but then what I mean by I think it lacks a little bit of detail, I mean in terms of the price range that we're paying. Like for $1,000, I think it should be more detailed than that. Because in terms of detail, I think that one and the Sen here is actually pretty close. Like there's not much of a difference. And I think in terms of sound signature, they're pretty close too. They both have that bassy, warm sound. But the problem here is that the Sennheiser is way cheaper, like way cheaper. You know, MSRP wise, you know, we're talking about like 1/5 the price, MSRP, and that's where the problem is, right? And then, and same with the Beyers as well. Yeah, so like the Sennheiser sounds actually sounds pretty close in all of these. Like the three of these actually sound pretty close, but just this is 1/5 the price.
Yeah, so I think it seems to me what you're paying for is just the appearance and the build quality then.
And also just like I said, these companies trying to see what they can get away with, you know, in terms of pricing. Of course, they're going to see if they can make more money. So you know.
The Japanese companies maybe less so, but probably it's this aesthetics and the build quality. I think is probably what you're paying for.
Well, it's not going to be everything there, but then definitely it's going to be a bit more expensive because of the build quality. But it's still not going to be 5 times the price. Yeah, so.
Yeah, well, that's with everything, right? It's diminishing returns.
Yeah.
So everything's you're not getting what you're. Yeah, it's just for the marginal improvement.
Yeah. So. Hey, any chance we can set up the X Dual again, like right there?
Yeah. It's actually still plugged in, so
cool.
You just have to plug in your phone to it.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna use it in a second. This for a while.
Oh yeah, what's also cool about the Shure is that they fold up.
Yep. Yep.
So it's very like compact.
Exactly.
They fold up like this. That's really cool.
Yeah, it comes with
take them traveling too.
It comes with a nice traveling case. I think it comes with extra pads too. There's extra ear pads in there. Underneath.
These?
Yeah, maybe. That compartment there, there would be extra ear pads.
Yeah, they are extra ear pads.
Yeah,
yep.
exactly.
Yeah, extra pads.
Exactly. I mean, come on, man. That sound quality, they give you so much stuff.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, because the 1540s also give you extra ear pads.
Oh yeah. So you can tune them with the ear pads too, I think.
Now it'd be interesting to see what the 1540 sounds like too, because flat out just the sound quality is good for sure. So imagine the 1540s with a bit more bass and a fun sound. That'll be interesting too. And this better build quality. It's got carbon fiber and metal and everything. And
yep.
I think he's got leather as well. So yeah.
Yep. So that could be you know, just this one is more reference, but like
exactly.
That one could be better just for listening to music.
Yep. But yeah, the Shure 940s, try to break them in. And because I'm wondering, because if that sound warms up a bit, like less bright, and if the bass opens up even just a little bit more, if the bass opens up even just a little bit more, that sure would be so good. If the bass even opens just a touch more, a few percent more, just like 2-3% more, that would be like really amazing.
I'm curious about the 1540s.
Yeah. I've never heard a bad Shure anyway, so I don't know. Because they punch so high above their class compared to all the other headphones nowadays for price. So that'd be for quality, for sound quality. Anyways.
Yeah. These AKGs are they're pretty top of the line, but they have like a really expensive one, like $1,800 one. But yeah, this is like that's probably the top of the line for most people. Man, the 1840s, they're just $200 on eBay.
Really? That's.
I mean, they retail for $500, but you can find it for like brand new, like $200 on eBay.
It's because they're not even popular. Shure's not even popular now. I mean, enthusiasts, right? So.
Which is crazy.
That would be worth it. That'd be interesting.
They're very definitely cheaper than the 1540s online.
Wow.
Yeah. I wonder if burning these in more would help with the sibilance.
And what? Oh, burning them in?
Yeah, I wonder.
Give it a try.
Because I actually really like these headphones.
I like the sound and everything, man.
Yeah, it's really detailed.
And it didn't sound like that before, so
it's really detailed. It's just the sibilance is the only thing. Yep. But these are really nice headphones though. So I wonder if I can fix that with burning it in.
Yeah, cables do sound a little bit different.
I think the Fostex, I just like it overall better than the AWKTs.
Oh yeah, I think so.
Which is funny because it's way cheaper.
It is better.
It
is better.
It's just like
no, the AWKTs they sound like thin and
yeah.
tinny.
It's funny because across the board these are just better.
Yeah, they're just better because like they have the clarity and everything, but they also sound more full and you know and less like thin and narrow and everything.
Yeah.
And the bass is better too and everything. It's just a lot better. It's just there's a lot of sibilance for some reason for this pair. So I don't know. Yeah.
I would try either bringing it in or changing out the cables.
Yeah. If the sibilance is down, that's a winner.
Yeah, because like that's the only thing I really like these headphones other than that.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah. What was the closed backs you would pick out of here?
Okay, the closed backs that we have here are the Dan Clarks, the Denons, and the Focals, right?
And well, Audio-Technicas.
And the Audio-Technica.
And then the ones that we just and the WQTs, the Fostex, and then these ones.
Okay, well, the overall best if out of all of these closed backs.
If I can fix this.
If you can fix this, okay. If you can fix the sibilance, then it'll be the Shures and the Fostex are the two best.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can fix the sibilance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shures and Fostex.
Yeah.
The Shures are just like a little bit uncomfortable though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But then but anyways, if you can fix the sibilance,
it's almost like on ears.
Yeah.
So for those ones.
Anyways, you fix sibilance. Those are the two best.
Yeah.
The Shure 940s and the Fostex by far.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I find the Audio-Technicas to me were were pretty disappointing. Yeah, and then the Denon is okay, but then just for that price, for that sound, I think it's just pretty much the same level as my HD599s. Yeah, so which hopefully the 9200 would be really nice. That'd be
or
really
if you can EQ the bass out of the bookhouse.
Oh man, that'd be a tall order, man, because that bass is just ridiculous on there.
You're not going to use the X2?
Hmm?
Yeah, I set this up. It's on.
Yep, in a sec. I'm testing out the two cables, see if they sound different.
Okay.
Because I think they do. Yeah, just like what I heard at home. But the difference is bigger at home though.
Hmm.
The cables are pretty close, but I do think they sound a little bit different from each other. Just a touch though. It depends on the song. Some songs is not as noticeable. I think mine sounds a little bit more high pitched, just a touch more high pitched. Whereas your cable sounds a little bit more like it's a touch more low end, and it's a touch less high pitched. So it's actually very similar to the thing that I got from when I compared it at home. But the difference is actually bigger when I compared it at home. So yeah.
You might get the 1840s because they're just $200.
It's $200, man.
That's a huge discount.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, is it brand new?
Yep.
Wow. Where, on eBay?
Yep.
Wow.
Apparently they're one of the most neutral headphones. Like second only to the HD650s. So that's what I read. If you look at the charts, yeah.
Okay, so really neutral open back.
Very neutral open back.
Cool.
Hopefully it has more detail than the HD650 though.
Well, honestly, like so far the Shures all have pretty good details, so I mean.
Yep, so far they do. So it might look them better. And it's also cheaper than the 650s.
Yep, that'll be interesting. That'll be really interesting.
Yep. No, don't have the 650s though. A lot of these headphones, just buy just to try and then return them if I don't like it.
Yep, exactly.
Definitely Audio-Technica is the most disappointing.
I think so. Yeah.
And then the Neumanns, you would think, would be at least reference sounding.
Nah.
You know? Yeah. From a company that's so well known for their microphones too.
Yeah.
You'd think, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's not like even if like the sound quality is like it's okay, but like
it still sounds like it's underwater, and then the bass is like everything is shrunk so small.
It's just that there's so much the bass is pushed up for some reason.
It's because everything shrunk so small. Everything shrunk so small, and that's why the bass is like in front of you now. It's not like around you.
I don't like the bass is pushed up a lot on that. Shouldn't be. Yep. I think those are in the Beyers, I guess, but like those are probably the three like. On worst value here.
Yeah, I think so. And then,
Been testing these mic preamps here.
Oh yeah.
For hooking up to the karaoke thing. So I have some studio monitors hooked up to here. There's a PreSonus Veris.
Cool.
Studio monitors, so I can use them for karaoke.
Cool. Next party, man. Next party we'll sing. Okay, let's plug this in. See if this works. But yeah, you can tell when you plug in the 4.4, it's not very smooth.
Not smooth, but it still works. I mean, there wasn't any sound issues with it though.
Let me test it out again. I remember there was something wrong with it.
Yeah, I didn't see any sound issues with it. So this sounds okay, right?
Yeah, actually, it seems okay now.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah,
I didn't hear it. I didn't see anything weird about that.
When I was at my place and I was listening to it,
Yeah.
the plugin definitely wasn't smooth for sure. But the biggest thing was when I tried to listen to it, it sounded a little messed up, like a little bit underwater.
Yeah, I didn't see any difference. So. To me, it sounded the same.
Okay, yeah, it sounds okay this time.
Yeah.
So it's weird. Okay, that's good. But but yeah, definitely a step up in DAC is gonna really help those, like big time.
But maybe I should use the DAC here and just use the power from that.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe like a flagship AKM or a Hi-Fi Man one. But then supposedly the Hi-Fi Man one, they said the Serenade does sound the best out of all of them. So the 600 model and the Serenade, they both use the Pro R2R DAC, whereas the 400 doesn't.
Yeah, well, it makes sense for Hifiman stuff to sound the best through Hifiman amplifiers, right?
Yeah.
And DACs.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Just wash my hands.
So I'm trying to decide my top 5 headphones from here.
Mhm.
So so I can go over like, okay, so overall, just going to each one. So AKGs, this one is a little bit too flat sounding for me. It doesn't sound special enough, or like it just doesn't sound special enough in any way. So probably not keep this one. The Shures are interesting. Definitely for the price is really good. I'm curious though. The one I'm getting might be better than this, so I might keep. So if that's the case, then I'll just keep the newer one. So we'll see. The Sennheiser HD599s. I just think the Fostex is just better than this one. So I mean, they're like almost similar, but just I like maybe this one has like a little bit more bass, but I just like the Fostex better.
If the Fostex that we contain that sibilance, it's a better headphone.
So that's the interesting thing. So the Fostex one, my DAP actually has a sibilance control, so I can actually tune down the sibilance a little bit.
Okay.
When I do that, it's okay. It's still like a little bit sibilant, but it's better now. So these ones I'm definitely keeping.
Okay.
The TH610s. The Neumanns are just too bassy. It's almost like the full cal Radiance without the detail of the full cal Radiance. So why would I keep these, right? The AWKTs. Again, it doesn't do enough for me to justify the price. I might as well just sell and get my money back. I should get more than my money back, right? I can sell these for a lot more than what I paid for it. So, yeah. The T1s, it's interesting. So this one is like a very specialized headphone, but I think the thing I liked about it, the mids, the Fostex can do, and so the Fostex can also do other things better than the T1s. Just that this one, the mids have a little bit more warmth and a little bit more soundstage. That's the only thing this has over the Fostex, though. So, but I mean, if you were to pick one, I'll pick the Fostex over that.
Of course.
The Audio-Technica is interesting. These are really comfortable, easy to drive headphones. I might keep these around if I just don't have anything like. If I just want to keep an extra headphone around, I might.
That's pretty expensive. Keep an extra headphone around.
I might just. I didn't pay like full price or anything. I'm okay. So like I don't mind keeping these around. Dan Clark's. Again, I think if I get the better Shures, it might be just better than the Dan Clark's. Right. So I probably wouldn't keep these around unless I really needed a very balanced close back. But they're very comfortable, so that's another good thing. The Denos are interesting. I think I might keep these around for now. I do like the sound signature is just quite different from any of these because of the extra mid bass and stuff that these don't really have. And the bass is actually detailed on like the Neumanns. So this one, if I get a 9200, I might like it better than this. So then I might, I'll just keep the 9200 and then this one sell. Obviously, I'm keeping the HE1000s, and then full cal Radiance. Yeah, again. Too much bass on this one. I do like the detail, but I like the Denon's bass better than this one. The LCD2s, it's a good headphone. I just can't stand the comfort level on that one. It just feels like I'm clamping down on my head. So if I can't keep it on for long, I don't want to keep that one. And Arya's is interesting. I can keep the Aryas, but it's like if I have to just stick with one hi-fi man, it'd probably be this one.
Yeah, but
this is a better all-rounder.
But in my opinion, though, it's not even a matter about keeping one hi-fi man. It's a matter of if you're going to keep one headphone around, you of course would keep the Arya around instead of the Audio-Technica.
They're different. This is a closed back. This is also a bit easier to drive.
Just the sound quality is way above that. I mean...
different though. I wouldn't take the Arya's high end over this high end. The Arya has better other ways, right? The soundstage, the mids, and the lows. But they're not exactly comparable. They're pretty different.
But I would take everything almost everything from the Arya.
Yeah, so they're pretty different. This is a closed back, so yeah, they're different. I might keep the Aryas around, but if I were to select one Hifiman, and then I'll take the HE1000s over it. Yeah, the Aryas are more fun, but then it's fun because it has a little bit more bass, I think. And if I wanted more bass, then I have D9200s. I might like over the Aryas actually, so that'd be interesting. Because if I wanted to have more fun headphone, this one, yes, it's so this one's actually it's probably like the Aryas, right, in terms of the fun. Except this one actually even has I like the bass on this one even better than the Aryas, so I keep this one for now. It's a closed back, but yeah, the D9200s might take over this and the Aryas. So yeah, I
think this one is.
But yeah, for now, if I don't have the D9200s yet, this one is just kind of unique.
Yeah.
So it's just a fun close back, probably the most fun close back out of all of these.
Yeah. The funny thing is just the Aryas are your second best headphone here, pretty much, out of everything you own.
Technically, yeah, but I don't always just go on technicals, so yeah.
Just a bit of a shame. And then I would say, okay, we include the ones I
I'm
brought.
not ashamed to have the HE1000s here.
Of course. Well, yeah, if we include all the ones like the ones that I brought too, then yeah, like I mean the best ones obviously HE1000, and then Arya Stealth, and then after that I would say that the Fostex and the Shure 940s are both really good.
Yeah. Well, where would you say the Fostex versus the LCD2s then for you?
Oh, right, sorry, the LCD2 is
the
up there
LCD2,
too.
right.
Yeah, LCD is up there too. So then I think the best 5 is pretty much those ones. HE1000s, the Arya Stealth, the LCD2s, the Fostex, and the Shure 940s.
Yeah.
These are the 5 best headphones here.
Yeah. So of course I have newer Shures, higher Shures, and the 9200s coming in. So you might like those as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting, and also it'll be interesting to see if those Shures actually break in even a little bit more.
Yeah,
And,
I know for sure the ones I'm not keeping is the AKGs I'm sending back, the Neumanns I'm sending back,
Oh yeah.
the AWKTs I'm selling, Focal Radiance I'm selling, and probably the Dan Clarkson T1s as well.
Yeah, I think so.
So yeah,
I think so.
yeah. So those are the ones I pretty much know. Yeah, the Denon's like once the 9200 comes in, that'll probably take over the 7200s. For now, I'll probably keep the 7200s. It's just kind of a unique, fun sounding close back. Yeah. And yeah, it's not that veiled. I mean, we're just like collecting relatively, right? Like even the Dan Clark Aeon 2s, I listen to it. It's like it's only because we listen to these more detailed headphones. But it's like the difference is like maybe like 10% or something like that, 15%. It's not like a huge difference for me, anyways.
Yeah, I think the problem is like I don't think the 7200 is actually a veiled sound. It's just it's not veiled. It's just that it's not the most detailed for that price. Price.
Right.
Yeah. In terms of detail level, it's probably about the same as my Sennheiser HD599.
Right. Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
It's just pretty good.
It's just
right.
that one's just 1/5 the price. That's the only thing. So.
Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, I have it. And I don't mind. I didn't really pay MSRP for it,
Right.
so yeah, I would not pay MSRP for it. But yeah, got it like 50% off.
All right, let's try the Arya.
But yeah, the Fostex after like taming the sibilance down with my DAC, because this R2R DAC I can change everything. I can change the warmness. I can change. There's even a setting for female vocals. Like I can change a lot of stuff with this. So I can tone down the sibilance a bit. Yeah, these are really good. Yeah, which is funny because at the time I remember I was choosing between the Dan Clarks and the TH610s, and I was like, Dan Clarks are more balanced sounding, but the mid range on here. I wasn't thinking about the detail maybe, but these ones definitely more detailed than
I was
Dan Clarks.
surprised you actually got rid of the Fostex.
No, these ones, like, now that I'm comparing it, I was like, yeah, these ones are way more detailed than the Dan Clarks.
Of course. I liked those the first time I listened to them, like, way back. I was kind of surprised how all of these
I just didn't realize it was, like, that big of a difference.
Really?
Because these are around the same price range.
Either way.
These two are around, actually, this is more expensive, technically. This is $900.
Either way, that time when I auditioned all those headphones that you had, my favorite was probably that Fostex. So I was kind of surprised that was the first one, well, that was one that you got rid of. And then, but yeah.
Yep, we got it back though, thankfully.
Yep, that's a pretty good one.
Yep.
Alright, let's try this. Is it still recording?
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm not going to post everything.
See, like, why I'm always trying the Arya is also because I'm still thinking, do I want to get an Arya in the future?
What do you think about Arya versus LCD2?
I don't know. I'm gonna say LCD2 now. The same track.
Because that's an interesting comparison, actually. Yep. Hey, can you help me out with something? So this is a universal audio.
Yep.
It's an interface.
Okay.
So they put kind of a setting on this to color the color the signal a bit. They call it the vintage setting. And apparently it's supposed to it's based on whether like old school tube preamps.
Okay.
So I wonder if you can tell the difference when I
Sure.
when I use it.
Okay.
See if there is a difference or not.
Okay, sure.
So yeah, so this using my monitor, it's like low, 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 low. There we go. Low, 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 low. Oops. Okay. Yeah. So well, you can sing something too. 从哪里起飞，从哪里降落，所以爱错。This is a
That's the regular, right?
regular and then vintage on.
我从哪里起飞，从哪里降落，所以爱错。
So
It sounds about the same, except for you have a little bit of reverb for the second one.
it shouldn't be reverb though. It's just yeah. You try singing. Try it.
I'll try to.
So this is a regular, no vintage. Yeah.
This is which one? Normal?
Normal, yeah.
Normal? Okay.
Normal, no vintage setting.
Okay.
Try singing something. It's a cappella.
Jimmy's shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, Mama, I've gotta try. Don't you know that all my heroes died? And I guess I'd rather die than to fade away.
Okay, now I'm gonna put the vintage on. We'll try it again.
Jimmy's shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, Mama, I've gotta try. Don't you know that all my heroes died? And I guess I'd rather die than to fade away.
Do you hear a difference?
I hear a difference, but I don't know if you would call it like warmer or anything. It just sounds a bit different.
Well, what's the difference?
The first one sounds a bit more like normal, natural. The second one sounds kind of boxy with a little bit of a small echo effect. Like a halo. It's got like a halo effect around the sound. Yeah, but the timbre doesn't seem changed too much though. It's just this halo, this halo, like kind of like a small vibration echo effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you go back to the first one again?
Yeah.
Jimmy's shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, Mama, I've gotta try. Don't you know that all my heroes died? And I guess I'd rather die than to fade away.
Do you think the second one seems to have a little bit more gain? Can you try it again?
Jimmy's shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, Mama, I've gotta try. Don't you know that all my heroes died? And I guess I'd rather die than to fade away.
The second one seems to have a little bit more.
Maybe,
gain,
but then I also hear a bit more distortion in the second one.
But that's also because it's probably more gainy.
Exactly. So I hear a bit of distortion once I start going up.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're both okay. I mean, but just the difference is very minimal.
Yeah, that's why I was like, what is the difference?
Very minimal. It's just I hear a bit more distortion in the second one, and that's probably the halo thing I was talking about.
Cool.
Yeah.
This is like one of their selling points, because this company, Universal Audio, they're well known for making like studio compressors and stuff. And like way back, like they're pretty famous, like, you know, for recording tons of like, you know, famous musicians back in the day.
Can you raise the gain on this thing?
Already it's on this setting has a lot, but I can raise, if I turn it off, then I can increase it a little bit more.
Okay, because it seems like the gain wasn't quite enough.
For the original setting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even the second one was just so-so.
The second one's already starting to distort a bit, though.
Okay. It is, but then the thing is, the best is if it's got the gain but no distortion. So I think it's just the natural gain of this isn't very high, so it's reached its limit already of its capability. Yeah. So I think it's just not that powerful, probably.
Play around with this.
Yeah. Because like the really good ones, like you can just sing like lightly, it's effortless, and then, you know, it was just gonna get expanded, the sound. But this one, I literally have to like sing at my peak to kind of even like get it going. So.
Yeah. So all these are like around $200, so they're not like too expensive or anything.
Yeah.
But just wanted to compare them. Right. I have this other one here as well, and I have to like kind of raise the gain on all of these.
Cool. Is the gain higher now?
I can raise I raise the volume a little bit higher. I can raise the gain a little bit higher. Yeah.
Or the volume, either way. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is with the gain, it's gonna distort if I raise it too high, so I'll raise the volume more.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try it.
Jimmy Shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, "Mama, I've gotta try. Don't you know that all my heroes died? And I guess I'd rather die than to fade away."
How about echo effect? Can we add a little bit of echo effect to it?
So it doesn't come in naturally with anything, but you said the second setting has a little bit of echo?
Okay, so no natural echo effect, right?
Yeah.
Jimmy Shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly.
No, not really. I think it was just that distortion that I heard, actually.
Okay. Yeah, you can add from here, but...
Okay. I think the first setting was better than the second one.
First one's more natural?
Yeah.
Yeah, the second one is supposed to be based on one of their vintage tube preamps or something.
I see. Less distortion. The second one has more distortion.
That could be the case if they're basing on a tube preamp. So...
Jimmy Shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, "Mama, I've gotta try. Don't you know that all my heroes died? And I guess I'd rather die than to fade away."
Okay. It's alright. It's alright.
The more expensive version of this comes with a compressor as well.
Yeah,
and it's based on their famous compressor that they use in the studio.
It could be better though. At my house, I have like a karaoke mixer, and like if the gain and the volume, well, the volume anyways, or I'm not same thing, gain and volume, and I can like raise it up to a point where like when I sing, I don't have to like it's a lot louder when I sing through it. Yeah, this one pretty much it's only a bit louder than my own actual voice in the room. Like listen to me sing right now. Jimmy Shoes, he busted both his legs, trying to learn to fly. From a second-story window, he just jumped and closed his eyes. His mama said he was crazy. He said, "Mama, I've gotta try." It's like the same thing, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. And I was using the same like level of singing, like the volume. So I think it actually, the volume and the gain here is actually not that strong for this thing. So you can easily go a couple of tiers above this, like to get that real karaoke effect.
Yeah. Could be the mic is also not as sensitive too.
Oh, it could be too. It could be one of these two.
This is a fairly cheap mic. It's not the SM50. The SM50 is of course the famous.
Yep.
Right? Step up from this is the 48.
Yep. So. Well, next time if you want to test, I can bring my Beta 58 over and try.
Yeah, but cool. Yes, we'll test that one.
Cool.
Yeah, now I have studio monitors. This is actually, but should be better than use my guitar amp.
Yes, but you gotta be careful though, because when you use these type of studio monitors or any type of home theater speakers, consumer speakers, studio speakers, if you use them with these microphones, you can actually blow out the speakers very easily, because they're not built for karaoke. They're not built for this. Because the reason is because this type of sound is a raw signal that goes in, so there's no limit to like the peak when it peaks, and then that's actually what causes speakers to break. So this stuff is actually made for like if you're playing like a CD album, TV stuff. That sound is already processed, so it's not going to suddenly just spike like these ones. Yeah, the microphone stuff, they can spike, and that can blow out speakers.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of getting the upper higher model has a compressor. If it has a compressor, then it's going to limit the amount it can spike.
Okay,
So,
I see.
yeah.
Well, the key is normally when you sing karaoke, you should be using speakers that are like the PA speakers, like the ones you can buy at like the professional music store, like Tom Lee and everything. And then so those are actually like the PA announcement speakers, and then they have their own like amp built in already.
Right.
Yeah, so those ones, they're built for actually using like microphones and stuff, like raw sound to go in, so like they don't really break. Yeah, so that's the biggest difference. Because with my buddy, he had like these like $4,000 pair of speakers, and he used them for karaoke. It sounded great, but then within about maybe a few weeks, they died, the drivers. So yeah, and then so after that, he had to get it repaired.
Yeah, I can use either a mixer or I can get the higher end model that has a compressor built in. Of course, a mixer you can also compress it.
Yeah, maybe. But then we were already using it. He was using a mixer already when he was singing through.
Okay.
Yeah. So just be careful with that. Yeah. So that's why like when you go to like professional karaoke places, like the actual stores, they never use speakers like these. They always use those PA speakers and those karaoke speakers, because those are the ones already like they're amped and they're actually made for like public announcements and concerts. That's what those speakers are for. Yeah. So like in terms of listening to music, they won't be as good as these, but they're made for power handling. And just not blowing up. Yeah, and then so those are just made for volume and power handling. Okay. Yeah. Completely different type of technology, actually. So.
Yeah. Then my guitar amp actually made that might be better, because that has a mic input, right?
Yeah.
So that one actually specifically was built.
Yeah, exactly. So that might make more sense. Those ones, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like these ones, the sound quality would be good, but they're just not made for handling these raw powers. So
right. So does the fire work now?
Yeah, it seems to be working. I think it's my phone. Like my phone seems like the USB connection for these audio gears is kind of spotty, which is strange. I never had this problem until now.
Okay, so if you go home, try it out with your Arya 7 and your Fire.
Yep.
So if it's your phone, yeah, it seems to work fine with mine. Maybe it's your phone.
Yep. The thing is, the Arya stuff are really nice, but like this works more with more types of music.
Okay. Yeah, it's a very general. Yeah. It's just good for all around everything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the Arya stuff pretty much works for every music too, but then, but this, when you get to the right type of genres, like say if you're listening to jazz and a really well recorded track. Like if I'm listening to Nina Simone or some other jazz track, then this one really excels in that stuff.
Yeah, it's good for all types of music.
Yeah, and that's when you hear the extra detail come through too from those live jazz recordings, because it's more natural instruments. But this is really good as well.
Other thing is the new the LCD2 Classic now is not going to have the wood veneers that yours has. Your wood veneers only comes with the higher end LCD2 now.
Exactly. So that's why.
So there's basically no pre-phasor LCD2 with the wood veneers anymore.
Pre-phasor LCD2 with the wood veneer. Okay, yeah.
Because now there's LCD2 Classic doesn't have that. It's more cheaply made.
Yep, exactly. So this is a nice one because it's got the bamboo. So yeah.
Of course, I can also go for the phaser ones too.
Oh yeah, the phaser one. Honestly, I think the phaser ones would be even like a better all-rounder because it's going to have a little bit more of the brightness back. Yeah. Which I think these ones actually could use a bit more brightness. But there's some people like that dark sound. That's the reason why they came back up with the classics. because a lot of fans are complaining. They said they like the original sound better because they like that thick, dark, rich sound. Some people like that. For me, I actually would like it if it's just a little bit more brighter. Yeah, the detail's there. The detail's all there. But I just want it to be a little bit faster and a little bit brighter.
Yeah.
That's all I wish for. Everything else is great. It's an interesting sound signature. It's interesting. But that's where the phasers come in, I think. But the LCD3s are pretty much like that with everything.
Phaser is like an intermediate upgrade, and then LCD3 will be the next like full level upgrade.
Yeah, LCD3 is nice. LCD3 is a pretty end game headphone. Nice, thick, rich with attack.
It's okay. I think this is like enough for me. I'm not gonna like.
You know what? LCD3 and this would be a nice complement to each other, because this is more reference level, and the LCD3 is that fun, kind of sound.
So is the LCD3 more like the Aryas then?
It's like the Aryas, but more bassy, more fun, more impactful. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the Arya's bass is just okay. I think it could be more. It could be better.
Exactly.
Right, and that's where I think.
The Aryas are still kind of similar to this sound signature, but they just warmed it up a little bit and added a bit more bass quantity. Yeah. Whereas the LCD3s are kind of like in between this and that. It's kind of the base of that, the thick, warm richness, but also it's more detail. The mids and the treble are more back, more dynamic. Yeah. So but it's just that fun, rich, thick sound that's also dynamic now. Yeah. So pretty nice. Yeah, so more energetic, more lively.
Yeah.
Very energetic, very lively too. For such a rich, thick sound, it was energetic and lively. So that's pretty cool. And you see, that's one thing why I'm kind of hesitating if I should also get like an Arya Stealth when I have an HD800 and also a HD1000 already, because it's technically still half a step below all these headphones, but its tuning is so well done, which makes it fun. But like, what happens if maybe there's another headphone, say Hi-Fi Man or someone else, they release this similar type of sound signature, but with even more detail.
Yeah, but I think that's what the stealth version of this is.
It could be.
Because we haven't tried the stealth version,
Exactly.
but it could be just this with that sound signature, right?
Could be. And we haven't tried the HD1000 either.
And then that actually would be, for me, the best, because then I get the fun sound signature with the detail of this, right?
If it is, that'd be great. But yeah. But yeah, there's really no place where we can try to stealth though. That's the thing.
No.
Literally.
No, I mean, even those guys didn't have it, so. Yeah. Or the HE1000 SEs. Which apparently is much brighter. So, basically but most people say it's brighter.
Oh man, there's differing reports too. There's some people that says the stealth is actually brighter than the SEs, and some people say the SEs are brighter than the stealth.
I've heard more people say I've heard more people say 1000 SEs are the brightest out of all of them.
What's the model number of the Fostex again?
TH610.
TH610. Okay.
By the way, Grado has they have a lot of different versions of even a single model.
Oh, really?
So for the GS1000, they have the I's, the E's, and the X's.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure.
So it's really confusing.
I think I tried the S.
But you try the PS. That's a different one.
Yeah, PS1000.
Yeah. So for the GS, which is a newer version, yeah, they have I, E, and X. And then for the 3000s, they have E and X.
Okay.
I don't know.
Which would be like the upgrade of a PS1000 level headphone then?
Probably the 3000, the GS 3000s.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it was 2,500.
But even then, there's different versions of that. So there's like a E version and an X version.
Okay.
So yeah, I think the X is actually the highest level because the X I think is a different driver. So that it's confusing. So it's kind of like Hifiman with the stealth stuff. It's a different driver. Yeah, so I think their highest end should be the GS3000X.
But anyway, yeah, the PS1000 is pretty good. It's fun to try.
Which is 2,700 MSRP.
Back in the day?
No,
Wait,
GS3000X right now.
Okay.
2,700. So this is their top of the line right now.
Okay, well, back in the day, that one was that was 2,500 to 2,600
Right.
Canadian.
So this would be the direct. Well, the GS1000 is technically a little bit below now. So I guess the GS3000X would technically be the direct upgrade of the PS1000.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, which I haven't tried before. I don't know where you would ever try that. So, given Grados are not that popular anyway. So
Does Headphone Bar have any?
they have Grados. They don't have the 3000s. I think they tried the 1000E or something. Yeah, which is a lower tier. That's like a 1000 is also a lower tier 1000.
Okay.
So, yeah. Would you say the Aryas are more fun or the Denons?
Depends. I personally, it's gonna have to be.
I mean, I know the Aryas are more technical, but like not about technical, like tuning wise. What do you think?
Here's the thing, though. Yeah, the Denons have more bass.
Yeah.
But it's not even exactly like high quality bass. It's okay bass. It's not bad bass, but it's just more of like a really big boomy bass.
I find the Arya's booming too at times.
Yeah, but I think in terms of bass definition, I hear a bit more bass definition actually in the HE1000s. It's just not as big of a bass, but there's actually more definition. There's definition across the board for HE1000, so it's a little bit different.
Yeah, but I mean Arya's compared to the 7200.
Yeah, let me try this again.
Yeah. And I'm just not talking about technical, just the tuning.
Well, in terms of tuning though, like it's gotta be something that I like to be fun anyways for me, and that would be the Arya.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were just comparing the bass. I just want to know the bass between the two. I think the Denons have a little bit more quantity, of course.
Yeah, but yeah, just the Denon build quality is so nice.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not comparable to the Aryas.
Yeah.
It's way better build quality than the Arya, and even
it's better. Yeah, it's better build quality than the HE1000.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's like when you touch the metal, like there's not a single like rough edge. Everything is polished.
Right.
Like it's just so well machined.
Yeah. Those Japanese headphones, man.
Yep. Japanese craftsmanship.
Which one did you say you would pick out of these two? The Audio-Technica or the Dan Clark's AP2000 or the AWKT?
It's tough in terms of sound signature. Obviously, Dan Clark's, but however,
I think these ones have a bit more detail, right?
exactly that one has a bit more detail. But and also, but honestly, I would just not keep either.
Okay.
Like I would not keep either because like either isn't good enough for that price. One just lacks too much detail for that price, and the other one, I don't even think the sound signature is good. It's unique, but it's not really good. The mids are just too whiny and too like tinny and too like the Audio-Technica one. The mids are just too whiny, too tinny. Yeah, and then that treble is a little bit too overdone, and the bass is just like a cheap like kind of a mid bass hump with no extension. So like I definitely wouldn't keep that one or the Dan Clark's. So I think it really doesn't really matter between these two. If it was keeping those two, I might just keep the Denon just for fun.
Okay, so these two and the Denon, you pick the Denon out of these two?
Yeah, I'll probably choose Denon out of those two. I'm not saying it's because it's technically better. You know, in terms of, yeah, I'm not saying because it's a better. I'm not saying it's better technically, but just I really don't enjoy listening to anything out of the Audio-Technica when you have the HE1000. It just doesn't make sense. The HE1000 is better than that in every single way. It has everything that has, plus more. The treble of this is better than the treble of that. That one is just a peaky treble, but this treble disperses more wide. Like when they slash, this treble is like big and thick.
Right, it's just not as forward as this one.
Yeah, exactly. But this is just right, actually. This one's actually like a little bit too peaky, and it's not even great treble. It's just more peaky treble. Mids, this will blow that out of the water, because this mids is not even full. This is just purely just whiny upper mids. This one at least is more a rounded mid with much more detail.
Right.
You know, and then bass wise, this blows that out of the water.
Right.
This bass actually extends. This doesn't have a mid bass hump, but the bass actually has it has more detail. It extends down. So yeah, better soundstage, everything, and more dynamic. This is just better than every single way. So there's really no reason to keep that when you have this.
Okay, so not talking about HE1000s, just out of these three, the D7200, Dan Clark Audio-Technica, you would pick the D7200.
Exactly, of course, because you have the HE1000s. there's no reason why. But at least this one, I can still see someone that is keeping it for that different sound signature.
So then you're saying this one does have something over the HE1000.
Not really, but it's just a different sound signature. But at least it's but like for example, this is neutral.
Yep.
Then keep this.
Yep.
This is actually not in neutral, but not even in a good way. This is just whiny high. You might as well keep this. There's no song where this will sound better than this.
It's just you like the sound signature. This one the best out of these three.
Well, because at least that gives you a unique sound signature where you know what they're doing. Like I can get what they're trying to do.
Right.
You know, I can get you're trying to give us like a warm, fun, bassy sound. This one, I can get what you're doing with the sound signature, but there's no detail, and you might as well just keep this. Listen to this. This one, I really don't get what they're trying to do because who the hell, what possible song would sound better with that high whiny sound as opposed to this one? I can't think of a single song. You know what I mean? So yeah, but at least this one, some people I can see using it for hip hop. Right? Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I wouldn't keep either of these two. I would still rather keep that instead. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's still comfortable when it's got good craftsmanship.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I said this one I'm keeping for now.
Yeah.
Just for,
Until the D9200s
just
come.
because it has because it has the most unique sound signature out of all these.
Exactly.
Yeah, and until D9200s, we'll see.
Exactly. At least that serves a purpose if you want it to serve a certain purpose. Like if you want to listen to hip hop and you want a little bit of that bass, but like these two serve no purpose when you have the HE1000s and the Aryas.
Except they're close back.
Yeah, well you have that. Yeah, and you have this, which is also better than both of those, sound wise. The Shure 940s.
Oh, yeah, and it has the Fostex too.
Exactly. Yeah, the Fostex and the Shures are way better than both of these sound wise, right? So there's absolutely no reason, and yeah, same thing. You have the Fostex, absolutely no reason to keep that if you can actually tame the sibilants in the Fostex already.
Right.
Because Fostex is way better than
It's
that.
more balanced sounding.
Exactly. There's really no reason to keep these two. Yeah. Oh, actually, these three. There's no reason to keep these three. Like these three should be gone, and I can see you keeping that until the 9200. That still kind of makes sense, and then obviously the Fostex is a winner if the sibilance is down, and the Shure is also a winner too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then of course the AWKT should go, and then
the Radiance will go. And
Radiance will go, and then this will be returned. This will be returned. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Yeah, so then the ones you should keep so far, the 7200 until 9200s come. Fostex is a keeper if you can, the sibilance is whatever, not an issue. Shure 940 is a keeper, and you can compare it with the other Shure first and see.
Yeah, and then obviously this one.
Obviously this, and I say the Arya is a keeper.
The Arya is interesting, yeah. Think about the Aryas.
Arya is a keeper, man. I think the thing is, the Arya is kind of like, what happens with the Arya is it's kind of like in between these two, Like the Arya is something like, if you're listening to like this, and you're I want something just a little bit more of a bass fun in the kick to it, and with the warmness, I'll switch the Arya. But I still want it to sound pretty reference, with still pretty good detail. You got the Arya. If you're listening to this one, you're like, I want something that's just a bit more clear, that still has some fun. Then you got the Aryas. So yeah, so I think the Aryas is a keeper, but it's hard to say. It's up to you. It still is kind of, I don't know, man. You got that, and
exactly. So it's like if I really. Actually, the right thing would be to get the stealth version of this.
Yeah, of course.
And then it'll be like the Aryas, but with the detail.
That's only if we really know if it does sound like that, though. We're not sure.
Yeah, we're assuming.
Exactly.
We're assuming, but that would then of course if you have so let's say you got 1000 stealth, and it is like the Aryas signature. There's no reason to keep the Aryas around.
Yeah, but here's the question though: the HE1000 stealth and the SE, which one has more bass? Supposedly.
I'm not sure. I have to look up.
Yeah, because regardless of which one is more brighter, what really comes down to the fun signal is which one has a bit more bass, and then that's something that is to see which one can be the Arya replacement. Yeah.
You like these for sure better than your DJs, right?
Which ones?
These Shures.
The Shure better than my DJ. They're a little bit different. I would say from a technical perspective, it is better than the DJs.
Yeah.
Because it's I can hear even more detail. And then I think, however, the DJs are really good because the DJs, the mids are not as forward, but they're still very detailed. The mids, and the mids actually sound reference. The mids actually sound like this type of mids. Yeah, obviously this mids is better. This mid is more detail. It's a little bit more forward than whatever. Because I find the Shure 750 ones, the timbre is very similar to that. Very similar to almost the same timbre as that one. So it's a reference timbre. It's just not as forward as I want it to be. I would say it's just a touch in the back, just a touch. But then the bass, they added the bass is really well done. There's texture in the bass. It's actually a good bass. The treble is there. I mean, sure, we think sometimes the treble sounds just a little bit like maybe peaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then at the same time, it's still not that bad. It's still not hurting my head. So for that price, I can accept that treble. At least it's there. It is there to anchor like the bass, which they already added. So it anchors the bass already for rock. So I know what they're doing. I know why they're doing that. Because you have to anchor the bass guitar and everything else with the drums. And the mids is just more reference. It is a reference mid. Sure, the 940s are more detailed, but then the bass isn't as much as the bass on the 750s. So yeah, so the 750 DJs are really nice for $200. I mean, Canadian $200.
Yep. It's pretty crisp.
Yeah, that's like 100, 160, $150, US
Yeah, exactly.
MSRP. Yeah,
Exactly.
I got for $74 on sale.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
then I just picked up the 1840s for $200 US. So
Yeah, exactly. So Shure is like really amazing quality, sound quality for the price.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like, sure, this is all plastic, and I've heard horror stories of it breaking, but judging from what I see here, if you're careful with it, I don't really see it breaking. The only thing is, I think this part will eventually start flaking because it's pleather, but that's really about it. But even if it flakes, you can still use it. It's fine. It doesn't affect the sound quality. Like my Shures, I can still use it. It's flaking, but whatever. Because at least this is not pleather, so this is gonna be fine too. And they give you an extra pair too of pads. So I mean,
yeah, I think it's just audiophiles. They because they're snobby about stuff. So then they see like, oh, Shure is like it's not like as big in the audiophile world.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like for like musicians and kind of like the engineer mixing type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's more like professional thing. They don't think of it as a good sounding headphone for audiophiles for music.
I think the other
they
thing,
think it's more for reference stuff.
I think the other thing is that Shure actually doesn't do any marketing at all. So Shure does no marketing literally for the headphones, and then a lot of these audiophiles, they may have came in a little bit later into the scene, when like by that time Shure was already a bit more faded, and then now all they came in is that they know about all these other newer brands, and then they think so they never really tried all the headphones in different price ranges.
Because if you look online, just look at what people recommend, right?
Mm-hmm.
They always recommend, they recommend DT190 Pros for Beyer, or full cal clears, right? Sennheiser, or maybe the HD800. Like it's always the popular ones that get recommended. No one's ever going to recommend the Shure because they're not that popular, right?
Exactly.
And then it's like a cycle because if they're not that popular, no one's ever going to recommend them.
Exactly. And then so that's why no one ever gave these a try. They didn't know how good these actually are.
Yeah.
But then in my case, because I got into the hobby really, really early, so at that time, Shure actually was a player in the early audiophile world. But nowadays it isn't. So these people who get in the hobby now, they don't even know because they're focused on the other brands and they think, oh, more expensive must be better, and they don't realize, wow, like.
Or they probably know about Shure, but they just like, oh, that's like microphones and like recording stuff.
Yep.
Right? They don't think of it for music. So yeah.
Do you think you'll be able to try to break these in over the next couple of days?
Yeah, I can try.
Okay. I'm really curious if these would break in and then sound even like a little bit more bass and everything, because these sound fantastic already. I mean, in terms of detail, besides the HE1000s, like these might be the most detailed out of all the other headphones in terms of the mids and the treble.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because these details are so good.
What about the I think Fostex is pretty
okay.
detailed.
Yeah, pretty comparable with that.
Yeah,
Comparable with that.
Yeah, I think these are up there.
Yeah, very comparable. Yeah, what's the MSRP on the Fostex?
700.
Okay, yeah. And this USD, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this one is like what, 400 USD? Actually, less than that. This is like 300 something.
300, I think?
Yeah, 300 something USD.
300 something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Shure is always hitting above its price range.
And this was on sale for 200 somewhere USD.
Sure, I mean, you can always find Shure super cheap. Just like with AKGs too, and you can find these super cheap.
Yep.
Yeah. It's kind of sad. It's just the audiophiles don't really care about them. That's why they're always so cheap. It's like they're throwaway for them. You just see the build quality and they throw them away. What do you think about the 599s compared to the Shures?
Oh, the Shures are better. The only difference is the five. Technically, the Shures are better.
Right.
The only thing about 599 is it's more of a fun signature because you have more bass. It's a much warmer sound with a lot of bass. Yeah, the 599 is kind of similar to like that and the Beyers a little bit, but then the mids are more neutral. It's a neutral one, but then the bass is pretty heavy too for that one. Yeah, but in terms of like pure sound quality, the Shures. If I had to choose between the two, I would take the Shures.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's just that detailed. Besides this one, that probably has the most detail out of all these headphones, including it's more detailed than the LCD2s, and it's probably more detailed than the Aryas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, if you listen to some of the, especially in the treble's got more detail. The bass might even have a bit more texture. The bass isn't as big as the Aryas, but I can hear a bit more texture in the bass. Yeah, it's just more detail all across the board. I mean, since professional monitoring, right? You gotta be able to hear everything. Yeah, hear the mistakes and everything too in the tracks.
Well, that's impressive if it matches the Aryas or beats the Aryas.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a $300 headphone.
Yep, it's just the Arya though is a grander, thicker sound, and then like the mids are more of a thick, warm mid, which is actually really like fun to listen to. Yeah, this is more of a really linear, clinical, like leaner type of mid, but very detailed. Yeah, I mean, but either way, that's really good. Both of these are great. I mean, yeah, but just this is so much more cheaper too.
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah. So you get the upper and the higher end Shures. I'm curious.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
those Shures, man, like the open backs that you ordered, those would be so interesting.
Yep.
Actually, even the closed back is really interesting too, because that was more of a bassy sound. Yeah.
Closed back's more interesting. It's also a little bit more expensive for some reason. But yeah, getting the open backs for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, that price is might as well.
But the thing is that open back is a neutral sound, right?
Supposedly,
Yep.
it's supposedly right next to the HD650s, but it should be way more detailed than the HD650s. And that's actually my main issue with the HD650s. I mean, sure, it's a bit too neutral, but I think I had more issue with the fact that it was veiled. So, yeah, try that one out. The 1840s.
Yeah, but the 1540s would be so interesting as well.
1540s would be interesting too.
Yeah, because it's Shure's actual consumer musical type of headphone. Yeah, with a bit more bass and warmth and everything. Yeah, so bass and warmth, but if it still has the same Shure quality with the details.
Yeah, then it could be better than Denon's, right? The D7200s,
exactly. Yeah, bassy, but with that type of detail, oh my god, you know, and then maybe carbon fiber and everything. The Shure is better than the Fostex.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's got more detail than the Fostex, and it's a much more reference sound than the Fostex. It sounds less tinny. The Fostex sounds a little bit more tinny, and there's also, even though this is more tinny, and that is actually a bit more full sounding actually. The way the track should sound, that one actually is really close, and it has more detail across the board. The bass is better too on that one. The bass has more texture in that one as well.
Okay, interesting.
That's just, yeah, this is a really good headphone. I mean, this Fostex is pretty nice.
Yeah.
But that's just better. That's like really good.
Okay.
Yeah, because this one's a little bit tinny when you listen to it. And then if you hear, the treble is not as nice as that treble. The treble here is really bright,
Yeah.
But it's not as detailed as that one though.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing here, the bass is not as detailed as that bass too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then the mids there also sound a bit more natural.
Yeah, that's more reference sounding.
Yeah. More reference sounding. I think that's actually more fun because the bass has more texture. I think it's got a bit better bass. Yeah, I think that one's just good. That was, yeah.
You should get it, Mood. It's cheap.
I probably will.
Yeah, it's cheap.
Yeah, why not? I mean, kind of a must-have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can probably find it for $150. I mean, if you look online.
Yeah, yeah. If you can find it, if you can find like 150 brand new, I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of a must-have.
Yeah, might be the value winner there.
Yep, by far. But then, no surprise though. I mean, like I said, once you listen to 750 DJ, $200 Canadian for that type of sound. I mean, imagine that, right? I mean, yeah. That's why, yeah, that open back that you ordered, that'd be so interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, along with the 1540 too. If we ever get to listen to that, that'd be super interesting.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, you said the long McQuaid had it, so you.
Oh, right. Is it the same cable? Oh no, sorry, it's a different cable though.
What's a different cable?
Yeah, because the long McQuaid one is actually one in each cup. Yeah, it's these pins. It's these pin cables, one in each cup. Yeah, this is just one plug there, so it's a different cable. So we can't even try it out unless we can get them to like be willing to pull it out for us from the back and stuff. But
What if my open backs have the same cables?
yeah, you might want to take a look and just research and see what cable connector is for that one, and then see if any of your open backs have it. If it is, then we can bring it to Long McQuaid because there's a Long McQuaid close to here anyways by terminal, and maybe they might have one.
I mean, the Shures I got, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they have the same cables as the closed back versions. Yeah.
It'd be interesting because there's a shop right here, Long McQuaid.
And they don't let us try it out.
You can try to ask them and make them actually like if.
Like they didn't actually say no, right? They just kind of like.
Yeah, he didn't really want. Well, he
avoided
said he says if we didn't put it out, then we're not going to open a box for you to try. Then we're not going to open a new one. But if there's one out, even then, he was hesitant to let me try. Even after that, he said,
and this was the which Long McQuaid?
North Vancouver. So not the one close to here.
Okay, there's another one close to here.
Exactly, the one down there, just by
Yeah,
Expo.
so they might not be different.
Yeah,
so.
they might be. Yeah.
So yeah, we can probably just go there and check it
You
out.
can try.
Yeah, because it might be just the customer service there sucks,
Mm-hmm.
and this customer service might be better.
Could be.
So
Could be.
yeah. Okay. Pick for best value headphone out of here by far.
Not even close. The Shures.
Yeah.
Even if it's all plastic, I don't care, man.
Yeah.
Like if this one, if the bass, if we can just have like a few more percent more in the bass, which I don't know, maybe breaking in will help,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe just the sound just warm up a little bit, just a few percent too. So perfect headphone for sound. This is way better than the Fostex.
Good.
Yeah, yeah. This is more refined and more detailed across the board. This is nice because the Fostex, a lot of it, that detail that we hear, compared to this, anyways, is a bit of fake detail because what they did was they elevated the treble and everything, but it's just an elevated treble, but it's not a more detailed treble. They just made the treble more forward.
It's right in the mids forward too. So
yeah, exactly. But in actuality, the detail isn't as good as this. Like for example, although like that treble is like really in your face because it's forward, but when you listen to it, it sounds like a hollow treble. There's no detail in that treble. Whereas this one, you can hear detail in the treble, you can hear detail in the bass. The timbre of the mids is almost perfect for this one. It's just so much more accurate. Yeah, and this doesn't sound tinny. It sounds tinny on the Fostex. Yeah, and I'm not saying the Fostex is bad. I like the Fostex, but just compared to this.
Yeah, and of course that's not sibilant. So.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is for this type of sound, for like because this is pretty much what the Fostex and that Audio-Technica, that metal one. This is pretty much what the Fostex and the Audio-Technica should be. Yeah, this is the type of sound that the Fostex and Audio-Technicas are actually going for, but they're not. Yeah, but this is what they should be though.
It's odd.
Yeah, this sure is nice. Yeah, so this pretty much sounds kind of like HE1000s and the Aryas, but then the Aryas and HE1000s are a little bit more warmer, and it's a touch more bass to make them even more fun to listen to.
Yeah.
Yeah, but technicality-wise and like in terms of reference sounding, this is close to all like the top end stuff. Yeah, it's just this is so linear that the bass is a little bit less than these headphones.
Right.
Yeah, but this is like reference type sound. So
cool. Okay.
Cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, just a bit more bass on this, and wow. Yeah, but still, it's good enough to listen because this is reference side type of bass, right? So, yeah. Yeah.
Funny thing is, like, if I post this picture to everyone in the group and say, "Hey, this one is the second most detailed out of this group," right?
Yeah.
That would be a.
Yeah, but it's very obvious. It's more detailed. Yeah.
But I mean, like most people don't know, right?
Yeah, this is like a poor man's HD800. This is like a little brother to HD800. Only HD800. Also, they added a touch of warmth to the mids, and they also added a touch more bass than this one. And then the soundstage in HD800 is obviously, circle. The soundstage is amazing. So it's so if you listen to like David Bowie and stuff like that, it's just crazy.
Yeah, that's one thing. The soundstage isn't big for the Shures.
But it's not that small either. It's definitely not small. Yeah. It's not small at all, especially compared to any of these, pretty much. Yeah, I don't think this is small at all, the soundstage. It's not HD800 big, but it's not small. So this is actually, just right. It's just the way stuff sounds. Yeah, a bit more bass would be nice, I mean, for music listening, but I mean, it's a monitoring headphone. Yep, and even then, I think it has a little bit more bass than the Fostex, so.
Could be. I think of the mids with the Fostex, but
yeah, these mids are nicer than the Fostex. So.
Yeah, it's just maybe not as noticeable because Fostex is just more forward.
Exactly, everything more forward, so it kind of fools someone in the beginning. But when you listen, it's like, man, yeah, that treble is so forward in the Fostex. But I'm listening, there's not much detail in the treble though. It's loud, but I don't hear any detail. And then, yeah. Pretty nice.
Yeah. I think either way, I'm going to return all the 3 of these
Yep.
I got, including that one, because you can always find these ones.
Exactly, because you got that for full price anyways, right? So obviously...
I had to get it for full price,
exactly.
so it's easy to return.
So either way, you got to return it, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. But now, this is just like for comparing, right?
Exactly.
So now we know.
Yeah, okay. But then are you going to hold on to that until you get the other Shure to come in and the compare
Yeah,
version?
we could.
Yeah, before you return.
I have a decent return time with these. So.
Is this from Amazon?
Yep.
Okay. It's okay if I borrow this for 2 days and I'll bring it back like on Friday or Saturday?
Yeah, you can borrow them.
Okay. I'll try to burn them in overnight with some whatever, and then I want to compare them with my HD800s. I want to see which one has more detail.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really curious. After one night of burning with like a pink noise, and then yeah, see if that bass opens up.
Yeah.
Because imagine if 1 or 2 nights or like pink noise on this thing, and if it opens up a bit more, and if it's even closer to the HD800s, you know, for that.
That's like, I bet most people won't be able to believe that. I mean, the fact that you said this is comparable to HD800 anything.
Oh, it's not as good as my HD800s, but it's kind of like a little brother to it. You know, the bass is a little bit less because that's probably more neutral, and then the mids are less warm than the HD800s. Soundstage is not as big. You know, HD800s is like this, but with a touch more bass impact. Like the bass impact actually hits you in HD800. And also HD800 maybe like everything sounds just a little bit bigger, and HD800 is also like I guess detail might be a bit more, but it's pretty close in terms of detail because that is really detailed. That's a detail monster right there. And then HD800 that mid is euphoric because it's kind of warm. It's detailed, but it's also rounded and a little bit warm. Yeah. So imagine HD800 like kind of this, but the mids are warmer than this one. They're a little bit rounder. And then, yeah. That's good.
You can get a 1540s in as well. It's just like if you buy it from Amazon, it's like so expensive.
Yeah, but you can return it, right?
But I can return it.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, I can get the 1540s too to compare.
That'd be interesting.
Just from Amazon.
That'd be super interesting.
Yep.
Because that's like their consumer style, a little bit more bass. Yeah, the Neumanns are pretty disappointing.
Yep.
The AWKT is pretty disappointing too. For that price, for the price, is quite disappointing. Actually.
Yep. I would think this is probably the worst value, just because this is almost $2,000.
And I can't even say it's actually better than
So I would say this is probably worse in value. That's the best in value, the Shure's, and then this is like the worst in value because it's like this is almost $2,000.
Yeah, I know. That's more expensive than the HD800, man. And the HD800 is way better than that.
Yeah.
The HD1000 is way better than that.
Yeah, well, exactly. And this is the most expensive headphone here.
Yeah.
It's the most expensive
It's
headphone
more expensive
here.
than the HD1000. But that's way, way, way better than the HD1000. Both for the high end.
And it's not even the sound quality. It's like it's not comfortable to wear either.
Yeah.
So it's like you don't even have that going for. The only thing you have going for it is there's a wood ear cups. That's it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only thing you have going for it.
And then the problem is even stuff around here is plastic.
Yeah.
So at least that there's no plastic. Everything's metal and wood and leather.
So even the Denon,
everything is metal, wood, leather.
like even the Beyerdynamic has some like better stuff around it, right? I mean, come on, Audio-Technica.
I know, man.
That's disappointing. Look at the focals and everything, like.
But that's the thing, though. So far, I've never listened to an Audio-Technica headphone that I was really impressed with.
Their tunings are always kind of weird.
Exactly.
All their tunings are pretty weird.
Yeah, and they're all kind of different from each other sometimes.
Yeah, they're all really different.
These two are kind of similar to each other in tuning. I can see them. Yeah, I can see them being like kind of going for the same thing. But then the M50s are really different. It's like a V-shaped.
And the other ones, the WP900 you listen to, are pretty different too. That's the smaller wood ones.
Ironically, I think like the best one is actually my cheap Audio-Technica wireless IEMs. At least they're a neutral sound. They don't sound great, but they're neutral. They kind of sound like Dan Clark's,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then detail level about the same as the Dan Clark's, but they cost like $120.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I know DIY. The Neumanns is just weird.
Yeah, Neumanns is just weird.
Just, I don't know what they're going for. So
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man.
It's almost a scam, actually. I mean,
it's so weird. Like AKGs, I get it. These are definitely referenced, right? And I get Shure is obviously referenced. AKG's referenced. I don't know. The Neumann is just what?
Yeah.
Like, why is the bass so high on this? It doesn't make sense.
No, the bass isn't even high. The bass is like just right in front of you, and it's kind of small actually. The bass is like this small little thing right in front of you.
It has a large quantity too.
It's a very noticeable. It's very noticeable.
It's very noticeable, and I think, and the other part of the frequencies, like the mid and trebles, are just kind of veiled. So I don't really know what they're going for that.
Yeah, no, it's weird. And the bass actually isn't even big in quantity. What happens is the bass is noticeable, but then because everything is shrunk so small, it's like a very noticeable small bass. That's the weird part. It's a noticeable small bass that's right in front of you, like right here. It's like, what is this? I've never heard of something like this before.
Yeah, well, it's just a weird tuning.
Yeah.
Especially for a reference headphone.
That's what they claim it's reference, but it's definitely not.
Especially for a reference headphone, that's a super weird tune. It's a weird tuning even if it wasn't a reference headphone.
Yeah, either way, it's just weird.
So it's weird.
I gotta give this one more try, man.
Yeah, you really want to like it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, come on, man. It's like so expensive, and then it's like exotic Japanese wood.
I know. It's like, yeah, it's disappointing. I mean, the only thing is I can sell it for more than what I paid for it. So there's that. And it came with a nice box, so that's good too. But yeah.
Yeah, this thing sucks. It just sucks. Like, the vocals sounds a little bit like it's underwater. The vocals sound like it's a cheap radio. You know? It's like I'm listening to a cheap radio. Like, the vocals. And then, yeah. Kind of like it's underwater or something, or veiled or something from like it's like a radio broadcast, the vocals. It sounds distant and veiled and weird. And then...
and it's not even like... Actually, I tried the R70X, actually, which is kind of $300, I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's way more comfortable than this. It's like how you put way more comfortable headphones in your more affordable entry-level stuff.
And here's the thing, though.
And then you make your expensive one uncomfortable.
And here's the thing, though.
What?
I would rather listen to the M50s than that. At least the
okay.
At least the M50s, like, it doesn't sound like the voice is it's recessed a bit, but it doesn't sound like it's underwater. You know, and at least the M50s, there's still some stuff going for it. At least it's got like a very dynamic V-shape. Yeah, it's like a very dynamic V-shaped sound with like overbloated bass. I don't like it, but at least it's got something going for it, you know?
Yeah. And this is after I burned it in too. So
yeah, exactly.
Before burning in, it was basically unlistenable because it was so harsh. So yeah,
this is
so disappointing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on, that destroys that in sound quality. Everything that has or what's trying to go for that did, and is much better.
That's sad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The D9200 would be interesting though.
Yeah, maybe that one. Better hopes for that one.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's gonna have more detail than that, and then if the bass is a bit more refined, I mean, can't be that bad, man. It's gotta be pretty good. But it's just, is it $2,000 good, or $1,600 good? Yeah.
Right. Well. Yeah, I wouldn't pay MSRP. Like, the only ones I would pay MSRP for, probably the Shures. Yeah. And then that's pretty much it.
That's it. Yeah.
That's really it.
That's it.
Even the AKGs is because the MSRP is technically $500.
Exactly. And I wouldn't pay $500 for that.
Yeah. Like, I mean, right now, the AKGs, you can get the street price is fine. I pay the street price for that because it's cheap.
Yeah.
But MSRP-wise, the Shures are the only ones I would pay MSRP for. That's it.
Same thing. The only thing that I pay MSRP for here is the Shure.
Maybe the Aryas. Like, maybe the Aryas.
The MSRP?
It's like 900.
Okay, yeah. Then maybe that.
Maybe the Aryas, but yeah.
Maybe that.
But yeah.
And if that's the case, okay, HE1000 maybe, but that's already kind of more expensive than I would normally want to pay for a headphone. That's the problem.
I would pay MSRP for HE1000 because it's like 50% more expensive than the Arias, but it's not 50% better sound than the Arias.
It's like 13 something now USD, I think.
It's 13. It's a 1400 actually, the stealth version, because they don't make the V2 anymore.
Okay.
So the stealth version is 1400, which is like 50% more than the Arias, and I don't think it's 50% better sound than the Arias. So yeah, I would say the Arias is still a better deal. So yeah, I would say that's probably maybe the Arias and then the Shures.
Yep.
The only ones.
And then my DJ750s, I'll pay $200 for that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
oh yeah, the Sens. How much are the Sens?
it's normally like 260 something.
Okay.
And then I bought it on sale for about like $137.
Yeah, these ones are definitely not bad for the price either.
Exactly. I bought it on sale for $137.
Yeah, that's a really good price for this.
And that's always on sale from Amazon. This is the Amazon version. It's always on sale for $130 something.
Yeah, $599 is pretty decent deal too. Yeah, like I mean, I actually like it better than 650. So.
Yeah. Either way, 130 something. Yeah.
But still, Shure is unbeatable. For
of course. Price. Yeah. Sure sounds way better. Now even like my DJ750s, I think they sound better than that. Yeah. The DJ750s have more detail than that. Yeah. It's more reference sounding too. It's still got bass, but it's not like overblown bass. It's bass texture that digs deep. Yeah. So. Yeah, and then but some of the other Sennheisers in that middle price range is pretty interesting because they're releasing so much in that middle price range lately. I'm getting confused which is which.
This is the first 500s I've tried.
Yeah.
I haven't really tried 500s before.
Okay.
So I think they have a bunch in there.
Yeah.
And then I tried the only 650s after that. I think they have 700s now. I haven't tried any of those.
No, they released a 700 and then no one liked it.
Yeah.
And so they stopped making them.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
yeah, I rarely hear about those.
Yeah, but then people look back now and they think it's actually pretty good when people look back at it now. And then the thing is, they released so much 600 level stuff lately. There's a 6XX.
Yep, that's a mass drop one.
Yeah. 6XX.
That one is, I heard, pretty good for the price.
Yeah, that'll be interesting actually. Yeah.
That was very widely recommended.
Yeah, that'll be pretty interesting. 6XX, and then 600 I listened to, 650 I listened to. They both sound kind of different from each other. 558 sound very different from this one. 558 pretty much is more of a neutral reference sound like that, but more veiled. So 558 is like that with less detail, but a bit more veiled and darker sound. But it's a reference like neutral sound.
Okay, so it's worse than that.
Well, yeah, of course it's worse than that. Yeah, of course, yeah. But it's but not like this because this is kind of warm and bassy. 558 is more neutral. Yeah.
Yeah.
Neutral linear.
So I probably wouldn't like that one if it's more veiled.
Yeah, it's a touch veil. Yeah. But not very veiled though, just a touch. And then 598s would be like the 558s, but less veiled. Okay. But more neutral. Yeah. Neutral, less veiled. Yeah. And then that's a 598s.
So is that as neutral as the Shures?
Yeah, it's about the neutral as the Shures. I would say the Shure still has more detail though, because the Shure's detail is top level. It's right up there with like some of these flagships. That Shure. Yeah. And then it's all actually interesting. Yeah, I mean, I knew that was going to be good. I'm pretty sure. Because I listened to the 840s before. That used to be the holy trio when I first got into this hobby, right? And this was a step up. So, I mean, how could it? Well, technically, it's a level higher. It's more expensive. So.
Yeah. It's just funny. Like now it's like one of the cheapest here.
Yeah.
And that used to be like one of the top.
Yeah, 840. I actually heard 840 might even have a little bit more bass than the 940s actually. Yeah. But it's just that the 940s is more detailed. So. Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. And, yeah, it's just. This is a nice one. Good timbre and everything.
Yeah, I'd probably say those two are probably the best value out of here.
Which two?
The Aryas and the Shures.
Yeah.
Just in terms of what you get for the sound quality. I mean, for the price.
Yeah, for sound quality. Yeah. I think so. And sound quality with that is the ultimate for sound quality.
Well, yeah, that's what sound quality is the best value out of all of them. So, yeah.
So nice. And then the D9200s will be interesting. Can't wait to try that. And actually, the other Shures will be interesting too.
Yep. So and I can also get the the 1540s as well.
Yeah, that'd
for
be really
testing.
interesting.
Yeah. D9200s.
D9200.
Yeah, it should be like in late next week, by next Friday.
Cool.
He's coming from Japan. So.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I can get the 1540s tomorrow.
Cool. Oh yeah, because you have fast shipping, right?
Oh, it's Amazon, so
Cool.
we can get it very pretty fast.
Awesome.
Also, would like to try the Dan Clark E3s, but they're pretty new.
Yeah.
Just so new. I have to wait like maybe a year or so before it drops down.
Mm-hmm.
And then the HE1000 SE, same thing. Like,
Mhm.
probably just have to wait a bit. They're just really new headphones.
Mm-hmm. That AWKT, man. What the hell, man? You put so much effort, exotic wood. This is all you got for the sound.
And not even the comfort. At
Yeah.
least, at least make it as comfortable as your cheaper headphones. You can't even do that.
I didn't find it that uncomfortable though. What part of it made you feel it was
Well,
uncomfortable?
it's first of all, this is the cheaper headphones have a double wing system, so they have like pads that stick out here, like
Okay.
the R70X, for example. But
Uh-huh.
those are much more comfortable to wear than these. Just this part is just some light leather padding here.
Mhm.
That's it. Another thing is, like you mentioned, the ear pad cups are a little bit too shallow.
Yeah.
And they kind of like enclose right on top of your ear.
Mm.
So yeah, it's the combination of these giant, they're big drivers, and then the ear cups are shallow, and they kind of just like sit right on top of your ear like this.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's not very comfortable. They're pretty much all their other headphones are more comfortable than this, including this one.
Mm.
So yeah, so I mean, like the flagship headphone you would think would be comfortable at least, but they're not.
Mhm.
I don't understand. There's no reason why it has to be designed that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, like M50X is more comfortable, so it doesn't make sense.
Mm. Yeah.
But yeah, 9200. That one in the Shure's.
Telling my cousin about the Shure.
Yeah, yeah, it's funny. It's not even the top of the line. I'm sure it's the top of the line.
I know. So they said, what about the top of the line open back, the 18 whatever, compared to this one? Like, it's neutral too, but is it like is it supposed to be sounding better in some ways, like more bass or more?
I don't know. There's no comparison between these two.
Okay.
I just saw that they're the chart and everything, and then the description is one of the most neutral headphones on the market.
Mhm.
Like the 650s is usually used as a reference, actually.
Yeah.
Because it's so neutral.
Yeah.
So the Shures, the 1840s are pretty similar to the Sens, the 650s in the tuning, which means it's pretty neutral.
Right.
Now it should have more detail than 650s.
Okay.
So that's something. But yeah, they don't compare it to that one, so I don't know. Now the 1540s I think are very different than the 1840s in tuning.
Mhm.
So yeah,
The 1540s.
the closed back ones
Mm.
they should be pretty different from the open back versions.
Oh, okay, right. But yeah.
And yeah, the Audis, I just can't get at the comfort level of the Audis. Same with Grados, I can't get over the comfort level of
Well, you're not gonna be able to wear the Audis for long. I mean, that's not what they're built for. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the thing. When it comes to, and that's why another reason I don't have any Grados Audis, just I can't wear them for long. And yeah, the sound signature is very, very polarizing. I'd say it's for a certain type of. Yeah, they all have their certain type of signature. That's why you hear people talk about, oh, this is the Grado house sound. It's the Audi's house sound. The reason why they have a house sound is because they're tuned towards like the very extreme in a certain way.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't really like that. So yeah.
It's a fun signature if you want a little bit of that sometimes.
Yeah, it's like Audi's too warm, Grado too bright. You know, like it's always too much in a certain direction.
Yeah. But then that's kind of where the LCD3s come in, man. Like the LCD3s. Is already like they added more brightness and everything in the mids and the treble, and it still has the nice bass too, and still a nice touch of warmth too, but less veil. So LCD3s are fun. Yeah, it's more like a fun version, of what you hear here.
Well, the problem is now the LCD-X is actually within a price range, but I just never went for the LCD-X because I went just this Hifiman just kills it in the same price, which I don't, I don't disagree. Like I have no reason to doubt that. It's just everything above LCD-X is just out of my price range. So anything above it, it's just I would never pay money for that. So.
Right. Yeah. I don't even know what LCD-X sounds like. That's the thing. No idea.
I don't know what it sounds like, but from what I've heard, like everyone's comparing it to the Aryas, which are in the same price range as the XC. Everyone just says the Aryas just kills it, and then I have no reason to doubt it because I love the Aryas. So then I just never, wanted to try the LCD-X. Yeah, if I was saying the Arya is better and I like the Aryas, why would I try the LCD-X, right? Yeah. And then the LCD-XC, the closed back version, that was saying you gotta like use EQ to tune it and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, I don't want to use EQ to tune it, so then I would know that why would I try something that everyone says you need EQ to tune?
Well, hey, well everyone says like some people said, oh yeah, HD800 you gotta use EQ too, but it's great without EQ. It's just reference sounding, that's all. So it's hard to say.
Yeah, but people didn't say. Nobody says the XC is reference sound. That's the thing. Like, it's more like everyone says it's like the HD820. So everyone says we got a weird tuning, and you have to use EQ to tune it. Yeah. So then if it's stock with weird tuning, I don't know if I like that. Now they might have good drivers, right? That's why people use EQ. Yep. Is if you have a headphone with good drivers and it's just the tuning you don't like, then you use EQ to tune it, right? That's fine. But it's just that if you gotta do that, you gotta question like why are they stock like that in the first place? If everyone EQs, then why tune it like that stock?
Interesting. Hey, interesting though. The cables do sound a little bit different.
Okay. No, how different? Like a few percentage points?
Yeah, just 2% points. Yeah, but it does sound a little bit different. Some songs it's really close. You can't really tell as much, but some songs you could. Like for example, my cable that I bought. Things sounds just a little bit more high pitched, but I swear the bass sounds like it's a little bit less shape and a little bit less detail, just a little bit too. We're talking about just a few percent, like 2-3%. But then the high pitched stuff is a bit more noticeable for certain tracks, like when they're singing. I think I can hear a little bit more, like the voice sounds a bit more high pitched, just a little bit more. This one, the thing sounds a little bit more like the voices sound a bit more like lower, like deeper. And then that's the same effect that I got at home. However, at home, the difference was bigger. I noticed when I was comparing at home. But then at home, I have it also connected to a converter to a 6.35. Yeah, and it was also versus not another. It was versus like the actual cable that came with the H1000. So yeah, a little bit different. But then I ordered another cable. So I ordered the same cable that I got. Called Triple One. So it's a really thick, pure copper, high quality copper cable. It's the same cable that I got for balance from a HD800s. So so I'm gonna give that a try.
I wouldn't care too much about this. This is like if it's just a few percentage points. Honestly, like every time we listen to like a sound thing, everything can differ by a few percentage points. Like what we're plugging into, the source of the file we're playing. What we're playing it through, even the position, the padding that we were using, the position on your head, like everything will differ, will make a minor difference. So you can never really get it consistent. Which is why I'm not going to care too much about a few percentage points with the cables. Because there's so many factors all the time going on with sound.
But here's the thing though, that's why I'm trying to order the other cable because it's not too expensive. It's about like $70 for the other cable. And it's a really thick balance cable, like really thick those ones, high gauge. And the thing is, I can still return it. It's from Amazon. And then, but I just really want to compare to see, is the difference going to be just as big as when I was listening to this with the actual other cable at home with the HE1000? Because there was actually a bigger difference when I was comparing this one with the home setup of the HE1000 with the standalone, with the OEM cables.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I want to try that all pure copper thick one and just compare that. The same dongle deck with no converter in between, because it can come up from a dongle now, and then compare and see how big the difference is. I'm really curious. Yeah, because I think what happens is maybe the silver plating. I wonder if the sound partially gets transferred through the silver plating as well.
Oh yeah, silver's a better conductor than copper.
And then that could be what's leading to the extra high, the slightly high pitch, because I heard silver cables actually sound a bit more like brighter.
Yeah, it could. I mean, it's just it's like 6 or 7% more efficient conductor.
Yeah.
So you're gonna hear, like, when people talk about different cables and stuff, like expensive cables, it's not that they don't make a difference. They do make a difference. It's just that how small of a percentage of a difference compared to how high of a price they charge. That's the thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, I'm sure there's a difference, but like, look at the price difference, right?
Exactly.
Like that's the thing.
But here's the thing, though. Both of these cables, like this one, is roughly around the same price range as the one that I got. So the difference I hear is a bit more minimal. But then, however, the cable that I ordered is going to be more expensive. And then so we'll see. And then so we'll see if there's a bigger difference there. And then so I'm kind of curious, because on YouTube there's a guy who was really surprised. They gave him some really fancy cables, like maybe $200-300 value type of cables to compare. And then he did a measurement, and actually on the frequency graph it shows a distinct difference on the frequency graph.
Yes.
So yeah, so that is actually a pretty big difference if it shows on the graph.
Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it shows. It's just like, how much are you able to perceive it, and is it worth the price difference, right? That's the thing. Like, it's not like I don't think two cables are gonna sound exactly alike. There's gonna be some differences, but it's just like how much you willing to pay for that, and then is it perceptible, right? A lot of people, it's like, okay, well, if you have something in the 10,000, 20,000 kilohertz, okay, are you really gonna hear that? You're like, yeah, so that's the thing. But one thing I would do if I were you, make sure you test your RU7 and your K5, and make sure your USB port is properly outputting audio, because that's a more important issue. If your phone has an issue, that means you need to replace your phone.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
Right?
If it has an issue, nothing I can do about it. I'm going to have to buy a new phone anyway, so. Yeah,
exactly. So that means you gotta replace your phone or get a DAP, right? If you can't use a dongle.
Well, that's fine.
So.
That's fine. In the meantime, I can just use my desktop setup anyway, so it's not a big deal. I just can't listen to it on my bed. That's all. But then, but at least I checked and it charges right away though, so that's still okay. And then, but yeah, but why is it so intermittent? It's weird.
Yep.
Let me try again one more time.
And I got Fostex cables as well.
Yeah,
because I don't want to have just a balanced anyways. Of course, I want to have a regular single-ended cable. Yeah.
In my opinion, though, like, honestly, like, the Fostex is nice, but for sound quality, I take this. So, like, if obviously either way, you should return this one because you bought it for full price. And then if there's a big sale at half price, which will happen, just grab one of these.
Yeah. Plus, I got to try the higher end Shure too.
Yeah. But it's just this is a closeback too, right? So.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll try the 1540s.
So. Oh yeah, interesting. Presumably. they ever made like a commercial type of headphone like this with the same type of quality, but just add just a few more % bass. Holy shit, man! These headphones would be so good. They already are so good. But
imagine if audiophiles took them seriously, and then they started making really high-end stuff.
yeah, but it gets to a point where how much more detail can you get? You know, like.
Mm-hmm. Well, people thought that way too before HD100 came out, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, because back then I don't think 940s were out yet. Back then it was 840s, and then then 940s.
Think about it this way: headphones.
Mm-hmm.
How much detail can you get? Well, what's the end game for headphones? I haven't tried the $60,000 Sennheiser HD1s, but those are supposedly like the best or whatever, or the high end stacks, right? You haven't tried stacks, but stacks is pretty high up there. It's like you're trying to get it to sound as much like a speaker as possible. And what's the speaker, like ideal speaker is like trying to sound like the same as a live performance, right?
But one thing that
so then ultimately a headphone, a really in-game headphone, is trying to sound like a live performance, like it's happening just right in front of you, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, the detail would be it will be undistinguishable for wearing headphones versus just being there.
It depends though. It depends on how the track was mastered. Because if the track wasn't mastered for it to sound like it's live, but then if it sounds live in the headphone, that means they did something to tamper with it in terms of like distortion or something, which means it's not accurate, which is actually a problem. So it's just whatever the way the track was mastered in the studio, that's what it should sound like. If it's supposed to sound like live in the track, it should sound like that. If not, it shouldn't.
If it wants to be accurate to the recordings.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Yeah, that's really the key.
Yeah.
And then, which is actually why cool always have something like this around, because this is sort of what they use when they're actually like mixing and everything. And then you can kind of tell what the reference point is normally, or something like this. And this is quite reference. I mean, and this is kind of like a reality check to show people what the bass level was when they were actually mixing the song.
Yeah, it would be these too. A lot of people use also AKGs and stuff, right? 701s. These are actually the upgrade from the 701s, 712s. So yeah.
Actually, well, this one's a little bit different soundscape, I think, from the 701s. The 701s actually sound a little bit more neutral than this one.
These are pretty neutral to begin with.
It's pretty neutral, but the 701s sound a little bit different, actually. A little bit different.
Yeah, but these are the step up actually from the 701s. These are a little bit more.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like, it's been a long time since I tried these. Like, we're talking like a decade ago. From what I remember, I think I like the 701s more than that in terms of sound. But it's been a decade, and I don't have them side by side, so I can't really say. Yeah.
But these are the things that engineers and monitors, so like they'll be wearing this.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. And so that makes me think like the Harman curve bullshit, man. Holy shit.
That's a stupid thing, right? It's like, the Harman curve is like, it's a reference only if you're trying to have a like you're comparing tunings. Okay, it's like, okay, this one is like this compared to Harman, just so that everyone knows, everyone knows what Harman sounds like. Okay, this is what it sounds like compared to Harman. I get it. If you use it as a reference for another other tunings, but you can't say that it's a reference for accuracy, because there's no engineer that's using Harman as the baseline for accuracy, right?
Yep.
No engineer is using that.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's because it's literally like not related to what you're actually hearing. It's like it's a scientific study that's done by putting together everyone's best like sound preferences. So that's no relation to what the artist is actually recording and what you want to hear from the artist.
Yep.
So
of course, I think when the artists are actually recording and they're mixing, they're expecting maybe the general public to be using like less neutral headphones. That's why when they're making the mix, they're trying to make sure they make it as neutral as they could, the actual track, because they expect everyone else out there, they'll be using like maybe something like overblown or a little bit bassy and all that stuff. And then, that's why they try to keep it as neutral as they can by using these.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you don't use the Harman curve when you're mixing and mastering.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's not a reference. So,
there's no way that's...
it's just too ridiculous.
It may be what the consumer hears, but it's not like what you're going to put it down on the track. Because like, imagine if you're mixing and mastering to a Harman curve, right? If that's your reference, and a consumer puts on a Harman headphone, you're having double Harman.
Exactly.
You're having double Harman curve, and you have massive bass. So it doesn't work like that, right? So, that was just way overblown, right? Because you're listening to something that was already, so it doesn't make sense.
Because actually, some people they use the HD800s for mixing as well. Yeah, because that's pretty reference sounding as well.
Yeah, or the 650s or 600s, so like they're. all these are pretty neutral.
Yep.
So, yeah, we can use that.
Mm-hmm.
Or they use, like AKGs or Shures or whatever. Yeah, out of the, actually full cows would be fine too. I think out of the mainstream brands, of course, the Shure and AKG, like they have industry experience, but then out of the audiophile brands, I guess, Sennheiser and full cow will be pretty up there too, because they're pretty well known for a neutral signature for a lot of their headphones. Yeah.
Full cow is just too bad.
Like the Elex, for example, the Elex is pretty neutral, so that'd be actually pretty good for
full cow.
monitoring.
Full cow. I like the quality overall, you know, and I like the detail. Just give me some soundstage. You're really serious. Just give me some soundstage. I don't need much.
Right.
Yeah, just give me some. You know, because I love the amount of detail they have, especially in those mids.
Yeah. Yeah, full cow clear would actually be almost perfect if I had like more soundstage and
yeah, but it's tough because
dynamics.
I think it's tough though. I think the reason why those mids are kind of like so attractive is because they have no soundstage, and then because of that, they push the mids so far ahead.
Yep.
The mids are so forward, and it shrinks up the soundstage. They have to shrink up the soundstage to actually do that, accomplish that. If they open up the soundstage, the mids will also become more distant too.
Yep.
And then it's going to be different.
I think it's a trade-off. They wanted the intimate detail mids. That's what they wanted in their signature. So I think in order to do that, they had to compromise on the soundstage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I think I would like them to actually make it a bit more, pull back a bit, to give me a bit more soundstage, just a bit. I don't need much, but just a bit, you know. And then
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
like anything, like any of these, you know, just give me a touch more.
Yeah, that's just the tuning. But that's also why you notice that pretty much all their headphones are really detailed. Yeah, and I think they had to make that trade-off there.
Yep. Okay, cool. All right, we'll head back for the night.
All right. Yeah. So next time, and get the other Shures in the 9200s.
Yep. That'd be interesting. That'd be so interesting. Cool. Is it okay if I bring this back? Let's see. Today's what, Wednesday? So either Friday or Saturday. Yeah, I can bring it back.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
I can actually, if you're going to bring back Friday or Saturday, I can probably have the other Shures in by then.
Okay. Sunday for sure I'm busy. Saturday I'm not too sure what I'm doing yet. So yeah. So we'll see. Cool. And then if it's Friday, I might be free during the day on Friday until nighttime.
Oh, today's
Wednesday. What's up?
No, I mean they'll get here tomorrow actually, which is fine. If you come here on Friday, it's fine.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. It's coming Friday. But I was like, oh, Friday, February 29th. It's a leap year. I don't even keep track of this stuff.
Okay.
That's cool. We get an extra day. I was like, February 29th. Huh? Oh, okay. It's a leap year. I don't see that every year. February 29th. Imagine if your birthday's on February 29th. How does that work? What happens if your birthday's on February 29th?
Yeah, I don't know. How does that work?
How does that work?
No idea.
No, but it has to happen, right? Some baby's got to be born on February 29th.
Right.
But then what? You're gonna celebrate your birthday every 4 years, right? You can't, right? I guess they just celebrate it on the 28th or the 1st. I'm guessing.
Okay. Interesting.
But that's an interesting question.
Anyway, should I put this in the box?
Oh yeah, you can take the carrying case.
Okay, yeah, just to keep it safe. Don't want to scratch it.
They give you a carrying case. So.
Okay, I'll be careful with this. Yeah, I should be careful.
You can also try the different ear pads too.
It's okay. I think these are good. I think they're actually the same ear pads. It's just this replacement.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're. Oh, actually, no, they might not be.
Because with Beyers, Beyers are the only other ones that have that different ear pads they come with. And it's just to change the tuning of it. Because ear pads do change the tuning.
Yep.
So it might be for changing the tuning too.
Actually, no. I think they are the same.
Okay.
Yep, they're the same. They just gave us an extra pair. See, bang for the buck, man.
Oh, that's nice of them.
Give you a nice case, and then well-designed thing. What is this? There's stuff inside here. Oh, there's another cable here. Okay.
Another cable.
Yep, there's two cables. So
$300 US, dude.
what? This?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
$300.
Two cables, extra pads.
And very good sound.
Is it like this? Is this how
and,
they put it?
And it folds up.
Is it like this? Is this how they put it?
I think so.
Or is it here? Because I see 2 lumps here, right?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe. Yeah.
You go over the lumps, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I don't remember, but if it looks like it, then sure. It's also cool that they fold up like that.
I know.
So it's pretty compact too.
Maybe it's...
I mean, technically, then you can bring it traveling. I mean, they're portable.
Oh yeah, totally. And it's closed back, so I mean.
It's closed back and it fold up. Yeah. It's nice, and it comes with a carrying case.
Yeah, this is a really nice headphone just to have, man. Just hanging around.
Yeah. Yeah, you should consider getting one.
Yep. When it's on sale, I'll probably get one.
No, just get it online. They're already discounted.
Yeah. There's that one website I showed you. Remember, they're asking $200 US.
Okay, but you can get the 1840s for $20.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So I think we should listen to the other ones and then see.
I can get the 1840s and the 1540s. So you can listen to both.
Yeah, exactly. But of course, this is a closed back too. But then the 1540 is a closed back as well.
Yep.
So that's interesting. But then this is like a neutral reference sound, which is kind of different too. But yeah, man, all this for $300, man, in top-notch sound quality.
Yep. It's really like criminal how underrated Shure is.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about Shure. Literally nobody.
Yeah, literally. Nowadays, anyways. Back then, people did, but nowadays.
Back then, no. Nowadays, you go on Headfire or Facebook, nobody talks about it.
Exactly. It's just because they do zero marketing, man.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But back then, back then people would talk about it all the time. But then back then, it was just those 3, so that we talk about all the time.
Well, the market's smaller back then.
Exactly.
And now you have all these bands. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because back then I was getting Sennheisers and Shures and everything. Because all I knew was just to stay.
There's just too much choice. There's so many choices now.
Yep. Back then, all I knew was to stay away from Beats and Bose because I heard those and they were crap. I was like, what the hell is this garbage?
And also Sony's go pretty high end too. So there's the Sony Z1Rs.
The Z1Rs?
Yep, those are pretty high end too. Now I haven't tried those, but I heard they have pretty good bass too. Yeah, those are also pretty high end.
I actually heard some people say there's too much bass in those. Some people. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you can say the same for Fostex flagships too. Yeah, and Yamahas as well. There's really high-end Yamahas, like $5,000 Yamahas, which I've never tried.
My cousin, he sent me I'm presuming the cable goes in. Pretty cool.
Coiled cables, that's how you know it's studio stuff.
I know. Mine's coil cable too for my Shure.
Yeah, because they don't use coiled cables for these because it actually rolls off the highs. The more longer the cable, the more capacitance. So it actually rolls off the highs. But I think that's intended for these headphones. That's why they come bundled with that. Yeah, because they're maybe meant to tame the highs down a bit.
It's very bright, so I mean.
Yeah.
This is a cool package, man.
Yep.
Jesus. Yeah, those other ones would be so interesting.
Hi-Fi man, you only get this foam stand and a cardboard box.
Yeah, and the build quality is sketch.
That's how you get it for those. Actually, the AKGs come with a pretty. This is like some kind of soft. Look at this. Feel it. It's really soft. It's a pretty nice carrying case too.
Wow. It's like velvet.
Yeah, it's like this velvet thing. AKGs come with. Oh man. Newmans don't give you anything, dude. Freaking Germans. Freaking Germans don't give you anything.
How much was it? Wait, $500, right? USD?
Yeah. That's the most expensive out of these. Freaking Germans, dude.
And it sounds like garbage, right?
Hey, but at least they have good build quality. That's the only thing they have going for them. They have nice build quality.
Whatever, man. They're kind of heavy too, aren't they? It's all metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're heavy.
Yep. That's the only thing they have going for them is the looks. The industrial look.
Yeah, the Neumanns are mega disappointing.
Yep. Yeah. Heard their headphones, their microphones are really good though. But they're also really expensive. So.
Yeah, but Shure microphones are good too. So I mean,
exactly, and Shure microphones are much cheaper.
Yeah.
Like the SM58 was such a legendary headphone. I mean, they're not cheap, but they're affordable. At least you can buy them for less than $100, right?
Yep.
Like even the SM58, that's a legendary headphone. You can buy it for less than $100.
Exactly.
These other brands, like pretty expensive stuff.
Yeah, I've always liked Shure microphones. That's why I normally like to use this thing. And then yeah, and the condenser mics are nice too.
Yeah, condenser mics. Shure mostly makes they're more known for dynamic mics, like the SM57, 58.
Yeah.
Condenser mics, yeah, I think more that's like Audio-Technica or Sennheiser or Neumann.
Yeah. But then Shure has that one condenser mic that I said it was legendary. Yeah, it's the one that Michael Jackson likes to use when he records.
It could be the Unidyne. They had a few models they actually developed in the 40s or something like that. They've used by a lot of people in the 40s and 50s.
Yeah, I was using that to sing karaoke because my buddy bought it too.
Yeah.
And then because I told him, hey, that's the one Michael Jackson uses. Good. And then he bought it. It was like $300 something bucks, I think it was.
Yeah. There's a lot of legendary, like AKG makes a lot of Beyerdynamic makes good mics, Sennheiser. They all have a long history of making mics, man. Actually, mic development happened, I think, before headphones. Right?
My dad actually designed mics.
Yeah.
Back in Asia.
Because I think mics may have come a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because I think speakers definitely came earlier before headphones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then mics before. So.
My dad, he designed condenser mics, and he also designed wireless condenser mics.
Yep.
And he was actually he won like 2 science awards in China, back to back.
Okay.
And he did it so early. We're talking like 60s maybe, 60s or 70s when he did it, 60s or 70s.
In China, like communist China.
Yeah, in the 60s.
Okay.
60s, yeah. Before because at that time most of our family was in Hong Kong. Yeah, but then he had this really good job there, but really good job in terms of it was important for the country.
Right.
But then of course under a communist country he never gets credit for it.
Right.
Yeah, and then but he was 100% the sole designer and creator inventor of this technology. It was so early that even the Germans couldn't do it. And then so what the Germans did was they were talking to China. They said, hey, we want to buy your mics. And then the country asked my dad, so how much do you want to sell your mics for, Denon? And my dad was like, sell for higher because they can make it themselves. But then of course the Germans they didn't care how much it's going to cost because they just wanted to buy one in so they can reverse engineer it because they didn't know how to do it. And then so that's what they did. And then afterwards the entire factory in Shanghai was solely based off of my dad's inventions.
Wow.
That's the only reason why they survived. Yeah,
wow.
because my dad invented microphones and it's all sung by professional singers. So at that time, the top singers in China, they said they only want to use the microphone developed by my dad, and then they actually used my dad's name. And then
Is he allowed to use his name in communist China? Probably not, right?
No. So what happened was, but he was fed up because when it came time for promotion,
right.
So
probably wasn't allowed to do it.
See, the thing is, most of our family was actually in Hong Kong.
Right.
And Hong Kong, and actually most of our family was actually already in Hong Kong and Canada and LA at the time. My dad was the last one in the 60s or 70s where he didn't leave yet, because my great grandfather came here 100 years ago already. But then because my dad was actually he had the best education among his brothers, because he actually graduated from the top university in China. Yeah. And so because of that, he felt, I have something going for me in the country here because he was so important here. Yeah. But then the problem was when it came time, he created these really crazy things for the country. But then after that, when promotion time came, he wasn't here in the factory that time, during that week when they were deciding about the promotion stuff. Yeah. I forget what he was doing. Oh, because all our relatives are overseas already. All our relatives immigrated to Hong Kong, Canada, and some to Singapore. And then so a relative came to visit, either from America or from Canada or Singapore, forgot, and went to his hometown to visit. So in Guangzhou. So then he said, okay, he said, I can't. No matter what, I have to go for a week back to Guangzhou to see his relative. Yeah. And then so while he wasn't there, then everyone in the factory was fighting, saying that, hey, we deserve this credit, we deserve that credit, when actually no one did jack shit.
Okay.
Because all the products was 100% designed by him. No one else had a hand in it. And all the products made by that factory in Shanghai for the acoustic stuff is all his products. So who should be getting the promotion, right? Obviously, right. the more credit. But because everyone was it's a communist country, so all the workers were yeah, we're the workers too. We should be even. And so he got just even credit with everyone else, pretty much. They split his credit among everybody. And after he got back, he was so pissed off. And then so he said, I quit. Yeah. Because all our relative was already in Canada and Hong Kong. Right. Everyone. On both my mom and my dad's side. All of our family was in Hong Kong and Canada. He was just the last one to leave. Yeah, he should have been. He should have left 10 years before that in the 60s with all the other family to Hong Kong and Canada. And then so he's like quit. He said whatever. And then his supervisor was so scared that he was going to leave because they all needed him because he was the golden boy. Yeah. And then he said no, you know, let me help you hang this up, you know, don't leave it. But he said no, I'm done. And then so after that he heard him just apply for immigration because all our family's in Vancouver anyways. Right. This was during the 70s. And then he just left after that. He realized it was bullshit. But after he left the communist country, they took all his old the plans. Yeah. Because he designed all the microphones. Yeah. And then so the communist country took his plans and they how do you say it? They copied his plans with another person's handwriting, and then they used someone else's signature to sign on it to pretend like he never invented that stuff. Right. Yeah, because they didn't, you know, because they say hey, it's the country's, it's not yours. Right. Yeah. So it's kind of bullshit, you know. Yeah. Well, that's what happens in communist countries. Exactly. Yeah. Total bullshit. Yeah, because we found out too because in '97 I think, '97 after he left the country for like 20, 30 years, the first time we went back to China in Hong Kong and stuff was in '97, right during the takeover for Hong Kong. Right. And then so we wanted to see Hong Kong before the takeover. And then my dad also wanted to visit some old coworkers, like in Shanghai and everything. And then so when we went to Shanghai, his old coworker that used to be under him became like the president of that factory. So he was pretty powerful by the time. This was like '97. And then so yeah, and then he came to pick us up in his car and everything, his chauffeured car and everything. And then afterwards he was like just telling us, like me and my sister and everything, about like, you know, how our dad pretty much invented, like created this factory, this company himself with his products, and he was talking to my dad though about his old schematics because they're still selling those products. 20, 30 years, the products that he was invented in the 70s was still being used. It's still being sold in '97, and then they're still making it. It's still one of our main products. Some of our main products. And he said, he showed us schematics. He said, "Man, your dad back in the day." And then he said, "But unfortunately," he said, "these aren't the original schematics that your dad drew up." He said the country, after he left, the country redid everything. Yeah, just plagiarized everything and just swapped the names. But yeah, it's pretty bullshit. So my dad still has one of the condenser mics that he brought over from China in a suitcase. That's one thing he makes sure to take with him. Yeah, just as a souvenir because it was his own invention. Right. Yeah. So now when I sing karaoke at home, I actually use it sometimes to sing. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Nice. So I have that and also the Shure Beta 58. So, but then one's a dynamic and then his is a condenser. So then we kind of use it side by side.
How's this mic compare to a lot of the bigger names, like, you know, Sennheiser, AKG?
It's really good. Yeah. It's really good. I actually, because I sung the one in the Shure one, the condenser mic, the one that Michael Jackson used, and so obviously I tried my dad's one too. Yeah. I think the thing is, my dad's one would be considered as really expensive, even among Shures. It probably would have been more expensive than that Michael Jackson one if Shure sold the same level of quality. Right. I think Shure probably has something that probably matches my dad's one, but I'm guessing it's going to be even more expensive in a higher price bracket. So it'd probably be like more like in the $1,000 range maybe, like that condenser mic, because his was just so sensitive. Yeah, like his condenser mic, but it was sensitive, but then there really wasn't any distortion either, and so it was really interesting. It sounded a bit more compared to, like, I'm not a specialist when it comes to mics, so you know, like I'm not a crazy judge with this stuff. So with microphones, I think compared to the Michael Jackson one from Shure, the Michael Jackson one from Shure sounds a bit more high pitched, so it's better for female vocals normally and high pitched singers. And Michael Jackson's a high pitched singer anyways. Right. But my dad's, it's also good for females. I think condenser mics in general are pretty good for females. And then, however, his sounds a bit more full bodied a little bit. Compared to the other ones?
I believe condenser mics have a larger dynamic range than dynamic microphones. Probably. Right, and they have to be powered too. Yep. That's the thing. The other thing. Why everyone doesn't use condenser mics? Because dynamic mics are they're easier to make and they don't need power like that. Yep. So yeah, condenser mics only power. There's a level even higher, which is like ribbon mics. I think ribbon mics are pretty expensive. There's also some companies making old school tube designs with, like, you know, tubes inside mics, like Telefunken and some other companies make that. So those are cool and interesting too. But yeah, I say in general, yeah, high quality condenser mics are still really good. So
yeah,
or ribbon. Yeah,
the condenser mics, the difference is just they're a lot more sensitive. So a good condenser mic, you can literally just whisper into it and you're singing already. Like, I don't have to use that much effort when I sing. Yeah. So my mom loves using condenser mics because she doesn't have like the 中气, when she sings, And so the condenser mics are perfect for
Yeah,
it.
most people use condenser when recording.
Yeah.
Dynamics for more for live stuff because dynamic mics are more durable, so they're used for live settings a
Yeah.
lot. But for the studio, for recording, yeah, condenser mics are
Oh yeah,
definitely more useful.
definitely. Yeah, you gotta use condenser for recording. But for me personally, when I sing karaoke, I like a dynamic mic. For me personally, because my dad's his is just too sensitive. Like and then the problem with that is sometimes when it doesn't match my singing style. Because my singing style sometimes I like to get like really emotional into it. And then so like sometimes like my voice I have some peaks in my voice. I get really emotional, and then that can be a problem with a condenser mic if it's not properly like calibrated in a studio situation.
Right.
Yeah, so that's where a dynamic mic actually works better for me.
Yeah. And dynamic mics are just they're more rugged, so they can handle more abuse. Like the Shure mics, they can handle a ton of abuse.
And on average, the dynamic mics I've noticed they sound a little bit more like lower pitch. And I think sometimes I don't mind that either, like for a guy.
Yeah, I mean, for guys, maybe better to use dynamic. But yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, another thing interesting to learn is like I was like asking like the high impedance versus low impedance headphones, right? So this Beyerdynamic like 600 ohms and stuff. Why do I see that many? So if the theory, and this is what Beyerdynamic says, you have more thinner wire, you can wrap it around, like you can put more layers of wire around the voice coil, and that means that I guess there's like less of an air gap, I guess, and then that creates like more movement for the driver or whatever. Now they say this in theory it sounds fine, but then if this was like really the case, why is Sennheiser Beyerdynamic and like virtually like not many other companies making these high impedance headphones, right? I don't see that many companies making 600 ohm headphones. It's really just like Beyerdynamic and who else, right? So yeah, I was wondering about that, but I think in practicality, high impedance and low impedance, there's not like a huge difference actually. And I think the reason why there's not many high impedance headphones anymore is because like back in the day, why you see a lot of older headphones use high impedance is because people used to use speaker amplifiers to power headphones. Because back then there wasn't like the specialized headphone amplifier equipment. So back then people would just, when they have old headphones, they would plug it into their speaker amplifiers because that's all they had. They didn't have like a specialized headphone amplifier. And in order for the headphone not to blow up, right, you got to make a high impedance. So that's kind of like it's a legacy thing, which totally makes sense because nowadays you have so many headphone amplifiers, you don't need many so you don't need like a specialized high impedance headphone anymore.
Yeah. That could be it, but then like I'm not an engineer, so I don't really know exactly the technicals behind the reason why. Like I can only guess too, pretty much, but I'm not 100% sure. However, one thing that I have noticed though is that recently, like in the past few years, that there has been a lot more of a trend of really flagship, really expensive high-end headphones that are actually really easy to drive. For example, the HE1000 SE is actually super easy to drive. It's actually much more easier to drive than the V2s, way more. They actually say it might even be more easier to drive than the Aryas too. So they're saying that the HE1000 SE is actually plug and play. You can plug into a cell phone and just run it like normal.
Part of that reason is just because people use mobile phones and dongles and stuff. Which of course, it's good. It's more portable, right? If it's low sensitivity, but I think we have to distinguish harder to drive or easier to drive versus just high impedance and low impedance. Because like for example, the planers here, if you actually look at the impedance of these, they're not high. Yeah, exactly. But they're hard to drive. Yeah, they're hard to drive. Yeah. So it's not exactly the same. There still can be flagship headphones that are hard to drive, but low impedance.
Yeah. So you have to look at the sensitivity as well. Like that's the thing. Yeah. Because these are all lower sensitivity. They're just like
So the thing I'm talking about specifically is impedance. Not many, like you really don't see many high impedance headphones anymore. They can be hard to drive still, but you don't see that many high impedance anymore. It's just not as necessary.
Like the Denon D9200s are supposedly super easy to drive too. Like easier to drive than 1700s.
Japanese headphones, I don't think I've ever had except for Stax, but that's the electrostatic. For Japanese headphones, they're pretty much all easy to drive. I don't think I've ever run into a hard to drive Japanese headphone.
But they'll be easier to drive than even like this stuff. Supposedly it's like totally also just plug into the iPhone and you're okay, and you can just run it off of your phone. The 9200.
The stuff that I've been seeing is hard to drive is either these older school headphones with like still high impedance for some reason, or the planar magnetics. So that's the only headphones I see that's really still like hard to drive.
I mean, for me, I find yeah, there's actually rumors saying that because everyone's thinking Sennheiser will be releasing the next successor, like for their flagship soon, but people just don't know what they have up their sleeves this time, because it seems like that Axel Grill guy's not there anymore. I'm guessing he probably left.
Yep.
So
and they could be also going to the trend of lower impedance as well, because even Sennheiser, they're still relatively high impedance, because HD800 I think is like 300 ohms or something. HD800S is like 300 ohms, pretty high. These days you're not seeing that many high impedance headphones anymore. So they might be just going for the trend of making it lower. I know Beyerdynamic T1 third generation went all the way down to 32 ohms. So yeah, it's just a trend nowadays. You don't see many high impedance anymore.
But it'll be interesting to see what they're gonna do. Like, are they gonna use a new tech? Like, are they gonna
I
are
don't know.
they trying to do planner, or they're trying to do or they're trying to do the HE1 technology, but they're gonna let it trickle down now, like to the next.
That's electrostatic. So there's only you can't really you can't really make electrostatic something that's similar to dynamic. They're just different technologies. The planar magnetic is actually meant to be an in between electrostatic and dynamic, but even then it's not exactly the same as electrostatic. I don't know, no idea, because the guy's gone. Actually, I'd be interested to see what his headphones is like. The Grell headphones.
Exactly, because he has some flagship stuff too.
No idea. But yeah, it'd be interesting. I have no idea what Sennheiser's going to come up with, because it's been so long since they released a headphone, right? Sennheiser doesn't release headphones very often. I'm not talking about the consumer momentum stuff. Like, obviously they release that stuff every year, but they're like audiophile stuff, right? Yeah, like sure, like the wireless stuff, they have new stuff all the time, but yeah, it'd be interesting. Like, their actual audiophile headphones, they really don't release too many of those.
Right.
So yeah, although the 660, when was the 660 released? That was relatively new, I think. The HD 660s?
Yeah, the whole 660 and 6XX, they're also recent.
Those are actually fairly new, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So it makes you wonder.
Yeah, although those are not flagship level, but yeah.
You can tell that they take a lot longer for the flagship ones. Like they're taking a lot longer.
Yep, they take their time
because they want to make sure that's actually really, really good, because it's a statement headphone, right? So that's the key. Like, that's why the HD800s is like, listening to the HD800s is like I said, it's almost like the tuning that they put into the effort of the tuning to the little things is almost like opening a bottle of fine wine. It's like you think, those mids are just a bit rounder than usual, even though the treble is sparkly, but it doesn't affect the mids, and it's a euphoric type of round warm mid. And then that bass, although it's a neutral bass, so it's not huge quantity, but there is texture, and good texture. However, funny thing is, it actually has impact as well. Like, it's not huge quantity, but there's an impact. It actually hits when it hits, and it's like, oh, interesting. Actually, it doesn't sound like very low bass sometimes. Yeah, like, for example, the Shure's was really good, but it just like the 800s has lower bass quantity level, and they both have texture, but the HD800 actually hit. It actually slams like when it has to. And that's something that's interesting. So like all this fine tuning, and then how like the soundstage isn't just big. The soundstage is like enveloping. Yeah, it really absorbs you into the music type of soundstage. It's actually enveloping. It sounds like when you're listening to like David Bowie, you're like, oh wow, this track's coming from that angle now. This sounds like they brought it to that angle now. Normally it's all clumped together, and then now sometimes it's all mixed up and you can't hear the sounds as well. But then when I'm listening to that, is it just right? Hey, some of these effects, now it's a bit more outer right here. Another one's right here. I can hear them now, like much more detailing. Yeah, so it's really cool when you listen to that type of stuff. So I'm really
Sennheiser's design is fundamentally, since the HD800S is pretty much the same as HD800, just different tuning. Design is fundamentally unchanged for like 15 years. So definitely they take a long time to release a flagship. Because they haven't changed that design in a long time. Compare this to like Hifiman, who changes their design a lot. Like Sesfaris came out a few years ago, and then this stuff is all trickled down from Sesfaris actually. Like stealth magnet technology is all trickled down from Sesfaris. So, yeah. But yeah, I think that's the difference there. Chinese companies just they iterate a lot more faster. Yeah, Western companies it's done when it's done. Yeah, you get it when it's done. So who knows? And the Japanese headphones is just like, seems to be more about the craftsmanship side of things. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. I haven't really listened to a expensive, high-end Japanese headphone so far that's actually impressed me. Yeah, at the moment, that really.
This is probably where the money's going.
Yeah, that's really impressed me. The closest thing out of all these so far, the best one I like is the Fostex, but even then, it's still not perfect. You know, it's still like it's not as good as the Shure's, I would say. And yeah, it seems like right now. Yeah, so far my favorite stuff.
Yeah, I feel like Japanese stuff is less about the technology and more about the artisanship, the craftsmanship of their stuff.
Yeah.
Not to say that their headphones sound bad or anything. They make good headphones,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just like, you know, compared to like Chinese stuff or the Hifiman or like Western stuff, like, you know, they make different technologies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's less about the drivers, I would say, for Japanese stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that depends. But we'll see about the D9200. But then my cousin sent me something interesting. Was he sent me this this link to like a early Sony headphone? I think it was Sony. And then
Sony's been making it for a long time.
So. It came out during like the early '90s or something like that. The headphone, and it used to be $2,500. So, yeah,
it would either be Sony or Audio-Technica because those are the Japanese companies that have been making them the longest.
I think it was Sony, and then and now it's going for like $10,000 because it's a collector's item now because it's so rare. But back then it was $2,500 MSRP back in the '90s, so that's kind of unheard of. Let me see.
But yeah, if that's like that pretty expensive even back then, yeah.
I have no idea if it's any good though. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it could be just it's expensive because it's rare.
Yep.
Not because it's good. But yeah. Yeah, Fostex, I'm not sure when they started. The thing is, Fostex, they made drivers for other companies like Denon.
Mm-hmm.
And then forget when they actually made their own headphones, but it probably wasn't until recently. Denon, I'm pretty sure Denon's been making it for a while, but probably less so than Sony Audio-Technica. I think Sony Audio-Technica has been making it the longest.
It's a Sony MDR R10.
Okay, I don't know. Who knows? Their naming is always like that.
Yeah, it goes for $10,000 US right now.
But it would be interesting to hear their 1ZRs and then the Yamaha like 5000s or whatever. Oh, and Final Audios too. The Final Audios.
That's Japanese. Yeah.
That's another Japanese company. That I heard the D8000 Pros were actually for that little bit of time I heard them pretty nice.
I heard the IEMs are really good.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Final Audio is actually more well known for their IEMs. But yeah, the D8000 Pros, I think I would still take the HE1000 over them. Yeah. But they were still pretty good. Like they were close.
Cool.
I remember. So yeah, but that's also like $4,000, $5,000. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. $4,000, $4,500. I really don't think that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you've seen like the. I mean, the Shure is like $300. This is what you get for $300.
Yep.
You know
exactly. And extra pads too.
You know, and it's just. Yeah, you guys are charging $5,000 and you have Meze Elites and stuff like that. I mean,
that Meze Elite kind of wasn't really that good.
Well, that's the thing, right? The Meze Elite, even the Sesvaris to a degree, because Sesvaris is $6,000 actually. Exactly. And I was like, if you're going to charge $6,000 for that, I actually expect better than this, right? Because like, I even said there's some cases I actually prefer the HE1000 over the Sesvaris because it's a bit more fun sounding. Yes, Sesvaris is more technical, but it's not $6,000 technical. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah,
I didn't have much time with the Sesvaris, just a little bit that time. I only listened to it for like a couple minutes, so not that long. It'd be interesting to do like a longer AV just to see, but yeah.
But yeah, definitely any of those headphones, like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, none of them are worth the price. Like you can't beat. Like
exactly.
I don't care how big you are. Like even the Stax, I would say the Stax are probably the best headphones I've tried. The X9000s. Even that, that's $6,000, and you know that's still way too expensive.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard all these headphones. Yeah. I haven't heard the Stax, but then that Meze Elite, you know, I would take the HE1000 and HD800s way over the Meze Elite.
Yeah, and that's a $4,000 headphone. So.
All right, man.
You would take the Shures over it too, and that's a $300.
Oh, the Meze Elite's, of course.
$300 over $4,000. All right. All right, so I think we reached a consensus on the top 5 headphones that we picked from this pile of headphones, plus the headphones that my friend bought. So my friend's top 5 would be the Hifiman HE1000s and the Hifiman Aryas. Both of these are really good, very detailed headphones. The HE1000s have a bit more detail than the Aryas, but the Aryas have a more fun tuning. So they're both really good though. He also picked the Fostex TH610s, which are also really nice detailed pair of closed-back headphones. It's just that he also liked the Shures a lot. So the Shure SRH940s, which he took back with him. He said that those had more detail than these, actually more detail than all of these except for the HE1000s. But he still liked these Fostex TH610s, they're pretty good. He said that the trebles are actually better on the Shures as well. But overall, these are still really good headphones, and I think he put it in his top 5. And he, of course, put the Shure SRH940s in his top 5. And then he put his Audeze LCD2s in his top 5 as well. For me, my top 5, I also have to choose the Fostex TH610s as well. I just love the mid detail on this headphone. Really, really beautiful detailed mids on here. Decent soundstage. I think the highs are a little bit too bright. Lows could be better. But overall, very, very nicely detailed set of headphones here. Then it's interesting between the Aryas and the HE1000s. If I had to choose one of these, I'll pick the HE1000s because these are just more detailed headphones. They're more on the balanced neutral side, neutral bright actually. Very, very resolving headphones. One of the most resolving headphones I've ever had or ever tried, I should say. Yeah. And then are these other ones? The Audio-Technica AP2000Tis is interesting. My friend doesn't like them because he thinks it's all highs and basically not much good mids or lows. But for me, there's something unique about this headphone. Decent soundstage on it. I really do love the highs on this. It sounds very sparkling and airy. Yeah, the mids and bass could be better, but I don't hate it as much as he does. I also like the Denon D7200s. Yeah, so these headphones has just a unique sound signature among all these because it's very bass heavy, but it's not overwhelming. Like the full cow Radiance has a very overwhelming bass. The Denon D7200s don't have an overwhelming bass, but they're still really nice bass. Of course, for my friend, he thinks there's more detailed bass than this, but I think that this bass is pretty detailed for me. Sure, it's like a nice mid bass. It does bleed into the mid sometimes because it is a mid bass boost. But yeah, I think overall, for the bassy side, I would pick the Denon D7200 just to have something more unique signature. If I want to have more bass heavy tracks, then I'll pick this one. And the mids here are decent as well. They're not as detailed as, say, the Fostex is, but at the same time, they're not too veiled either, like I previously thought. So anyways, Denon D7200 is always also in my top 5. Probably keep that just for unique sound signature. And yeah, for my 5th spot, actually it's interesting. So I picked the Fostex HE1000, Denon, and the Audio-Technicas. Yeah, maybe I'm still like deciding. I think the Shures probably. My friend took them, but I'm also thinking about getting the next level up Shures. So probably the 1840s or the 1540s, and I'll try those out. I'll probably pick one of the Shures though. So the Shure SRH940 that my friend has is really good. So those are just a really nicely detailed, balanced set of headphones, good for monitoring and mixing and for reference. So I'll probably keep that. But if I get the higher end Shures, 1540 and 1840, if I like them better, I'm end up replacing that Shure with those ones. Same thing with the Denon D9200. If I like those better, I'll probably end up replacing the D7200 with them. But yeah, those are probably my top 5 from this list. The Fostex, the Shure, Hifiman HE1000, Audio-Technica AP2000Tis, and the Denon D7200s. As for the other ones, I don't like how the LCD2s are a bit too uncomfortable for me. I like their sound. They're very nicely detailed, really good bass, but they're very warm actually, maybe too warm, and yeah, too uncomfortable for me to wear. The AKGs don't have enough, it just doesn't have enough of anything really. I mean, it just sounds very flat. I mean, it's good for reference, I'm sure, but I think the Shures just do everything better than the AKGs do. It just sounds more lively, dynamic, but also being fairly referenced at the same time and just having more detail than the AKGs do. So the AKG K712, yeah, it's good. It's like a nice neutral flat headphone, but I think there are better options. I think I would take the Shure SRH940s over them. The Neumanns, this is the was it NDH20s. Yeah, just I don't get the sound signature. They made it way too bass forward. I don't know why it has to be bass forward, because it's supposed to be a studio headphone, but they made it too bass forward, and it's a head scratcher for me. Why? And then the Beyerdynamic T1s, very interesting headphone. It has a very warm sound signature. Yeah, it's got that warm organic mid-range to it, which is interesting. It's got a very wide mid-range as well. But the problem with this headphone is that, yes, it's a little bit too warm. The bass isn't very good. It's a flubby kind of bass, and the highs are honestly a little bit too bright and harsh. So that's a problem with this one. Very comfortable though, and I do like the warm organic mid-range, but that's the only good thing I like about that one. Clark Aeon 2 closed. This one, overall, very nice tuning. Probably one of the best balanced tunings out of all these headphones. It's just, yeah, a little bit not detailed enough, I would say. There's more detailed headphones here that have the balanced sound signature, like the HE1000s. But it's very comfortable, and the tuning is very balanced. Just, I think it could benefit from more detail, just across the board. The Focal Radiance, these ones, very detailed headphones, like you would expect from Focal, and of course it looks really nice and everything. It's just that there's a little bit too much bass on this one. Now I'm curious what the Celeste and the Stellio would sound like, but the bass on the Focal Radiance is a little bit too much for me and my friend. Because this is a Harman Target kind of tuned headphone, we don't really like Harman Target tuned headphones. It's just too much bass on those. So Harman Target is a little bit too V-shaped for our tastes. So yeah, a little bit too much bass, but I do like the detail on them. Yeah, it's a shame, honestly. If you can EQ the bass a bit down, then sure, it's fine. But without EQ, I can't go for those. And the most disappointing out of all of them, as I've often mentioned several times in this video, is the Audio-Technica AWKTs. For $1,900, it is by far the most expensive headphone out of all these. And the sound quality just isn't up there. I mean, it is really detailed, sure, but I honestly don't think it's actually more detailed than the Fostex TH610s are. And the problem with this one is that the upper mid-range and the highs are a little bit too peaky. As a result, they sound really harsh. And in the bass and the mids are just, yeah. There's better headphones, basically. I just think the Fostex TH610s are just better across the board, and I think my friend probably agrees with me there. The Fostex TH610s is better. These are $700 headphones. These are just better across the board compared to the $1,900 AWKTs. I mean, these, yeah, the tuning's different than the Fostex, but the thing is, it's hard to listen to this because, yeah, it's just the highs and the upper mid-range is just too peaky, and it's very harsh. It's hard to listen to that. So I know the TH610s are also kind of harsh in the highs, but the thing is, like, this one is a bit sibilant. That's the only problem with these. Whereas the AWKTs could be as well, but even after burning in it, the upper mid-range and highs are a little bit still too harsh for me. And it does have detail, but I think not as much as the TH610s, unfortunately. And the bass just isn't very good on these. So yeah, all in all, very disappointing headphone for the price, and it's not even comfortable either. So yeah, you can't even say it's comfortable because it's not even comfortable. So the only thing it has going for it is just that it looks nice with the Japanese Kotukan ear cups, and that's really all I can say about it. That's good. So unfortunate. Yeah, that's really it. I guess the detail is okay, but it's just not. For $1,900, I would expect better detail. I think the Radiance actually might have better detail than the AWKTs. So, anyways, yep, that's pretty much it. Best headphones out of all these, definitely, all around, is the HE1000s from Hifiman. Yeah, these are just fantastic for general all-around listening. Great soundstage, great detail, perfect balance across the board. Yeah, it's just the only reason you wouldn't want these is just they're not the most comfortable headphones, I'd say. They do require a lot of power, and yeah, I guess you could say that if you want a more dynamic, fun-sounding headphone, the V2s are not the ones for that. The Stealths maybe might be the version to go for that, because these are, yeah, relatively neutral tuned. So they're not the most fun-sounding headphones, but they are the most resolving, they are the most technical out of all these. So that's pretty much it, my review out of all these headphones. And then probably next week, in a few days, I'll have my friend's impressions of the D9200 as well as the other Shure headphones that'll come in. Stay tuned for that.
Marantz. Because my Marantz is more of a warm sound. So hence, like, you can hear some distortion because it's warm.
I don't know how big is your Marantz anyways. Is that that's a desktop?
Oh, it's big. It's a full-size desktop. It's a flagship, flagship Cirrus Logic. Yeah. So it sounds like my Marantz, but then less distortion. Yeah. It's got that big wide sound, but it's like more neutral, very very accurate. Yeah, it's a good DAC. And then.
But then yeah, that's also more expensive, right? Like the Fire is a better value, right?
Which one?
You tried the K9?
Yeah, the K9 ESS Pro. Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's a better value, you think?
About $1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, so same price as the Marantz back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But the Marantz was like $1,000 back in the day. That's way back. That's like 10 years ago. So.
Yeah, I mean with inflation, so like yeah.
And I think I'm not sure if you have your K9. Sorry, not your X Dual here that we can try. But I tried the K7s again. Though. The K7s. I tried it out again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually doesn't sound that great. I actually think your X Dual sound better.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Well, X-Duo is the same chip as the K7, just with more power.
Yeah, but I think it just overall it could be the amp as well. Maybe the amp's not as nice, but it just doesn't sound as good as yours. I think yours sound actually nicer than that K7.
Yeah, mine's also double the price.
Yeah, it just
Double the price, double the power.
it just sounds a bit more refined. Okay.
So
They're broken in, so they actually I think they sound a little bit better. They sound actually even a bit more open too, and a bit more soundstage, actually, a little bit. Yeah, those are winners, sound quality wise. I would say in terms of detail, the HE1000 still has a bit more detail. The HE1000s are very detailed, probably because they're planar, so I hear less distortion.
Yeah.
But for a dynamic driver, that has really little distortion as well. And the mids are super accurate for the Shures. Really beautiful
and
mids.
$300.
Exactly. Those are some of the best mids ever. Those mids, the detail level is about the same as the HD800s. But it doesn't have a soundstage though. It doesn't have HD800 soundstage.
Right.
But in terms of the detail quality, it's actually neck and neck with the HD800s. I think HE1000 just a little bit more detail, and all these HE1000 also has a bit more soundstage too.
Right.
And HD800 is the soundstage king, but detail-wise, comparable. Bass level is about the same as the HD800s, but maybe a bit more texture in the bass for the HD800s. Yeah. So yeah, very nice, very nice. Of course, it's all plastic though.
Yep. Very good for the price.
So also a headphone bar. So I tested out the K9 ESS Pro.
Yeah.
It's very good. I mean, it's dual 90038 Pro DAC chips, right? I mean, it's clean, it's linear, it's wide, it's pretty dynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's detailed because Sabres always go for detail. It's not quite as like stupid, crazy bright as some of the other mobile Sabre stuff. But it's still more on the bright side, I think. But it's also really detailed, so it's okay. It sounds a bit like I said, my Marantz, but then with less distortion and less warmth. But it sounds like that. But because of that, you can hear the details more because it's the distortion not there. So it's definitely something that is worth it to get. It's going to be an upgrade from the X Dual. Although the X Dual is quite nice, but it'll be an upgrade from the X Dual.
Yeah.
And then
expensive stuff.
Yeah, but then now the K9 AKM will be very interesting because that will be a different type of sound, and that will be the flagship chip.
Yeah,
So-
that one I'm more interested in because K9 Pro ESS is just it's out of my budget kind of, but the K9 AKM that's only $500.
Exactly.
So that's
It's the same price.
Yeah, so that's a really good value proposition for that one.
And headphone bar is going to get it in. They're just waiting. And then also, actually, headphone bar is going to bring in the Hifiman, the Serenade, the DAC amp.
Okay.
So yeah.
Did they say he said he's going to bring the HE1000 SEs?
Yeah.
Or the Dan Clark E3s?
E3s, I didn't ask him. He had them, but it sold out. I forgot to ask him. The SEs, yes, but he said it's on back order, so he's just waiting and waiting. It takes forever with Hifiman. But he's going to also bring in the Serenades as well. So that's the really top model one for the DAC amps. So that's higher model than the F600.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to bring that, but he's not sure when that's coming in either. So, but it'll be interesting to compare that with the AKM K9 Pro.
Yep. I think those two I'm interested in, and then the E3s and the HE1000 SEs. I think I'm interested in.
Okay. Yeah.
Of course, both of those are really expensive. So.
And then I listened to the KA17s again.
Mhm.
And in desktop, first of all, desktop mode works without plugging in the USB on the side. That's no problem. And yeah, with desktop mode, it does sound very dynamic, very powerful, very detailed. It's actually very detailed. I have to admit, it's very detailed. It's just, do you like the sound signature or not? It's a very dynamic, very detailed sound signature. It's pretty bright. It's a bright sounding DAC.
Okay.
But it's also very detailed. So, it might be a fun listen. I mean, so I was using it to push the HD800s, and it was more on the bright side, very detailed, very, very detailed actually, for a dongle. And yeah, just depends on if you like that signature. But if you're curious, it's actually worth to test out to compare. It actually works in terms of its dynamics. It sounds like it's pushing them like as well as a lot of desktop rigs. It's just a matter of do you like that signature or not. But the detail's there. I actually think in terms of detail, it's more detailed than the K7s. So it's got quite a bit more detail than the K7s. The K7s actually aren't even that detailed. The K7 sounds a little bit strange actually once in a while. The treble seems like a little bit weird, distorted. It just doesn't sound very refined. And then I can tell there's certain aspects of the sound that it just doesn't sound that refined, like muddled up a little bit in certain aspects of the sound. So I think the K7, I think just sound like for us, you know, if we're used to the good gear, and if you're used to a good DAC amp, then it's gonna be so-so. But the K17 I think actually has some merits over the K7. Yeah. It's definitely more detailed than a K.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
K7 is actually more expensive and it's bigger.
Exactly. But then the K17 is more detailed and is more dynamic.
And that's a dongle.
Yeah. It's a bit brighter. It's just a matter of do you like that sound signature or not. Yeah. It's got that saber, detail retrieval brightness.
Right.
But that desktop mode power does really help with the full size. So if you want to like just listen to stuff on your bed sometimes, and you want to use these, it's actually a pretty good option. So yeah, it's interesting.
Cool. Do you want to try out one of the Shures?
Sure, I don't have too much time, but I'll be quick. Let's just try
it out. So this one, actually, whichever one, you want to try the open backs or the closed backs?
It doesn't matter.
The open backs are...
Let's try the closed back first, because I think the closed back will be quick. Because if it's too much bass, I'm not going to listen for too long. And,
yeah, this one is very... This one is, you listen to it. I think it's a little bit too much bass, but...
You have a dome?
It's pretty detailed though. Oh, you have the K5.
Nice. So yeah, the Shures, I really think the 940s, if you can, because obviously you got the full price, right? So then you might as well just return it. Right. But then when you see it on sale, brand new, it's good to have one just as reference comparing, because it's so reference and it sounds so good.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm getting I have these already. These are pretty reference sounding.
Oh yeah, we'll see. But either way, and it's closed back too, though, right? So it's nice to have a closed back that's that good.
Back.
Yeah. Yeah, because if I see something cheap for that, I'm gonna get one. The 940s. It's kind of a must-have for that type of sound signature, and it's closed back. Because honestly, most of these brands when they do closed backs, it just sounds horrible. It's almost like they don't know how to do closed backs.
Closed backs are hard to do, man.
Yeah, but these guys, sure, they just know what they're doing with closed backs.
No,
that's what they do.
They have industry experience with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, these are very different sounding. They're going to be very different sounding from the 940s.
Yep, this is the commercial product.
Yeah, very different tuning. So, but they're comfortable. They're pretty comfortable.
They got metal here, so this is not going to break. I actually asked Headphone about, hey, have you listened to these before? And he looked at it, like, yeah. I said, those are really good. He used to carry them. But he said he stopped carrying them because they kept breaking.
Okay.
Yeah, he said a lot of customers, like, they always came back and they said, like, the plastic headband part broke. Yeah, so that's why he stopped carrying them.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. But that's what people say online anyways. But then the thing is, like, my 750 DJs, the plastic is even thinner than this. And it's even worse than this. And it hasn't broke yet, although I barely use it.
Yeah, well, it depends how are people using them, right? If you take care of them, then you have a carrying case. It's not. I don't think they'll break.
Exactly. I mean, these people may have just chucked it in their bag and you're bringing.
Yeah, if you're chucking your bag all the time, that's, if you use a carrying case, right?
Yep.
So it's probably just those people who are not using it, like they're just throwing it around or something.
Yep. They don't seem that bassy. It's got more soundstage
Yep.
than the 940s.
Yeah, well, that doesn't really have much. So.
It doesn't sound that bassy. It's got a bit of extra bass,
Yep.
but it's okay. It's pretty good. It's less bassy than the 7200 Denons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's these are known as like pretty basic headphones. So.
It's just like for a fun signature, the bass is just right. It's less than the 7200 bass. Obviously less than the Focals.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the mids are still clear, but the mids are different sounding from that. These mids sounds like my 750 DJs. This is the mids and 750 DJs. It's because of the sound stage, so the mids are pulled back just a little bit. Whereas this, the mids are more in your face and more intimate, but it's in your face. But less sound stage though. Depends on what you like.
Okay.
Both are good. That has more detail. This has more sound stage and a little bit more bass. But because of the sound stage, the mids here are a little bit more pulled back, but sounds kind of reference in terms of that thing. But those mids are very more in your face, but they sound a little bit more warm and more intimate, which is also fun too. Yeah, so it depends on what sound you want. Not bad. It's nice.
Do you think the quality of the bass is good?
Let's try another track. Let's try another bassy track.
Because I actually prefer the 7200 bass. So.
This is I mean, for this price, man, for either of these, for this, like, this is like what, 200 USD?
No, that's 500. These are the flagship closed back Shures.
These are nice. Nice. Bass and 2-ish.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
So like this one is not as detailed as that, but it's got a bit more soundstage. And then the mids are not as intimate as that because that one has no soundstage, right? Well, it has soundstage, but a smaller one.
Right.
So the mids are more forward, And so I love the mids on that being so forward, and the tonality is just so great, and that's got more detail. What makes this unique is that it's so detailed that this is HD800 level detail right there. That's what makes it unique. You see, this one, they toned down the details a bit. Instead, they added more soundstage, but they toned down the detail. So now, if this is the case, then this is obviously a step back from the HD800s now. Because soundstage-wise, HD800 is still the king.
Right.
However, but it's got the detail of that. Right? So HD800 is pretty much detail of that, but bigger soundstage than this. So now it kind of makes it like, well, if I just want like a quick close back, just to have fun with, and I can just like chuck it somewhere and just bring it out, then this is great. But of course, if it's at home listening, then there's no need for me to listen to this when I have the HD800s
Right.
and also the HE1000, because they're both more detailed than this, and then and their soundstage is even a little bit better. But for what it is, it's really nice.
Yeah,
It's really
and
nice.
I don't think it's meant to compete with
Yeah,
HD800 anyway.
Exactly.
So,
But then that's where
Yeah.
that's the weirdo one, where that one has HD800 level, detail. So
Yeah.
it has something really unique going for it. It just doesn't have the soundstage of both of them. So it depends. But at the same time, because of that, the mids are more intimate. So everything's more immediate when you listen to this.
Yeah.
It's,
this one punches way above the price.
Yeah.
This one not as much, but this one's not meant to be a reference headphone anyway.
Yeah.
So
but this one's actually really good already, though. Like, how much did you get this for?
this is both these are 500 US.
All right, you can return them, right? Okay.
Yeah.
500 US. Okay, yeah. So 500 US though, it's still very good. First of all, construction-wise, it's not going to break.
Mm-hmm.
And then is
better.
this leather here?
So it's much more comfortable and it's better build quality.
This is leather. I think this is leather.
That could be. Yeah. So
Maybe. I'm not sure.
one thing is because these are flagship Shures, yeah, of course it's more comfortable and the build quality is better.
Yeah.
So.
But think, $500. This sounds better than the 7200s, in my opinion.
These are 1,000.
Exactly. By far, these sound better. The bass is more reference. It's not as boomy. But then it's just a preference thing now. In terms of like detail though, I would say these have more detail than the 7200s.
Okay.
And however, now it just depends on tonality, whatever you like, what sound signature you like. Because the 7200s, it's got more boomy bass and it's got more forward, boomy, thick, warm mids.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas this one, the mids have gone back to more reference, and they still added a touch of bass, but it's got a bit more detail than that.
Okay.
So I think, and this one has more treble, better treble. So this is a more reference sounding thing than the 7200s, and it's cheaper. It's half the price. So
Yeah.
this is a better deal than the 7200s. It's actually a better deal. It's better than the Audio-Technicas as well. Honestly, it sounds better than both Audio-Technicas.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, so this is still a good deal. And then you said we can buy this for cheap too, right?
About 300, I think, but that's online.
Or online. So 300 brand new USD.
I'm not sure brand new, but I can find it for 300.
Okay, what was the one that you said you can find for like 200?
Oh, this one. So try this one. This is the open back.
Okay.
This actually came in a nicer box too. It uses the same connector, so you can just swap.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
But Shure has a proprietary connector, which is kind of annoying about this one.
if these go on super sale, I wouldn't mind getting a pair.
Yeah, that's definitely more consumer tuned though. It's not reference.
Yeah.
This one is more reference.
Yeah.
This was like an HD650, so that's a fairly neutral.
Oh, I
sound
listened to the HD600s today too.
Okay.
At Headphone Bar, they have it. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
actually a nice headphone.
Yeah, of course. HD600 has been there for a long time and
Yeah.
still a bestseller.
Yeah, I remember I listened to it a long time ago, and then it was pretty good. Its mids are very nice. So the mids of that is comparable to the mids of this. Maybe a bit less detailed, but it's a really nice mid.
Okay.
Bass-wise, maybe just a few percent bass light, but it's still okay. A few percent bass light, but still very good. So that's a good headphone.
Yeah, I haven't heard the 600, but this one is pretty close to 650s, I think.
Okay, 650s, okay, interesting. Yeah, because 650s sound totally different from the 600s.
Yeah.
But anyways, so yeah, this one and this one, if they're on super sale, I wouldn't mind buying a pair.
Any of the Shures.
Yeah, both of these on super sale, I wouldn't mind just having them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Shures you can always find pretty cheap, anyways.
Exactly. Like I can just like get either one of these, and I can bring them to the gym, you know, when I'm working out.
Yeah.
So,
And that one actually can stand some abuse.
yeah,
It can
exactly.
take some abuse too.
Exactly. And they're closed back, so I can bring them to the gym, bring them outside.
Yep.
Yeah, they're both pretty nice. Yeah, I wish the mids were just a touch more forward though on this one, but they're actually reference sounding, so. Cool. What if these need breaking in?
Is it? Do you think it sounds a bit veiled?
A little bit.
Okay.
Just very touched up, very minor. It's still good.
Yeah, so I feel like it has a little bit less detail than this one.
The bass is a bit soft on this one, I think.
Yeah, it's because it's supposed to be like pretty flat. It's supposed to be pretty flat sounding headphone.
I think it's got less bass impact than this one.
Yeah, it's certainly flatter than that one. So.
Treble's a little bit rolled off. Well, a little bit tamer. They tamed the treble for this one. It's not as bright.
Yep.
The bass doesn't extend all that low. Overall, it's a nice sound. I mean, it seems like Shure stuff just doesn't sound bad. You know, they're all getting pretty good.
Yeah, this one is just it's pretty neutral sounding all around. So I just felt like it's pretty close to the 650s. It might be a bit more detailed than the 650s, but the soundscape tuning is pretty similar.
I think this one, the treble and bass, both needs a bit of extension. But overall, though, it's a nice sound. It's a very nice sound. I mean, see, like that one, the treble and the bass both extends more. Hence, that one sounds more dynamic. This one, the treble has been rolled back a bit. And then the bass also, I think, has been rolled back a little bit. And then so... this actually sounds a little bit like the what's the one of the ones that you got here? I don't remember which is which anymore. There was one that I heard here that was more like rolled off on both sides too.
The Bears? The Bears are kind of like
Yeah,
that. The Bears is more like mostly mids.
Yeah, well, it is like the Bears, but then the mids are not as like warm as the Bears.
The Bears are just a different tuning.
But this is a better reference sound though than the Bears.
Yeah.
Like if you get 200, you said?
No, this is 500 too.
Okay.
500.
Well, basically you can find this for like 200.
Oh yeah, you can find it like new for 200.
Yeah, for 200 like this, then it's insane, you know?
Yeah, it's a street price. So.
Yeah. But like for us, this is kind of like no point because like we have the HE1000s, you have the Aryas, and then I have the HD800s as well. So there's really no need for an open back of this because any of ours was smoked. The HE1000s and the HD800s smoked this one.
I put someone pretty similar. Out of this, the most referenced tunings probably be the HE1000s, the Dan Clarks, and the Fostex.
Yeah.
So these are all fairly referenced.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is kind of redundant.
Exactly, it's kind of redundant. But then the thing is...
But then for the price, it's good. You know, $200.
For the price is amazing. You know?
$200, why not?
Well, dude, for the price, this is, better than the Dan Clarks. Dan Clarks are $1,000, right? This is half the price. Yeah.
Yep.
This is at least as good as Dan Clark's. Maybe the same. Yeah.
Yep. What about compared to 650s? I think this was, to me, it's like similar to 650s the most.
I don't remember too much about the 650s anymore.
Okay.
I think the 650s though was different because 650s have more bass. I remember. I think the 650 was like...
I think it's pretty similar. Like
It has a slightly dark sound, like the 650s, but the 650s I think was more on the bass side too, while being dark. This actually sounds a little bit like a veiled version of the 600s. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, veiled version, but then the 600s have more detail. It's a little bit less veiled, the 600s. Yeah. So, but this is really good for the price. Like compared to a lot of these $1,000 ones.
Yeah.
This is at least as good, if not better, in some ways. Like, this is like the same quality as Dan Clark, pretty much. It was half the price.
So it's about same level details as Dan Clark's.
Exactly.
And it's about the same sound signatures as Dan Clark's.
Exactly, but it's half the price.
Yeah,
exactly. So yeah.
Well, it's open back too, but yeah.
Yeah. So these are good. It's just that it's redundant for us. That's all. Because we have great open backs already. Now I think the two winners though for us would be these two because we don't really have good close backs. And for good close backs,
that's where I want you to try this one.
Exactly.
This one might be up there too, 9200s. And I think what we suspect about this one is it's basically, and that's what I feel, is it's basically the 7200s with more detail and the bass is toned down. But the bass is still there. It's just toned down. It's still good. To me, it's still pretty good bass. And it has more detail than 7200s, which is probably what we wanted, right?
Cool.
Yeah, you gotta...
The pads fall off, normal?
It looks like it's a bit loose. The pad's a bit loose.
Strange. Okay.
Yeah.
The wood finish is interesting. It's kind of like you feel the texture.
Yep. No, this one is it's more interesting than the AWKTs because you can feel the texture of this wood.
Mm-hmm.
The AWKTs is almost too smooth.
Well, it feels like plastic. You know?
Yeah, it's too smooth and polished.
Yeah.
This one, it actually feels like wood, you know. So, yeah. Although I like the color of the AWKTs better.
Oh yes, I agree.
It does have the dark color.
That dark wood color is so nice.
The dark wood color is better, but I like the texture of this better. This is better texture. Yeah, in sound signature, I prefer this. This is a much more balanced sound signature than the AWKTs.
Yeah. Well, the AWKT is just disappointing.
Yep.
It ships so fast from Japan.
I know, I wasn't even expecting it.
It's Japan, man.
It's within a week from Japan. That's fast.
Dude, man, I told you what one of my friends / clients who bought me that watch as a gift because I helped him with a real estate deal. He bought it from Japan, and then so he brought the watch in person here, but then he shipped the box separately. And then so by the time he messaged me on Facebook saying, "Hey, I shipped the box to you," by the time I even read that message, which was like a day and a half later, it came like the next morning after I read the message, which was like just 3 days or 3.5 days. I was like, what the hell? You know? I mean, I've had shipping locally that's way slower than this.
Right, right.
Yeah. And we know it's not because of the Canadian side, that's why it's fast. So yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay. Alright, this is it. This is the moment of truth.
Yeah, I like these ones. I think for me, this one's a keeper.
How much do you pay for this one?
900.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. Canadian?
No, US.
US, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I have the option to return it, so. Yeah, probably won't even compare to that one. No. They're both pretty good. Yep, compare these ones too. Yep. I think this is the sound signature of this one is somewhere in between these two.
Yep.
So it's generally pretty balanced. So
yep. It's got a bit more bass than this one.
Yep. But not, I think that's not as much as that one though.
Not the same actually. This one doesn't have that much
And
bass.
Definitely not as much as 7200, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah. So it's
that
got
was
less.
way too much for me.
Yep. Yeah.
Why do I hear static? Well, this is obviously way better than the AWKTs, and I like this
Yep.
more than the 7200s.
Yep. So it's pretty much as we expected, right? It's this with less bass and more detail.
Yep.
Yep. So that's pretty much what we wanted.
Yep.
And yeah, I like this way better than AWKTs. It's just more balanced.
This has more soundstage than the Denon.
Hmm. Oh, that's interesting. The Denon has a soundstage.
This has more detail, of course, than the Denons.
Mm-hmm.
More soundstage, a little bit more soundstage maybe, a bit more wider sounding, especially after I broke it in.
Denon's on more bass, right?
Denons have more bass, and the mids might be a little bit more warmer.
And of course, it's built better.
Yeah, of course.
And more comfortable.
Yeah, these are more bass, a bit more fuller, warmer mids, but less soundstage than both the Shures.
Okay.
And then less detail than that, of course, but more bass than that. But quite a bit less detail than that one, because that's HD100 level detail right there.
Yeah, that's hard to beat.
Exactly. I think the only thing that can even potentially beat it in certain areas is the HD1000 in terms of detail.
Well, and then those ones.
But then this one does have more bass, and then if you like a thicker, warmer mid, then that's okay. And then now let's try this again. Yeah, it's different. This one, I don't think the bass here is actually more than the Denon's. About the same. But the Denon's, the mids are a bit more forward. And the Denon's have a more forward mid to match up with the bass. So it's like a forward, warm type of round mid for the Denon's, which kind of makes it kind of a fun signature, I guess. Detail level, they're about the same, I would say. They're pretty close. And this obviously is a detail king. But it's just that one, the mids are more thicker, warmer. Bass about the same for both of them.
And both of these are more fun sounding, I guess, compared to that one.
Yeah, but then these ones are like so dynamic though, which is actually fun too. That's the thing. They're so dynamic, and then the mids are also really in your face too for this one. Okay. But this one has more soundstage than Denon's as well. This one you actually get the cups really correct in order to get the best bass. If you don't, you actually lose a bit of bass for this one. Once you get the correct bass, it's actually pretty reference. Yeah, definitely less bass than those two.
Yep.
But way more detail.
Yeah, it's probably flatter sounding.
Okay, actually, soundstage is about the same as this one. And this one has more soundstage.
Okay. Yeah, that's always like. That's why like. I don't think there was more soundstage on that one, but okay. Yeah. This one could be.
Yeah, like this one obviously is less bass, but way more details and more reference sounding. About the same as that soundstage wise. That one had more soundstage, but then that one, because of the soundstage, the mids are a little bit more recessed compared to the other ones. Also because the bass is big and the mids they didn't do too much to it. This one is kind of like just a fun sound. This still has some decent detail, so that's not bad either. And it's kind of like what I mentioned, you know, like. Could have just sold like half of the stuff here and just get one of these.
Well, I had to get it to try it first.
Exactly. Right. So then like the 7200s, you might as well just get rid of that. And then the Beyers, might as well just get rid of that. And then...
I would interested to see if you compare this to the Fostex. Compare this one with the Fostex.
Okay. Well, the Fostex honestly just didn't even sound as good as that. So that sounds better than the Fostex.
Well, to me, like, yeah, if you compare this one, the D9200 with the Fostex.
Yeah, there's not much soundstage in this one. Because everything here is more upfront. That's why there's less soundstage. That's why these two have the same soundstage.
Okay.
Yeah, but that has more detail. But then this one is thicker and warmer and with more bass. That one, the mids are more reference sounding, but because the bass is big too, and it's got more sound stage, so the mids sometimes feel a little bit recessed.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Do you think which one has more detail?
Still lacks a little bit of detail, this one. It's obviously much more detailed than the 7200s. Like, it's just enough detail. Yeah.
Okay.
But not the most detailed, though. Like, it's warm, but it sounds a little bit like this is a nice headphone. I mean, it's warm sounding, but I think detail is still a little bit soft, but much better than 7200, of course, and the Dan Clarks. But yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Would you say this one has more detail with this one?
I'm gonna try this again and see. Let's try this with some different tracks. This one has a bit more detail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That one is just really forward. See, this one is really forward, the mids. It's so in your face and bloomy. Mm-hmm. So at first, and that one also is more efficient. So then it's really loud in the beginning. So you have to match the volumes. Once you match the volumes, this one actually has more detail. Yeah, because this one, everything is so forward. So initially when you hear it, it's like, ooh, you might think this has more detail or the same. But actually when you listen carefully, although it's really forward, it just sounds like sometimes, it still sounds a little bit congested in terms of the mids and everything, but that's maybe the warm nature. But the detail is just enough where it's totally fine. Like, you don't feel like I'm really missing anything, but I do know it could be more detail. This one, once you match the volume and you listen carefully, there's a bit more detail in there. Not as detailed as that, obviously, that's the detail monster. That's what they're made for. But this one is actually, it's okay. It's pretty good. Can I try that one really quickly? Thanks. Okay.
I don't like these pads as much as the leather pads on that one.
Sorry?
These pads, I don't like them as much as the leather pads.
Oh.
These aren't leather, they're like some kind of foam. Feels
Yeah,
like.
yeah. Some kind of cloth.
Yeah.
This is cloth. It's not too bad. This is not leather.
No, just prefer those ones.
Yeah, these are nice. I mean, the sub bass isn't. There's not as much sub bass as that one. That one, there's more sub bass. So for certain tracks, like rock tracks with a bass guitar, that can come off with more bass.
Okay.
And then if it's for upper bass, this one has a bit more of the upper bass, mid bass. So then it balances out. Whereas mid bass, they're about the same. But it's just a sub bass. That one has more sub bass. So yeah, mid bass songs, then they're about the same. When they're sub bass, that has more. And those mids, they're not pushed forward, those mids. So because of that, it makes it seem like the bass is even a bit more because those mids aren't pushed forward. This one, they push the mids forward too to balance that with the bass. So these have more of a forward warm mid to balance out with the bass. It's a very warm sound overall too. It's fun.
Overall, like I think they're pretty similar, like on the same tier for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, these two.
Yeah, I think so.
So I don't know. It's to the point where I probably wouldn't keep both of them because they're fairly similar sounding actually.
Yeah, they're very similar sounding, and that's like half the price. And honestly, that one, when it's on sale, we can probably easily find something like that one on sale for like what, $300, $250.
Yep. So yeah, this one is definitely. I mean, this one's 1,600 MSRP.
Exactly.
So yeah, so definitely this one is a better value.
Yeah.
But yeah, so.
Yeah, so it's tough to say. Like this one, just if you really want those like thick forward warm mids, okay, fine. But then the thing is it worth $1,000? You know, used for that? Because I'm sure like because in terms of technical sound quality, like it's not better than this. Actually, this is the best in terms of technical sound quality of the three. It's just that one is more neutral sounding, doesn't have the bass and everything.
Yep.
Yeah, because like I said, that sounds like the HD800 with less soundstage. I mean, yeah, that's really about it. And this doesn't, and this is the same soundstage as that anyways. So if that's the case, yeah, if that was just a bit more bass, that'd be pretty fun. I don't know, man. Yeah, like this is definitely better than the AK whatever WT is better than the 7200s.
Yep.
But is it worth it for $1,000? That's the thing. I'm not sure if it is.
Yeah, I kind of regret not getting it from that guy. Like we had the choice, 9200 versus AK. Oh,
Oh,
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't. Yeah, and I chose the AWKTs because it was actually MSRP more.
Yeah, yeah.
But this, of course, is the better headphone out of the two, I think.
I think so.
Even though I think AWKT looks better, but this one I think is, you know, sound quality wise.
But is it worth $1,000 though? I don't know if it's worth $1,000.
Well, that I'm not sure either. Not sure. I mean, you could just go for these.
Yeah, exactly.
It's pretty similar sound quality.
Yeah. The only thing you miss out on
You're
is
missing out on the wood cups here.
Yep.
The arguably better build quality in the Denons, right? So that's pretty much it.
and well, in terms of sound signature, just you're missing out on the forward warm mids. These are forward warm mids. But that's the
but
only
of course
thing.
you can actually use a DAC to get that as well.
Yeah.
To get that same effect.
And these are more neutral mids. The
Can
thing.
you try it with the Fostex too?
Okay, sure.
In the comparison.
Okay.
Because yeah, if you think these is better than the Fostex problems with the sibilants, but if you think that this is overall better, I might not keep the Fostex either.
Yeah. Well,
So.
the thing is, like, well, the 940s is overall better than the Fostex already. So I mean,
They're a bit different though.
no, they sound the same. They're both kind of like neutral, kind of like bright, and kind of like a little bit clinical. But this is sibilant.
This is mid forward though.
A little bit. That's mid forward too, because that has a
Okay.
smaller soundstage, so that's super mid forward as well.
Mhm.
Yeah. So they're almost the same thing, only that's better in every single way and better bass. Yeah, that's better in every single way and doesn't have the sibilants. So yeah, so that's a winner. If you like this, that's the total winner. That's just better in every way. It's way cheaper. So yeah, because this sounds still a little bit not as natural as that one. That one sounds reference. That sounds almost like the HD800s. I mean, this still sounds a little bit metallic and tinny.
These are not comfortable for sure. Not as comfortable and plasticky.
Yeah, like these are very nice. It's just a little bit too much bass. Because some songs where there's sub bass.
That's what I said.
Yeah, it's a sub bass. Like this one, it doesn't have a mid bass hump. So some songs when you listen, when there's like a mid bass, it's fine. But then when there's something that goes like deeper, maybe there's a sub bass, then the sub bass is a little bit too much. But that's also because they didn't bring the mids more forward. So it's not. So the mids aren't balanced with the sub bass. That's the problem.
So that's why I found some songs it feels like flubby. The bass feels like flubby on that. So that could be the sub bass is pushed up more, right?
My bigger issue is the fact that on some songs like it just overshadows the mids, and the mid quality is actually good. There's actually good details in the mids, but because the bass is so strong, now it seems recessed now the mids, unfortunately.
Well, that's where the D9200 doesn't have that issue.
Exactly, because they made the mids more forward too, and also more full. But then at the same time, like, is it worth $1,000 for that type of sound? That's all, you know. And then and like this one is just sweet. It's just like the pure neutral sound. That's all. It has a little bit of space.
That one's for sure sound quality wise, it's insanely good for the price.
Yep.
I just wish it was a bit more comfortable. It had better. I mean, I wish it had this build quality and this comfort, but with that sound. Like that's the only thing with that one is the non-sound stuff related.
Yeah.
That's the only issue with that one. Sound quality, no, nothing to complain about with that.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are nice. I think out of all of these, this is the one I'll be getting when there's a sale. There's a good sale.
You can already get them cheap online. Well, you don't need to wait for a sale. Just get them online. They're always cheaper.
I don't see anything particularly cheap for brand new online though. It's all like about MSRP right now online, which is still cheap. But I know this stuff goes on sale a lot. This one, like the Shure stuff.
Yeah, but I don't mind getting used either. Used actually means it's already burned in. So.
Nah, I mean, for something like this, man, I think because it's so delicate, I think I'd get it brand new instead. Yeah, because you don't know what the other person put it through. They're too delicate. So, and plus, like, they go on sale a lot. Like something like that, we can easily get for like what, 200 something Canadian.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you say that out of the closed backs here, which one would you like? This one, these three? You say like these three at the top?
Yeah, these three are at the top. Well, this one.
Shures?
Well, this one is actually like pretty good too, but it's just honestly like the Shures are better in every single way than this one. Yeah.
The other ironically, the lower end Shures. This one is actually lower end than this one. This is the top flagship model.
Yeah, but then even Shure said that this is not supposedly better sounding than that. They said this is just their consumer brand, and yeah, they said so. Even Shure came out and said for best detail, that's still the best one.
Okay.
They said this still has the best detail because it's their monitoring one, but then this one they said there'll be more bass and it's more of a consumer sound, and that's all. But then like you're probably paying for the extra build quality.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the D9200, it's good. It's just like arguably not worth the price.
Exactly.
But yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
Right?
But so many headphones now are not worth the price, anyways. Honestly.
Yep.
So that's.
I mean, look at the AWKTs.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Jesus Christ, man. That's like robbery. That's like thievery. At least it's nice wood.
and look at the Beyers, right? So it's like
total robbery. Yeah, like this one and this one is about the same quality sound wise, except for this one, they balanced out the bass with the mids. And to give it a full sound, if that's like where you like a warm full sound. So it depends if you like that sound. Yeah, but it's just is it worth $1,000? You know.
Yeah, but none of these guys are worth either.
No.
So,
yeah. The only things here that are worth that $1,000 thing is this and the Arya Stealth. Yeah, for what we paid. Like this is worth it. And
yeah. Well, I wouldn't pay the MSRP for what we paid. Yes. For what we paid, sure.
But even the MSRP now, like $1,300. You know, American USD compared to this stuff, this is still kind of like the best.
Relatively speaking, yeah. I mean,
not including the shirt,
I mean, this was almost $1,300. So
yeah, exactly. This is like 3 times better than that. They're not even close. They can't even be compared. Because there's actually $200 headphones that sound better than this one. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But there is not $200 headphones that sound better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And as good as the Shures are, this is still better than the Shures. Because this one has a little bit more detail than even the Shures. This one.
Yeah.
And this one has more soundstage. Yeah. The only difference is the Shures, the tonality, and this has a little bit more bass. But the Shures, the tonality of the mids is a bit more neutral and less like and less upper mid focused. This one is a bit more upper mid focused. So it depends on do you like the upper mid focused mids or do you like this one where it's just right, like that the tonality in the mids. Now when I was at Headphone Bar, man, I was like, oh, I listened to this IEM. That's actually quite good.
Yeah.
It's a Meze IEM.
Oh, okay. Is it the Rye Penta or something?
No, it's called the Agbar or it's like $900 Canadian.
Okay.
It's Ag something. Agbar. And that one is actually pretty good. That's actually one that I wouldn't mind buying. It's actually pretty nice balance. Just enough bass, a little bit of bass boost, just enough, but it's not too much.
Yeah.
Everything else is like just right, you know, not too bad. It's not better than my FLC8S. They're just different. It's a side grade.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, everything's a side grade now.
Yeah,
Right.
especially for IEMs.
Yeah.
IEMs is just so hard to find something that's like really
Right.
technically really better.
It's very
And
hard.
then, yeah, so like my FLC8S is like a bit more, is warmer sounding, and more warmer, more bigger sounding. A little bit less soundstage than that one, but just warmer and just like blossomy type of sound, and a little bit more bass. But this one is just a little bit thinned out a bit, but still warm, nice and warm, with a little bit more bass, but a bit more soundstage. So yeah, not too bad. If it's like really cheap, I wouldn't mind getting it there.
Cool. Anyways, I think I'm done at this point. This is enough headphones for me. I think first of all, I got my open back. That's the HE1000s.
Yeah.
Closed. Yeah, I mean, I think the D9200 is honestly pretty close to end game. All these are really good. So
Depends on what you're looking for. I mean, D9200s is totally fine. Like they're a good headphone, but it's just for that price, I don't know. Because for about $1,000 for me personally, I would save that money to buy it. Because when you think about it, we got the HE1000 for $1,000, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, like, I want to save money, that type of money, for something like that. Because that's clearly a better headphone, the HE1000. So I want to save it for something like that, like even on the used market or something like that, you know? Yeah. Because, you know, hi-fi man, their stuff just starts dropping, and then eventually we can find some of their flagships for roughly about $1,000. And then, who knows, maybe in the future they're going to come up with a really good closback. Yeah, so, I mean, they keep making new stuff.
You know, unless the Dan Clark E3s go on super sale or something later on.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see. Yeah, for now, I think I've tried so many. So.
I know. And I mean, the only things right now that I'm now curious to try out is like the Dan Clark E3s, the HE1000 Stealth and the SEs, both of those I'm really curious to try out. Yeah. And then,
the Stealth, the HE1000 Stealth, that's another one.
Because that'd be interesting, right? If it's going to be like that quality, but then even like a more fun sound signature with a bit more bass, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Yeah, the Stealth would be interesting.
Exactly.
I'm actually more interested in Stealth than the SEs.
Yeah, I'm interested in both. Yeah, I'm really interested in both. And then the Dan Clark's interesting. For DAC amps, I'm really interested in the Hi-Fi Mans and also the AKM, the K9s. And then you should try the KA17 sometime, dude. You might like it. In desktop mode, it's actually really dynamic. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not completely my sound signature, but then it definitely has a lot of detail retrieval, and it's very detailed, and it is dynamic. So
it's a noticeable difference in K5, right?
They're different in terms of the actual DAC quality. In my opinion, they're pretty similar in terms of DAC quality.
Okay.
So that means like, yeah, it's just now you get way more power.
It just K7 has more power.
Exactly. So when that way more power happens, what happens is it just opens up a bit more. Yeah, when you're using a big size headphone, it just sounds more dynamic. And then I think Sabres sometimes always go for more detail anyways. Yeah, Sabres always go for like more like bright detail.
Yeah, AKM's more like warm.
It was a Cirrus Logic in the K5s. And then, but then,
Cirrus Logic.
Yeah, exactly. And then, but it's just they go for more detail. So if you like that detail and you get the extra power, K7 is okay. Yeah, but so it's not bad. It's worth a try. But for me, I think I would rather wait for the KA15 that's coming out end of this year. Because I think I personally like the Cirrus Logic sound a bit more than the Sabre one at these levels. And actually, I was talking to Travis today too, and he actually agrees with me too. Like because I was telling him, I was like, because he knows I kept coming in to try the K17s, and he knows I have the K5s.
Yeah.
And then I was talking. He was like, "How can you just get the K17s?" And I told him, I said, "My problem is like I have issues with like mobile saber chips. Saber chips are in the mobile range. Okay, I say they always sound a little bit artificial and not natural and a bit bright. They're detailed, but they're kind of bright and just don't sound natural." And then I said, like for me, I find that in terms of tonality of the DAC chip itself, I said the K5 is just really good. I said. And he agrees. He agrees. He says, yeah, the DAC chip on the K5, and he said also the RU7, R2 is a favorite. And actually, I agree too. Hence,
So you already have the RU7.
Exactly. Hence why I have both of them, because I agree with them. Because like when I listened to, I was like, yeah, K5 sounds great. The DAC chip. That's like RU7, nice and unique sound too. It's like analog sound,
analog sound,
but still very very referenced, and then and very like fine tuned.
Yeah.
Very well done. Which makes me think K and stuff should be pretty good, because the way they put that effort into that DAC of the RU7 is just so refined. For a dongle, it sounds really refined for a dongle. It doesn't sound gimmicky. It sounds like I'm listening to like a. I'm not saying it's as good as a desktop setup that's really good, but it sounds like they're putting that type of effort to make it sound refined. Yeah. And then so when I listen to it, oh, this is pretty good. So it makes me really wonder that the nice cadence stuff might be really good. And then so anyways, me and him was talking, and then I was saying, yeah, I like the Cirrus Logic DAC chip better, that sound in the K5. I said, for me, it just sounds more natural, and he agrees. He thinks like that DAC chip implementation, he actually likes the Cirrus Logic more than the Sabres himself too. However, we have to agree, the extra power really opens things up with the detail. Yep. But then now that's why I would right away for K15, because that's pretty much going to have the desktop mode as well. Right? So
but it's a Cirrus Logic chip?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. Because it's the upgrade of the K5.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, RU7 is the only one I know. The Kaien's the only one I know that actually has a 1-bit resistor.
Yeah.
I don't think I know anyone else that does that. So they probably, yeah. I think the DAPs are kind of unique because they're like the only ones that do that. Right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's like trickle-down technology.
Yeah, exactly. And then we were talking about the old the VSonic GR07 IEMs, the ones I said was probably the best you can get under $200. Yeah, and I kept talking to him about that. I said that you literally can't find that type of sound for under $200. Like, there's just nothing like that. I said the next step up in terms of like bang for the buck is my FLC8S, and that's it. Like FLC8S, you probably can't find anything under $1,000.
I think the old Shure IEMs are pretty good too.
They're pretty good. I heard them. Yeah. They're more mid-centric, some of them, but they're pretty nice. But then that VSonic though, in my opinion, was better. They were only $130 back in the day. $130 Canadian. I mean, that's way cheaper than the Shure's IEMs.
Yeah, it's like $100.
Yeah, and it's actually it sounds probably more equivalent to a high-end Shure IEM, which is probably like $500-600. And then it has bass. It's neutral still with extra bass, and it's clear in detail. And it's got a wide soundstage. And so we were talking about it. And then he agrees, because he said that thing was amazing for the price, because he was the only one that stocked it. I bought it from him.
Right.
Yeah. And then he was saying how he looked at the factory, how they made it. It's literally handmade, like the thing. It's handmade in China, everything. So then so $130 for a handmade IEM, but fortunately he doesn't carry it anymore.
Well, these days you can find so many $100 Chinese IEMs. There's a lot of them actually.
Yeah, sure, but at that sound quality, I'm not sure.
Now you can find planar IEMs actually. They really went down because Chinese companies keep pushing out like lower and lower prices.
I agree.
And they have like planar IEMs for under $100 now. So
I know, but I listen to so much, and still none of them I find I'm that impressed with.
No, I know, because there's so many of them, dude.
Yeah, that's true.
There's so many. Like, you go on Linsol or whatever. So many other Chinese IEMs, dude.
For the Chinese IEMs,
you can't try all of them.
I know,
There's
but
too many.
The other thing is the tuning. You know,
Yeah.
how good is your taste in terms of the tuning? That's the problem, though. Like sometimes I find either that there's just something missing. Another one that I heard way back in the day that was pretty good was some of the mid-range Dunu. The mid-range Dunu ones, some of them are pretty good, but they're more on the bright side. The Dunu stuff.
Yeah, the new Dunas could be pretty good too. I haven't heard them in a long time, but yeah, I mean they're still making like pretty high-end stuff. So
those headphone guys on Craigslist, they were selling one of the higher-end Dunus.
Could be. They're trying a bunch of Moondrops, Dunus I saw.
They're selling the Dunus for only
But yeah, I wonder if we can contact Andrew again about the 9200s.
Oh, you're thinking of getting it?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, sleep on it, but you could. I mean, but do you think that sound worth $1,000? I mean, it's pretty solid.
Compared to my other headphones, yeah.
Yeah, compared to other headphones, yeah.
Compared to my other headphones, yeah.
But anyways, they have the Dunus there too for $300-something. That's normally like $700-something, the Dunus. So that's pretty interesting too.
Okay, cool.
But then, I don't know. You can think on it and see. Like for me, I'm just gonna wait for the 940s to go on a big sale. Not to grab a pair of those. Of course, it'd be nice to have a pair that's kind of fun sounding with a bit more bass.
Yeah.
but I just don't know about paying $1,000 for it.
Or just get the other Shures, the 1540s.
Yeah, but my problem with those
base.
Shures is just with the mids aren't really balanced out with it. So sometimes I feel like I struggle listening to the mids because the bass is so strong. And so for me, that's probably a no-go. I would rather just get the one, like the 940s, where it's just reference.
Right.
At least I have that. At least there's nothing wrong with the sound. It's just do like signature. So I would just get one of those. And then after that, hey, for a fun close back, I don't know, I'll see. I mean, the 9200s are pretty good. Like they're definitely not bad. And I wouldn't mind owning a pair, but just do I want to pay $1,000? Like for me, that's something that where like I would pay like $500 for that kind of sound.
Okay.
You know, max.
Mm.
You know, but of course you have to factor in the wood cups and everything too, right?
Yeah, the Japanese build quality.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But there's sound quality, man. Like honestly, I wouldn't even pay sound quality. Like that sound quality for me is more of a commercial sound, consumer commercial sound. So then for me, that's like a 400, $500 Canadian max sound. That would pay.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, like the stuff that would pay in the $1,000 range are the stuff that are elite sounding. You know, like the HD800s and the HE1000s, stuff like that. That stuff is the only thing I would consider $1,000 for me personally. Yeah.
Okay, just get the 940s, man. The 940s are the best deal here. So
Yeah,
just get that one. Yeah.
When it's on sale, you have to get one, even because it's so reference, even to use as a reference point when you're comparing headphones.
Yeah.
You know, it's really good for that.
Okay.
You know? Yeah, it's just kind of a must-have. Something that in the repertoire. Yeah. Anyways.
Hey guys, so today I'm going to do an overview of my headphone collection. So I don't normally do this. I usually do overviews of my laptop collection, my cell phone collection, my gaming handheld collection. So I do overviews of those, but recently I started getting more and more into headphones, and now I built up, I guess you could say, a sizable collection of headphones and earphones here. So I figured, you know, might as well do an overview of this collection and let you guys know what I think about each one. So yeah, we have a sizable collection here. There's what I don't know, almost like 20 different headphones and earphones here. Yeah, so let's go over each, and I'm going to tell you guys a brief bit about each one, what the price is, how I got it, and just the sound quality, what I think about it. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, this is a collection of over-ear headphones and in-ear monitors and earphones all together, wireless and wired. So yeah, let's go over each one here. So yeah, some of these are of course a lot more expensive than others. So yeah, let's start with let's start from this corner here, because this one is actually the cheapest out of all of them. This one I've had one of the longest, I think, out of these. So this is a Monster Gratitude earphones. Got this for $35 back in 2017. So these are Earth, Wind, and Fire branded. So this is back when, you know, like everyone was branding their headphones and earphones with celebrity endorsements and stuff. Like this is something started by Beats, by Dr. Dre, of course. After Beats split up from Monster, the Monster started making their own branded, like celebrity co-endorsed earphones and headphones and stuff. So yeah, this Monster Gratitude is Earth, Wind, and Fire endorsed. Honestly, for the price I paid for them, I'm actually kind of satisfied with them. They're not too bad. I mean, for $35, right, you can't really complain. It wasn't too expensive. What I like about them is the cables don't tangle very often because they're using flat cables. So I like the fact that they're using tangle-free cables here. Also like the fact that Monster gave me a lot of ear tips. So I think it came with like 20 different pairs of ear tips or something like that, something crazy. Most of the more expensive IEMs that I bought actually don't come with that many ear tips, surprisingly. But Monster, man, like I paid $35 for these. He gave me like, yeah, like 20 different pairs of ear tips and stuff. So yeah, this is definitely good bang for the buck in terms of the fit, that's for sure. In terms of sound quality, again, it's not like the most detailed sound or whatever, but it's good enough for like testing stuff. And I basically just use this for testing something, like testing to see whether or not a headphone jack is working or not. I don't really use this to listen to music anymore, of course, because I got so many other options here. But yeah, I basically just use this to test. Like it's simple, right? It's wired and stuff, so I can easily just bring it along to test to see if a phone jack or a headphone jack on a laptop or something is working. So it's basically what I'm using this for now. It's just for testing to see if something's working. Otherwise, I don't really use this to play much music anymore. I used to play it a lot, used to use it a lot back in the day, of course, when this was my only option for earphones. But nowadays, obviously, my tastes have expanded into much more. Okay, now going over these wireless earbuds here. So these are these four here are wireless. This is the Final Audio Z3000s. They are wireless but not noise canceling, and I got this for around 100. No, I got this for 80 bucks actually. They retail for about 130. These are not their flagship ones. They have Z8000s, which are noise canceling as well, but those are significantly more expensive. Honestly, for a pair of wireless earbuds, these sound pretty good. They're fairly detailed actually, especially for the price. I mean, I paid just 80 bucks for these. You can find them under 100 fairly easily, and they are really detailed wireless earbuds actually. And I do recommend them to people who are like, hey, do you recommend a set of wireless earbuds under 100 bucks, you know, sounds really good and I don't need noise canceling? Then yeah, I'd recommend these, because yeah, I think these are probably one of the best sounding wireless earbuds under 100 bucks I could find. So yeah, I mean, 100 bucks is a street price, by the way. I know it retails for 130. Yeah, if you don't need noise canceling, these are one of the best sound quality wise you can find under 100 bucks. Final Audio is a Japanese company, by the way. For those of you who don't know, they make a lot of different IEMs and stuff. So yeah, these days they also focus a lot on these wireless earbuds as well, but they also make very high-end headphones and stuff too. Monster, by the way, forgot to talk about this, but Monster Cable, right? They're well known for their cables, but back in the day they did a collaboration with Beats by Dr. Dre, and then that's how they got into, like, you know, headphones and earphones and stuff like that. So nowadays they don't release too many headphones anymore, I don't think, but back in the day they used to release a lot of different earphones and headphones. All right, next up over here would be the Master and Dynamic MW08s. So these ones look pretty good. I think these are some of the best looking wireless earbuds around. They have a newer version out now, the MW09s, but I got these ones for 150 bucks back when it was retailing for like 300 bucks brand new. So I got this at a pretty good deal. So Master and Dynamic is a New York company. They make some earphones and wireless earbuds and stuff like this, and I think they focus on the sound but as well as the design as well. So what I noticed about Master and Dynamic is yeah, they care a lot about the appearance of their products to make it look really nice, just kind of like Bang & Olufsen, I guess, but like an American version of them. And they do a lot of celebrity endorsements and stuff. Unlike Beats and Monster, I guess, in a way, their products actually sound pretty good. So it's just I wouldn't pay their MSRP. So if they're asking, like, you know, the MSRP price, this is 300 bucks, and MW09 is probably around that price, and they're MW75, I would not pay MSRP for those. But if you can find them discounted or at a sale, then I wouldn't mind recommending them. Because they do sound pretty decent, just not as good. Like they're not worth their price, is what I mean. It's not that they sound bad or anything. It's just that it's not worth the price. So, you know, I got this discounted for 50% off, and they sound pretty good for that price. Yeah, so probably equivalent in sound quality to the Final Audios, which are under, you can get for like under 100 bucks. But these ones have noise canceling as well. So these ones, pretty decent noise canceling, not the best, but yeah. I also like the fact that they look really nice. They're definitely the best looking wireless earbuds that I have, and they have these physical controls on them, which makes it really easy to operate. Whereas the Finals, for example, they use touch controls. It's really finicky to operate these touch controls, and I don't like using touch controls on wireless earbuds. They're very finicky to operate, but these Master and Dynamic MW08s, they have physical controls, which makes them easier to operate, plus they look really nice. So yeah, I was like, yeah, in the sound is fairly detailed, about similar in quality to the Final Audios, the E3000s, which are already, like I said, pretty good. So I was like, okay, if I find this discounted for 50% off, you know, why not? So anyways, but I wouldn't pay full price for these. Discounted, yeah, that's I'm fine with that. So next up would be, let's check out my Razer Hammerhead Pros. These are the wireless Pros. Razer used to make like a wired one as well, and I guess they also make like a semi-wireless one. I remember back in the day they had the ones that go around the neck and stuff, but these are true wireless. I mean, they are AirPod style. By that I mean they have like these AirPod style. I mean they have these tips, right? These Q-tip things. So yeah, there's two kinds of wireless earbuds: those that have the Q-tip AirPod style things, and then those that don't, like the Master Dynamic and Final Audios. Yep. These ones, the sound is not as detailed as the Master and Dynamic MW08s or the Final Audio Z3000s. However, the noise cancellation is really good, and I would say probably maybe a little bit better than the Master and Dynamic MW08s. It's not just the noise cancellation, but the price. The price is really attractive on these. They originally retailed for like 100 bucks, but you can easily find them, even from Razer themselves, I think. You can easily find them online for 50 bucks. And at 50 bucks, these are actually pretty decent. I mean, that's a solid deal, right? 50 bucks. That's, yeah, it's not too expensive, very affordable. So in the sound quality, like I said, not as detailed as these two, but it's good enough for most people, I think. You know, for casual listener, I think it's enough. So if someone's like asking me, hey, recommend me a set of wireless earbuds that have really good noise cancellation and I don't care about sound quality that much, then I would recommend them the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless Pros, because you can find them for 50 bucks. They have fantastic noise cancellation. Even though their sound quality isn't like really great, it's still okay for most casual listeners. And yeah, for the price, why not? I think that's, yeah, I probably recommend these just for the price. And then the Audio-Technica TWX9s, these ones also got for 150 bucks and they retail for $300 MSRP. Just like with the Master and Dynamics, I would not pay full price for these. However, if you can find them discounted like I did, then sure, why not? It's a good recommendation. Compared to the Master and Dynamic MW08s, these are my two most expensive wireless earbuds. Of course, I think the Master and Dynamics look better. I mean, these are kind of like this acetate kind of shell here. The TWX9s, they have the AirPods look, right? Just like the Razers do. These ones have, I think, the noise cancellation. I think the Audio-Technicas are a little bit better. I also think the Audio-Technica soundstage is a little bit better. The details are similar, I would say, but the soundstage of the Audio-Technicas are better. And yeah, noise cancellation, I think the edge would go to the Audio-Technicas by a bit. So sound quality wise between these two, it's pretty comparable. I'd say the Audio-Technicas, the TWX9s have a slightly bigger soundstage. Detail wise, pretty similar. Noise cancellation wise, I would say the TWX9s are a little bit better at noise cancellation than the MW08s. Either way, they're pretty close. I only got this one because, yeah, I saw a good deal for it, and you know, hey, I have one set of premium wireless earbuds, then I'm going to use, I have another pair I guess I can use for something else, which is good. So yeah, I like the Master and Dynamic MW08's design better. However, this one has slightly better soundstage, and everything else, noise cancellation is a little bit better in this one. Sound quality is roughly equivalent. They're both pretty good. So these are probably, these three actually, in the final audios. So these three are probably my best sounding wireless earbuds. They're all pretty close in sound quality. It's just that these ones have extra noise cancellation. This one actually has a UV, yeah, this has like a UV sterilizing feature where they have a feature where they can kind of sterilize your ear with UV, which is pretty cool. But again, I would not pay full price for these two, but if you can find them discounted, it's a pretty solid deal. So yeah, if you guys are looking for something with pretty good sound quality and decent noise cancellation, then I recommend these two, especially if you can find them on a discount. So yeah, the Audio-Technica TWX9s and the Master Dynamic MW08s. And I'd recommend them over the Sony and the Bose wireless earbuds if you care about sound quality over noise cancellation. Or if you care about sound quality more than noise cancellation, I should say. All right. And next is my only pair of IEMs, or wired IEMs, I should say. So these are the TA Audio Monarch Mark IIs, which I bought back in 2022. They cost $1,000 brand new, and I got them for pretty much MSRP. And I think that's the only, yeah, these are probably the only pair of earphones and headphones I got really at MSRP here. These sound really, really good. They're very balanced sounding, very detailed. And I really honestly don't have much to complain about with these. Yeah, I mean, that's why I've kept these. Like, I've tried more expensive IEMs. I've tried the Empire Ear Odins. I've tried the 64 Audio, you know, U12s or U16s or something. Yeah, and some of the higher end, like craft ears or soft ears or something. Tried like those, the Astel and Kern, like UW Pathfinder, or Pathfinder, I should say, the Campfire Audio, Solaris X's. Tried so many like higher, more expensive IEMs, the Soft Ear Cerberus. Yeah, that was one of those I tried as well. Yeah, none of them is really like that much better. Oh, the Hifiman Spinars too. I tried the Hifiman Spinars. All of them at best I could say is a different tuning. But in terms of the actual detail, I don't think they actually beat these TA Audios in terms of detail. So yeah, I mean, just the tuning might be a bit different, but so far I haven't really heard anything, you know, much more expensive that can really beat this in terms of detail. Like the Noble Audio Cons maybe, but even then, I just think that the Noble Audio Cons that I tried, I definitely have better, like maybe better mids, because the mids are a bit pushed up on those a bit more. But overall, I still prefer the balanced sound of my TA Audio Monarchs. So anyways, yeah, the TA Audio Monarch Mark IIs, Bought this like 2 years ago, and I'm still sticking with them because I really haven't heard anything better, even for like 3 times the price, right? I've heard like those high-end 64 audio and Empire ears and Nobles, and yeah, so far I'm still sticking with these. I don't see anything that would really justify the price difference. Like when you get it with IEMs, it's like, what are you really paying for, right? You're paying like $2,000, $3,000, and I'm guessing it's a very, very marginal difference in sound quality, because with IEMs the diminishing returns really hits fast with IEMs, more so than full-size over-ear headphones. So Audio-Technica, by the way, is a pretty well-known Japanese audio company. Dates back to the 1960s. They're well-known for making phono cartridges, turntables, microphones, headphones, and yeah, of course, they've gotten into the wireless earbud stuff as well. Razer is originally a gaming company. They're focused on gaming accessories, especially with gaming mice, but I would say within the last 10 years, they've really doubled down on the audio stuff. Like they have speakers, and they have different headsets and everything. I mean, they've always been making headsets for a long time, but now they're really pushing more into the audio space with the sound bars and, yeah, gaming speakers and gaming headphones and stuff like that. TA Audio, Chinese company. They're actually the in-house brand of Linsol, which is a Chinese retailer to Western consumers that I buy from. So TA Audio has some pretty nice products as well. Just like with other Chinese like hi-fi brands, they often provide you a lot of good price for the bang for the buck, I should say. Yeah, but they just like other Chinese companies, they usually provide you good bang for the buck, as in they often beat Western companies that, you know, cost like 2 or 3 times more their price. So yeah, highly recommend if you're you know, if you're looking to get good audio for the price, then TA Audio is one of those Chinese brands you should be looking at, along with, like, you know, FiO, Shanling, Moondrop, Dunu, 7 Hertz, like all these other Chinese brands are pretty good value as well. Hifiman is actually another one that's been around for longer, but yeah. Okay, so those are the earphones, basically. All the wireless earbuds and the earphones and IEMs. And now we're going to go into the full-size over-ears now. Okay, so there are a lot of them here. Let's start with the only wireless one. So this is the Bowers & Wilkins PX8. So Bowers & Wilkins is a British brand, most well known for making loudspeakers. They've been making loudspeakers, I think, since the 1960s. But then they've gotten into the headphone space, and actually they make wireless earbuds as well. I haven't really tried any of those, but I do like their wireless headphones. I've tried the PX7S2s. I've used those for a while. And this is essentially the flagship wireless headphone of Bowers & Wilkins, the PX8s. Yeah, so while it doesn't have the detailing and the sound quality that the full-cap Baptiste has, what I do like about this is that I like the design actually better than the full-caps, and I think I said that in the review video for the full-cap Baptiste. Yeah, the design of the Bowers & Wilkins PX8s is just, it looks more sleek, more industrial looking for me. These ones are McLaren edition, so that's why it has this color. But yeah, overall, I think these look a lot more classy than the Baptiste does. The Baptiste has those like holes and stuff in the ear cups, and that just it gives me like a weird, uncomfortable feeling when I look at those holes. So yeah, personally, I don't like the full cal design as much. So I just prefer the design of this, and of course, the noise cancellation is better on the PX8s. So ultimately, I ended up going with the PX8s, not because of sound quality, because the full cal Baptiste does have better sound quality, but because of other features like yeah, I guess comfort level, they're both pretty comfortable. But yeah, actually the soundstage, I should say another thing. The PX8s have better soundstage, and that's maybe not surprising for those of you guys who know full cals, because full cals headphones never really have big soundstage. So yeah, Bowers & Wilkins PX8s have better soundstage. They look better in my opinion, and they have better noise cancellation, which to me is a little bit more important than sound quality, because if I'll be using this when traveling, I'll be using this on flights and trains and buses. So that's when noise cancellation kind of takes a bit higher priority for me over just pure sound quality. And I mean, I already have all these other headphones here, right, that are wired, so those are more about sound quality. This one is yeah, it's more about convenience and the technology, because I mostly use this when I'm traveling. Okay, now let's get to the wired headphones here. I have a whole bunch of different wired, some I like better than others. So let's go along, just go to the left here. We have the Neumann NDH20s. These are studio monitoring headphones. Honestly, these were a little bit disappointing because these are what, like $500. Oh yeah, the Bowers & Wilkins PX8's about $800. Quite expensive, but I got them discounted for $600, so I got them a little bit of a discount. Yeah, the Neumanns, by the way, Neumann is a German company that specializes mostly in microphones, and I think this is their only closed back headphone, correct me if I'm wrong. They don't really make headphones traditionally. They're much more well known for microphones, but yeah, they came out with a closed back headphone. They say it's for studio monitoring and mixing and stuff like that, but it's not reference sounding at all. And for $500, yeah, I think they could have done better. Like it's got a decent amount of detail. It's just that I felt like it's not reference quality. It's not like a neutral headphone, a balanced headphone at all, because this one has more bass. And yeah, if you're in the studio and say you're a musician or engineer, you don't want to have the bass pushed up more than normal because you're monitoring, right? You don't want these are like have the signature of a more consumer type of headphone, like the Bowers & Wilkins PX8s, except these are supposed to be meant for the studios. So that's what I don't get with this one. This one, the bass is pushed up a bit. Also, I think the detail could be a little bit better. Yeah, I think I have better sounding headphones for this. So yeah, honestly, I can't really recommend these. Like, I think that Neumann could have done better. And with a brand with as much heritage and prestige as Neumann, I think they could have done better with these headphones. They could have better detail and better resolution. They could be more resolving. And I don't know why they pushed up the bass on that. So anyways, that's just some complaints I have about that. I mean, all across the board, I think like the highs, the mids, the lows could need more detail, right? They could put more detail into that, especially if you're going to be using it for monitoring recording. Now, speaking of detail, I have to talk about the Shure SRH940s because these actually do have a lot of detail. These headphones are probably one of the most detailed headphones that are on this table, on this collection. That's especially surprising when you consider that these headphones are only $300. And yeah, they're actually relatively affordable compared to the other headphones here. Shure, of course, is a very famous American company, well known for making microphones mostly, but they also make earphones and IEMs and headphones as well. And these ones are honestly a very good value buy. If you guys care about reference sounding, like definitely more on the balanced side compared to the Neumanns, and a lot more detailed than the Neumanns, and pretty much more detailed than most other headphones here. For only $300, it's cheaper than the Neumanns or a lot of other headphones here. So if you're talking about just the amount of detail you can get and the amount of yeah, the sound signature is fairly balanced and it's neutral on the neutral side. Not totally neutral, it still sounds a little bit dynamic. You get a decent amount of bass extension on these and treble extension, and you get fantastic detail for $300. I mean, these are a no-brainer recommendation if you guys are looking for a reference quality headphone for the price. Yeah, these really punch above their price here. So if you're looking at like the Sennheiser 6XXs or the HD599s around the same price range, these have more detail than both. Pretty much almost as similar to the HD600 level, I would say. So pretty good headphones. The only thing is the build quality is not that great, but that's, you know, part of the reason why it's so cheap. So anyways, highly recommended. The very impressive Shure SRH940s. A lot of detail for the price. Probably the best value on this table when it comes to the amount of detail you get for the amount of price that you're paying. All right. Speaking of resolution detail, we have here one of the few headphones on this table that the Shures do not beat in terms of detail, and that is the Hifiman HE1000 V2s. So these are hands down the most detailed, the most resolving, the most accurate headphones on this table. They have everything. They have the clarity, the treble extension, they have decent bass. It's not like crazy bass or anything like that, but it's a reference amount of bass, I would say. Fairly balanced tuning, and yeah, the amount of soundstage that you get out of this thing and the amount of detail that you get out of this thing is more than any other headphone on this table, period. So yeah, incredibly, this is just in terms of sound quality, this is just hands down the best sounding headphone on this table if you just want to talk about sound quality. They're not the most comfortable headphones. They're definitely not the cheapest headphones either. These cost $1,400 MSRP. I got them for like half of that at a good deal. But yeah, these are definitely the best sounding headphones on this table if you're just talking about strictly sound quality. So yeah, amazing sounding headphones. The only thing is, if you prefer something a little bit more fun, a little bit more dynamic, these are not the headphones for you. You probably want the stealth versions, the HE1000 stealths, or you might want to go for the Hifiman Aryas, which I also have on this table next to it. So yeah, amazing sounding headphones. Expensive, but it's one of the headphones, the few headphones on this table, I would say that's actually worth this price. Okay. And by the way, Hifiman, let's talk about Hifiman. They're a Chinese company. They've been probably, when it comes to audiophile space, Hifiman is probably one of the most renowned Chinese companies, right? Because nowadays we have a lot of different Chinese companies making stuff, but Hifiman was one of the OG Chinese companies making this kind of stuff, like especially with planar magnetic technology. And yeah, they've been around since the mid-2000s. So really, they're a pioneer, I would say, of planar magnetic technology and also of the Chinese hi-fi space. So respect to Hifiman. They've been at it for a long time. They're constantly innovating. This is the Hifiman Aryas, which are price-wise a step down from the HE1000s. These are $900 MSRP. But to be fair, at $900, these are probably the best headphones you find at that price in terms of sound quality. So just like with the HE1000s, these headphones, they're very detailed, although not quite as detailed as the HE1000s, but they're close. They're maybe like 85% as detailed as the HE1000s, but it's you're paying like a lot less. This is $900 MSRP. They're not as well built as the HE1000s, and they require less power. The HE1000s do require quite a bit of power to drive, so these ones require less power. But I would say one thing that the Aryas do better than the HE1000s, if you're looking for fun sound signature. The HE1000s are very reference sounding, balanced, reference, neutral, bright sounding. The Aryas are more of a warm sounding headphone, and they're more dynamic, so they got more bass in them. So if you guys want like something more fun, because some people, like if they listen to HE1000s, when I listen to HE1000s, I'm like, this sounds very, very good, very precise, but it's almost like it's too precise, you know? To some people can be a bit clinical sounding, and that's where I would recommend the Aryas, because the Aryas are more fun sounding headphones. They got a bit more bass than the HE1000s, and overall more fun tuning, but still very detailed, right? Just I would say 85% as detailed as the HE1000s. So still very good value, and honestly the best sounding headphones under $1,000, I would say. Like compared to all these other headphones on the table, it beats pretty much every one of the headphones on the table except for these two, except for the $300 Shures and the $1,400 HE1000s. So yeah, that's to say that these are pretty good headphones. I would say this is the best sounding headphones under $1,000, and I've listened to a bunch already. What we don't have on the table that I've tried before is the Focal ELEX. Focal ELEX is probably the most detailed, most resolving sounding headphone under $500, or around $500, I should say, street price. The reason why I don't have it is because I think it sounds way too clinical. Like it's way too sterile, they sounded for me. It's like HE1000s, yeah, sometimes it can sound a bit analytical, but the ELEX is just really too analytical for me. So yeah, don't have those. Of course, I tried the HD650s as well, which honestly are a bit similar to these Shures, which we'll talk about later. The Beyerdynamic T1 990 Pros, which are kind of like a V-shaped fun headphone, which I had that one before, I don't have it right now. The Focal Legias, which are almost like a closed back versions of the ELEX, and Focal Clears, which are basically like it's like the Focal ELEX but with even more detail, I guess, by bit. Like the ELEXs are still really detailed and stuff like that. The Focal Clears are basically just the upgrade from the ELEX. The Meze 109 Pros, which is just the fun sounding headphone, but I don't think it really is worth the price, honestly. The amount of like detail and the sound quality that you get out of the 109 Pros are probably not worth the $900 asking price. But hey, it really looks nice, and it's super comfortable. So there's at least that. And the Fostex TH610s, which are just kind of like a bass machine. It's very, very V-shaped, so all you get is bass and you get highs, and then not much in the middle, honestly, because it's pretty recessed. So yeah, those are the other headphones I tried, but are not on here right now. And of course the Focal Batiste, which I already talked about, also not on here. Okay, next we have actually one of my favorite headphones on here, which is the Denon D9200s. This is Denon's flagship headphone. Denon, by the way, is a Japanese company. They've been in the music industry for well, over 100 years now, I think. They're mostly well known in North America for making receivers and amplifiers, but they also make headphones. They also make phono cartridges and turntables as well. And yeah, these are their top of the line flagship headphones, and they only make closed back headphones. And you can see the beautiful bamboo wood on here. So that's something that a lot of Japanese headphone manufacturers like to do is with their closed back headphones, there's a lot of room on them, of course more than open back, because open back you need to have grills and stuff like that. So with closed back headphones, what Japanese headphone manufacturers like to do is show some craftsmanship, something that has craftsmanship, and usually it comes to wood, this one being Japanese bamboo, so it's really nicely textured. I like that. Very, very yeah, premium looking design, actually. Like, it's very nicely built, very solid. So yeah, very comfortable. I like the appearance and the craftsmanship of this headphone. In terms of the sound quality, this is also one of my favorites on this table. This is a very balanced sounding headphone. It's not exactly as like neutral sounding ish as these two. These two are very, very reference sounding, like very close to like flat. Not as flat as the HD650s or that one, but pretty flat sounding. The D9200 is a little bit more fun sounding than that. So it has just the right amount of bass, not too much bass, and just the right amount of mids too. And the mids, bass, pretty detailed. I think the thing that maybe could do better is the highs. And that's really the only thing I think that I would say was, well, the soundstage as well. Yeah, the soundstage is not the biggest either. Yeah, I think it could have better soundstage, but then again, it's a closed back. Yeah, so closed back normally don't have as big soundstage as open backs do. And yeah, and the highs, I think the highs could be pushed up a little bit more on these, but yeah, not too many complaints. These cost $1,600 MSRP. I would not pay that much for this headphone MSRP. I got this for about half price. So at a discount, sure, I think it's worth it. MSRP, no, it's not worth it. But very, very few headphones on this table are worth the MSRP, right? Out of these, yeah, probably, I would say like the Final Audios will probably be worth it. TA Audios, maybe. The Hifimans and the Shures, for sure. And the Aryas, actually. The Aryas are really worth the MSRP. More so than the HE1000s, actually. Because these ones give you like 85% of the detail of the HE1000s for half the price. Oh yeah, there's another Denon here. It's just right underneath here. I kind of missed it. This is a Denon D7200, which is the model right beneath the 9200 in price. These ones, yeah, so overall, I would say that the D9200s are better, but not in every way. I would say the one thing that the D7200s do better, first of all, I like the dark walnut wood a little bit better than the Japanese bamboo. That's just a personal preference thing, though. I like the darker wood better. Otherwise, build quality, pretty similar, although this one's completely made in Japan. MSRP is $1,000 for this one. It's quite a bit cheaper. And the bass on this is better. Like, well, not better. I would say it's just there's more bass on it. Yeah, the bass detail and quality is about the same between these two. It's just that this one has more bass. So if you're a bass head, if you'd like to have a lot of bass in your songs, this is probably the audiophile version of. Well, I wouldn't say Beats because it's not exactly like Beats. Like Beats is pretty much just all bass, but this one has pretty decent mids as well. The mids are actually pushed forward a bit. Again, the highs are not that great, just like with the 9200s, but the mids are actually pretty decent. It's pushed up a bit. Just doesn't have as much detail as the 9200 when it comes to the mids. But yeah, definitely has more bass on tap compared to the 9200s. So if you guys love bass, I highly recommend the Denon D7200s. Yeah, these ones have more bass quantity. Overall, yeah, the D9200s have more detail and it's a more resolving headphone compared to the 7200. That's why it's the flagship. All right. Next up is the Audio-Technica. This is the AP2000 Ti's, which is not their top of the line flagship closed. I actually have that one right there. But this one is about 2 spots below it, so I don't have the AWAS. That's the closed back that's right on top of it. But this is the level above the WP900. Oh yeah, that's another headphone I tried before, but I don't have it in this video. WP900. It's a beautiful looking headphone. But I think these ones, what makes these ones interesting is it's a very specialized headphone. These are for treble heads, for people who really like their clarity, who like their treble, their high end. These really push up the high end a lot. So if you're listening to songs, you know, a lot of hi-hats and cymbals and stuff like that, you'll be hearing that a lot with these. And it really makes it sound more lively and dynamic. It makes you want to jump out of your chair and start dancing, actually. So that's what's really cool about these ones. The unfortunate thing is, because of that, because it's so focused on the high end, it's not as good for general listening. So it doesn't have as much in the way of bass, and the mids are just okay. The mids, you know, the mids are okay. The bass is there, but it's not like a great quality. Is you know, not comparable to the D9200s actually. So yeah, even to the D7200s in some ways. I mean, D7200s definitely have better bass compared to the AP2000s, but they're almost opposites in a way. It's like, if you want the mids and the bass, then I would suggest the D7200s, sorry. Yeah, I would suggest the D7200s for the bass and the mids. But if you like the high end, and if you will care about the sparkling highs, the airy highs, then that's what the AP2000Tis are for. So yeah, really nice titanium finish on the ear cups. That's another thing. Fairly comfortable. All these like Japanese headphones here are pretty comfortable. So yeah, no issues there. But yeah, if you guys enjoy your treble in your high end, then I suggest the AP2000Ti. This is a very specialized headphone for that. But yeah, MSRP for this was $1,200. I would not pay the MSRP for these. I got these for half price. Okay, now we do have the flagship Audio-Technica closebacks here, and these are the AWKTs, the AUX. So these ones, you would think would be better than the AP2000Tis in most ways, but it's not. I can't really say that. So one thing is, I really love the finish, the wood cups. This is a Japanese ebony wood. It's called Kokutan, I think. Very beautiful wood, so I love the design of the AWKTs. Wood cups are amazing. Now, the other thing I like about this headphone, the sound quality wise, is the upper mid-range and the highs are pretty detailed. When it comes to just the upper mid-range, I think these probably have one of the best out of this group, I would say. It's fairly detailed and resolving when it comes to the mid-range and especially the upper mid-range. And the highs are pretty decent as well, although it doesn't have the treble extension that the AP2000Tis do. Now, that's pretty much it. The things I don't like about this headphone, it's uncomfortable for an Audio-Technica. Like, for some reason, Audio-Technica, I don't know why, but for their flagship closeback, it doesn't seem to be as comfortable as their lower end headphones. So I've tried the R70X, for example, which was a lot more comfortable than these. And the AP2000Tis are more comfortable, and maybe even the WP900s were more comfortable than these. So yeah, it's very uncomfortable because the ear cups are very big. It's a big driver, big ear cup, and they kind of just squash on your head because the ear cups are very shallow. And also the headband here is not really that comfortable either. So I don't know why they did that design. So it's not the most comfortable headphone. And also the upper mid range, which I said was pretty forward on this headphone, it can be a bit harsh to some people at times because it is so pushed up. It's a very bright headphone. So for people who don't like bright headphones, both of these Audio-Technicas are very bright Actually, all of these Japanese headphones are very bright inherently. So even the Denons are bright, but the Audio-Technicas are even more bright than the Denons are. So just be aware of that. These are very much so like tuned towards the high end, especially the AP2000Tis, and then also the AUX as well. They're very bright headphones. Yeah, the mid range is upper mid range especially is very detailed, but the bass is honestly disappointing. There's not much bass extension here. So yeah, I think even the AP2000Tis, which I said doesn't really have great bass, has better bass than this, which is kind of sad. And of course, both the Denons have better bass. So yeah, that's the thing that's kind of disappointing about this one. It's a flagship Audio-Technica closeback. It costs $1,900 MSRP, and I would never recommend you to buy that at MSRP. That's crazy. Like $1,900, and the sound quality is just not up to par with even some of their lower end headphones. So I don't know what's going on with Audio-Technica, man. They charge so much for these. Maybe it's because of the ear cups, the really beautiful ear cups. But yeah, I would not pay $1,900 for that. That's crazy. The sound quality isn't up to par with even their lower end stuff. Even like I would say the AP2000Tis, even though it doesn't have the upper mid range or the mid range detailing of the AUX, at least has better bass and better highs. So it sounds more lively and dynamic actually as well. So yeah, don't know what Audio-Technica was going for this. Also, the tuning is a little bit weird as well. It's not exactly it's not like a balance tuning like the D9200s are, but it's not exactly a fun tuning like the D7200s or the AP2000Tis are either. It's just sort of like this in between where it's like it's like trying to be dynamic, but then it's not. So yeah, because the upper mid range is so shrill and harsh, so I don't really get it with this one. Yeah, definitely not worth the price and disappointing. Okay, Dan Clark Aeon 2 closed. These are from Dan Clark Audio, which is an American manufacturer of planar magnetics mostly, and they're well known especially for their closed back headphones, I think more so than their open ones. Their closed back headphones are pretty impressive actually in terms of the soundstage. So I would say in terms of the soundstage, these Aeon 2 closed have probably the best soundstage out of any closed back that I have here. So it's pretty impressive, very comfortable. That's another thing about Dan Clark's, I should say, very comfortable headphones to wear for long periods of time. These headphones retail for $900. Now these are actually pretty good for general purpose listening because they're very reference sounding. They're pretty balanced sounding. I cannot say that anything is pushed up or recessed, just everything's very balanced. So you get good bass, good mids, good highs. That's it. There's nothing recessed, nothing pushed up. At the same time, I cannot say it has great mids, great bass, or great highs, if you guys know what I mean. Like, they're just good, but nothing is super detailed or anything. Nothing's pushed up. Soundstage is pretty good for closed back, but yeah, because nothing is pushed back, nothing is pushed up and nothing is recessed, you don't have that dynamic feeling. So it might be a little bit dull sounding to some people, I guess. So yeah, that's the thing with the Dan Clark Aeon 2 closed, is I want to like it as a reference headphone because it's very balanced sounding. At the same time, it's not the most fun sounding headphone. I think there's more fun sounding headphones on here. So yeah, overall for this price, pretty similar price range to the D7200s, but I would say if you want a fun headphone, the D7200s are more fun because it has the mids are pushed up, the bass is definitely there. This is one of the best, actually in terms of the bass, this is probably one of the best headphones here. And yeah, just a more fun sounding headphone. But if you want something more like balanced, more towards the neutral side, Dan Clark Aeon 2s are good. I think it could use a bit more detail across the board. So yeah, there's just and other headphones are more fun sounding. That's the thing. Yeah, it's not the most fun sounding headphone, and it's not the most detailed sounding headphone either. Okay, next up is the Fostex TH610s. These are from a Japanese company. So Fostex has been in the business for quite a while. They're an OEM manufacturer, which means they made drivers for other headphone makers, including Denon, by the way. They used to make drivers for Denon, but now they have their own brand, and I think they started making stuff under their own brand like 20 years ago or something like that. But yeah, this is their mid-range model, I want to say. This is not their highest end model. I already talked a little bit about the TH900s. The TH900s are their flagship closed back, but honestly these ones in my opinion are the better headphone. So the TH900s are a very specialized headphone because it's very, very V-shaped, a lot of bass in that one. It's good bass, it's detailed bass, but it's almost too much for some people. It's overwhelming for some people. So the TH610s are a lot more balanced sounding. They don't have as much bass, and they have bass, they just don't have crazy amount of bass like the TH900s, nor do they have the bass on my Denon D7200s. Yeah, it has a bass, but it's just not like, pushed up or anything like that. And the mids are pushed up a bit, so these are mid-forward. The mid-range is very wide and detailed, and the highs are okay, but it's a bit sibilant. So that's the only thing with this headphone. This costs $700 MSRP. At that price, I think it could be a little bit cheaper, but it's not the worst value on here for sure, because at least these have really detailed mids. In fact, the mids on these I would say is as detailed as the Audio-Technica AWKTs, which are a lot more expensive. I think that this mid-range is actually better because the entire mid-range is pushed up and the entire mid-range is quite detailed, including the lower mid-range. Whereas on the Audio-Technica AWKTs, only the upper mid-range is kind of pushed up and detailed. The lower mid-range is kind of just, it's not as focused on, it's not as prominent, whereas the Fostex's, the TH610s, they focus on the entire mid-range. So yeah, the mid-range sounds like it has more body, more depth, more width to it because the entire mid-range is pulled up and forward, and it's more comfortable. The highs on this one, I just think could be less sibilant. That's the only problem. Yeah, if the highs were less sibilant, yeah, then this will be actually an easy recommendation for me as a nice reference tuned headphone, because yeah, the mids are quite detailed on this. They're a little bit pushed up, but it's fine. I think for people who really like their mids, like the AWKTs, if the upper mid-range wasn't so harsh, probably I could recommend the mid-range on this, but yeah, I would probably recommend the Fostex TH610 mid-range. It's really nice, wide and detailed. It's just that the trebles, the highs are a little bit too sibilant for, a little bit harsh to me at least. So yeah, that's the only issue with this one. The bass could be better as well. Like definitely does not have the bass of the Denons. These two Denons have better bass. So the bass on these, I would say is fairly similar to the Audio-Technica AWKTs with a little bit more extension to it. So overall, it's not that great. I think it's maybe just below the Audio-Technica AP2000Ti's, which honestly doesn't have great bass either. So I would say the bass is probably the weakest part of this headphone, and the highs are a bit sibilant. So yeah, if you can tame the highs down a bit and maybe push up the bass a bit, then this will be quite balanced. Actually be quite similar to the Denon D9200s, honestly, if you did that. But mid-range is really good on this, super detailed mid-range. Trebles are a little bit too sibilant, so that's the issues with that one. All right, next is the AKG K712 Pros. These are not the flagship AKGs, but they are pretty much like one of their most expensive headphones. I think this is a successor to the K701s, correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty reference sounding headphones. These are not that expensive. They're like $500, but you can easily find the street price for about $200, $250. So MSRP is $500, but you rarely find it for that price actually. You can get it for much cheaper easily. AKG is a very historic company. They're originally from Austria, and nowadays they're taken over by Harman, which is owned by Samsung. The successor company to AKG, I guess you could say, is Austrian Audio, and I don't have any Austrian Audio products, unfortunately. But yeah, AKG as a company, very historic because they used to make a lot of microphones, a lot of headsets and headphones for people. So they've been in business for a long time. So along with Shure and Neumann, they're one of the historic microphone makers. And they've been known for making reference sounding headphones for a while. And the K712s are indeed fairly reference sounding. It's just that it doesn't have quite the treble and bass extension of the Shure SRH940s here. These ones have a better treble and bass extension, also sound a bit more detailed as well. So for that reason, I can't really recommend the K712s when the Shures actually exist. So even though these are actually fairly neutral sounding, they're very flat sounding, very neutral. So it is good for like studio monitoring, mixing, and recording, unlike the Neumanns, which are not that flat at all. So these actually can be called studio headphones. I just think that you know, that the Shures actually are just better. Yeah, if the Shures didn't exist, then I wouldn't mind recommending these as a you know, as a studio reference monitoring headphone, but the Shures do exist. So yeah, and they're just a bit better in every way, except for maybe comfort. Like the AKGs are definitely more comfortable than the Shure SRH940s, but when it comes to sound quality, yeah, the Shures are just a little bit better in every way. And then we have actually have two headphones here, but let's talk about this one first. The Beyerdynamic T1 second generations. These are the flagship Beyerdynamics. Now they have the third generation, which I think most people probably don't like because it's way too bassy and way too warm. But the second generation is also pretty polarizing by itself as well. I like this headphone. My friend really doesn't like it. He hates it. But I like this headphone. It has a nice warm organic mid-range. And the mid-range soundstage is quite wide as well. So when you hear voices, especially female voices, it sounds like it's coming from around you, which is quite nice. Now Beyerdynamic, by the way, is a German company that's pretty historic as well. They've been in the business for like 100 years. They made microphones and they make headphones for a very long time. And yeah, build quality is quite nice on this. Of course, it's made in Germany and everything. It's a semi-open back. AKGs, by the way, are also open back. These are semi-open back, so they do leak a little bit of sound, and there's a 600 ohm headphones, so they're hard to drive. But yeah, like I was saying, the mid-range is very warm and organic here, and I think that's probably the main thing I like about these headphones is, first of all, it's very comfortable, and all Beyerdynamic headphones, I think, are fairly comfortable. So that's one of the strengths of Beyerdynamics. But yeah, the warm organic mid-range is probably and the comfort is probably the things I like the most about it. The things that are polarizing to a lot of people about this headphone is the fact that the bass is probably not what you would expect for a $1,000 headphone. And yes, this used to retail for $1,000. So the bass level just isn't there. It's kind of like the AWKTs I mentioned. So I was talking about how the bass is very underwhelming on the AWKTs. It's underwhelming on the T1s as well. So yeah, just underwhelming bass. It could be like more detailed. It's not very detailed. The trebles. The thing with Beyers is that they can be very bright sounding to some people, and in this headphone's case, it's both warm and bright sounding. So the highs on this headphone could be a bit sibilant and harsh to some people, and at the same time, it's also very warm. So it's kind of ironic that it's both bright and warm, but it is. So it's got a warm mid-range, but in a warm bass, but it's got bright highs, if that makes sense. So that ends up turning off a lot of people, like my friend. Yeah, the bass quality is not very good, and it's super warm, and it's got, you know, bright highs, so it can be harsh to some people. But for me, I just like it because it has a very nice, warm, organic mid-range. But is it worth $1,000? Definitely not. Definitely not. So yeah, I mean, I bought this discounted for like half price, but I would definitely not pay the $1,000 MSRP for that. Very comfortable headphones though, and yeah, like I said, the mid-range is really nice on that. Very specialized because of that though. Okay, next up is the Focal Radiance. This is the not the top of the line closed back from Focal. The top of the line is the Stellia, but this is the next step down. And also it's limited edition. I don't think this is made anymore. Technically, their step down is the Celestes, but these are considered a little bit higher end than the Celestes, but also limited edition. So Focal is a French company making mostly loudspeakers. They've been known for making loudspeakers since the 70s, for like 50 years, I think. Recently, I would say starting from around 12 years ago, they got into headphones, and they got really a lot of awards and praise for their headphones, especially for the Clears and the Utopias, which I've listened to both. Both super detailed headphones, very resolving. So Focal is known for making headphones with not that much soundstage, but a lot of detail, especially in the mids. And the Radiance, although it has a lot of detail, it does not focus on the mids. Strangely enough, this is atypical of Focal. Like for their Clears, for their Elex, for yeah, Elegias, and like even Utopias, right? All of these have very detailed mid-ranges, like very detailed mid-range headphones. But for the Radiance, the mids are actually kind of recessed, and instead the bass is pushed up a lot. So this is actually tuned to the Harman curve, which means that the bass, it's more of a V shape. So the bass is pushed up, the highs are pushed up a bit, and the mids are a bit recessed. So it's very unfocal-like. Probably the most unfocal-like of all their headphones. This is the most consumer-tuned. And this is something that they did with Bentley, by the way, Bentley Motors. So they have the co-branding here. I really love the appearance of this headphone, by the way. But yeah, the thing I don't like about it is the fact that they pushed up the bass too much. I think it just has too much bass. If not, this would actually be an easy recommendation for me as a all-around pretty great closeback. It's very detailed sounding. Now the highs, I think are good. It's pushed up, but it's fine. The mids are very detailed, but it's kind of recessed. And the bass is just pushed up too much. So I think that's my issue with the Focal Radiance. If they just, if they just toned down the bass a bit and then pushed up mids just a little bit to make it more balanced sounding, like with the D9200s, for example, like just make it a little bit more balanced sounding like that, even like the D7200s, okay? The D7200s does have pushed up bass, but it's not overwhelming like it is on the Focals. And also the D7200s has pushed up mids as well to kind of balance out that bass push. The mid bass push on the D7200s is balanced out by their mid push. But the Focal Radiance, unfortunately, has the Harman tuning, which is a V shape. So that means they pushed up their bass and recessed the mids. And honestly, it's a little bit too much for me. So yeah, it's unfortunate. I really love the appearance of this headphone and the detail of this headphone. I mean, like all Focals, it's very detailed sounding. It's just they pushed up the mids a little bit too much. And the mids are a bit recessed. So that's unfortunate. If they just balanced it out a little bit more, it'd be good. But then it'll just be like the Focal Clears, I guess. The Focal Clears are pretty balanced sounding, especially the OGs. I think that's why the OG Focal Clears is so popular. They're essentially what I was talking about, right? Just turn down the bass on this one, push up the mids a bit, and you have a near perfect headphone, actually, in my opinion. And that's really what the OG Focal Clears are for a lot of people. And I guess soundstage, but none of the Focals have good soundstage. But anyways, that's, yeah, it's too bad. Would have preferred soundstage for the Focals. I mean, you're not going to get soundstage on any of them, and I think that's because Focal wants the mids to sound intimate. That's why they don't have wide soundstage on any of their headphones. Not even the Utopias actually have wide sound stages. But yeah, it's I think what I'm asking for is essentially like the Focal Clears, except the problem with the Focal Clears I found was that it's a little bit too balanced for me. It's like not as fun sounding. And I know this is fun sounding, yeah, they're trying to be fun sounding with the Harman tuning, but it's a little bit too much in the opposite direction, in my opinion. So yeah, it would be an easy recommendation. I think it is a recommendation for me for most consumers, by the way. Most consumers like the Harman curve, that's essentially what it is, but not for me. Yeah, I just think that's a little bit too much, too V-shaped for me. All right. Okay, so now we have two more Shures to go through. By the way, the Focal Radiance retails for $1,200 US. That's about the same price as what the Audio-Technica AP2000Tis. I would say that the Audio-Technicas are very specialized headphones. So if you're looking for again, treble heads will love this headphone, but it's not for most people. I think the Focal Radiance is probably for bass heads, but also maybe a little bit better for general music, because it is V-shape does sound like dynamic to most people. So yeah, I guess the Radiance I would recommend for most people over the AP2000Tis, especially if you're a bass head. All right, these two Shures here, both of these Shures cost $500, but you can easily find them for cheaper online. So this is the Shure SRH1840 and the Shure, this is the SRH1540. So one is their flagship closed back, one is their flagship open back. These two are very different from each other in terms of the tuning. They're both fairly comfortable, and they're built a lot better than the SRH940s are, but they're tuned very differently. So this one, the open back, the SRH1840, is tuned very similar to the Sennheiser HD650s. So if you heard the Sennheiser HD650s, these are kind of, yeah, these are basically the HD650s and the HD600s, like in the middle of that. It has the detail of the HD600s with the tuning of the HD650s, if that makes sense. So it's a very neutral, very reference sounding headphone. So because the HD650s are very neutral sounding, probably one of the most neutral sounding headphones on the market. The problem I had with the HD650s is that it was a little bit too veiled sounding for me. I wanted to have a little bit more detail, especially in the mids, and that's where the HD600 was better, because the HD600 has more detailed mids than the HD650s. Well, that's what this kind of brings. This has a tuning of the HD650s with the more detailed mids of the HD600s. So yeah, if you guys like the signature of the HD650s, but just wish they had more detailed mids, then that's where the 1840s are. Yeah, so very reference sounding headphone. Overall, you can actually pick this up for like half the price online, and at that price, I highly recommend all the Shures. Actually, the Shures are just such a good deal. All of them punch way above their price. So they're really underrated when it comes to headphones. Most people think of Shures as just a microphone maker, but they really punch above their price for headphones. Nobody talks about Shures in the audiophile circles these days, unfortunately. All right, so these are the 1540s, and these sound very different. These are more consumer tuned. By consumer tuned, I mean these have more bass. So these are definitely more bassy than the 1840s. And these are kind of like more fun sounding, more V-shaped. So essentially when I talk about consumer tuned, it basically means more V-shaped tuning, closer to the Harman target. And I would say for that, these are pretty good actually. These are fairly detailed. They have a lot of bass, but it's not, well, I should say this, they have a lot of sub bass. The sub bass, if you notice it, it's very noticeable, and it can sound a little bit overwhelming for some people. It sounds flubby, it could sound like boomy to some people. And the mid bass isn't pushed up, and the mids are kind of like recessed a bit. The mids, however, are very detailed, but it's just that if you have tracks, on some tracks with a lot of sub bass, it can be overwhelming. And yeah, and the highs are just okay. They're so-so. So yeah, overall, I think these are pretty good for the price. I mean, you got to remember this is $500. And yeah, it's just that the sub bass is maybe pushed up a little bit too much. It has good bass extension, but it's just, I think they pushed it up in the wrong spot, but the mids are not pushed up enough to counter that. So yeah, you can think of that as kind of like the D7200s. In fact, I think the 1540s might be a little bit more detailed actually than D7200s, despite being cheaper. But it's just that I wish that they pushed up the mid bass a little bit more, not just the sub bass. I wish they pushed up the mid bass more. That's what the D7200 does. So the D7200s, in my opinion, is what the Focal Radiance should have been, right? If you're going to push up the bass, don't make it overwhelming. Just push it up enough, but also push up the mids to like kind of equal it out, so it doesn't overwhelm the mids. And yeah, I mean, even though the mid bass, because you're pushing it up, sometimes bleeds into the mids if you push it up, but it's fine. I personally like it. So the D7200 is my example of a bass head headphone done right. Right, with the TH900s, that's considered a bass head headphone, but it's done too extreme in my opinion. And the same thing with Harman tuned headphones like the Full Cal Radiance, is a little bit too extreme on the bass. With the SR1540s, it's not that it's too extreme on the bass quantity, it's more that you push up the wrong frequencies. You should be pushing up the mid bass. If you push up the sub bass, then yeah, it can sound boomy or flubby to some people. So yeah, rumbly, I should say. Yeah, if you guys don't know what these words mean, I'm trying to describe what exactly it means if you have too much sub bass, but it rumbles a lot. So that's the thing. Otherwise, it's a good headphone, especially for the price. Like it's very decent amount of detail on this one. It's actually got more detail than the D7200s in my opinion. It's actually very similar to the detail on the flagship 9200s, probably closer to that in terms of detail. But it's just, yeah, I think they pushed up the bass in the wrong place. They should be pushing it up in the mid bass, but they pushed up the sub bass. So yeah, that just kind of sounds weird in some tracks. So yeah, otherwise I would say this is a really good headphone. Just a little bit weirdly tuned. So yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. That's my thoughts on all these different headphones. I know I have a lot of them. Recently became a headphone collector. And I would say, yeah, if you guys want my opinion on what my top 5 headphones are in this collection. So let's get some things out of the way. I only have one IEM here because the TA Audio Monarch Mark IIs are just that good. So obviously I recommend the TA Audio Monarch Mark IIs for IEMs because that's the only IEM I have here. For wireless, if you can find the Master and Dynamic MW08s or the Audio-Technica TWX9s for a good deal, I would recommend these for sound quality. Decent noise cancellation as well. Both of these are pretty solid for wireless earbuds. For wireless over-ears, I'm sticking with the PX8s for now. I know there's the Bang & Olufsen H95s, Full Cal Batis, and Mark Levinson 5909s. There's like these other high-end ones. But for me, it's like, okay, the Full Cal Batis for sound quality, but if you guys care about both sound quality and noise cancellation, then that's why the PX8 wins for me, because it has better design and better noise cancellation than the Batis, and that's why I went for that. So this is why I own my only wireless headphone at the moment. And yeah, for the wired headphones, it's a more difficult, interesting discussion because I have so many of these wired over ears. But if you guys were to ask me for open backs and closed back recommendations out of here, for open backs, for sure, the best sound quality is the Hifiman HE1000s. These are the V2 version. I don't have the stealth version, unfortunately. I would love to try the stealth version because I heard the stealth version is more fun sounding. But I only have the V2 version. However, I can say that this version, the HE1000s in general, yeah, it's just absolutely amazing sound quality, resolution, detail, soundstage, perfectly balanced actually. It's very, very on the neutral side, so nothing is really pushed up too much, nothing's too recessed. It's just a perfectly balanced, very detailed headphone. So yeah, if you were asking me for overall open back recommendation, it would be this one. But I know this one's expensive. It retails for $1,400. Actually, the V2 version isn't even sold anymore. The stealth version is, but the stealth version actually might be quite fun sounding. So I would recommend the stealth version too. But yeah, if you guys are looking for something a bit cheaper than that, I don't hesitate recommending the Shure SRH1840s actually, because these essentially are tuned just as neutral as the HE1000s. They're a lot cheaper. You can find this for easily like $200, $250 US online. Yeah, so they're much cheaper than the HE1000s. Now, they won't get you exactly the soundstage and detail of the HE1000s, but I would say for the price, yeah, you're getting like, you're getting some way of the way there, right? I mean, yeah, this is a decent amount of detail, and just for the price, I think this is a very nice headphone. It's got the Sennheiser HD650 tuning with the mid detail of the Sennheiser HD600s. So, you know, and for the price that you can get this at, yeah, why not, right? You can get this for easily like $200, $300 online. So at that price, if you're looking for something very balanced sounding, very detailed, you don't have the money for something like the Hifiman HE1000s, then out of the open back headphones on this table, I would recommend the Shure SRH1840s. These are very reference sounding headphones, and very good for the price. Like, yeah, pretty detailed and overall very neutral type of tuning. Good for reference, good for monitoring. All right, now when it comes to closebacks, there are actually more closebacks here. So I would say this, for the value, the Shure SRH940s are incredible sounding for the value, like for the money. $300 and you get detail that's honestly better than almost every headphone here, except for like the HE1000s and yeah, a few others, like, but in certain areas. I think the SRH940 just has a lot of detail in all frequencies. Good bass extension, a treble extension, mids, a lot of details everywhere. Overall, very balanced sounding. And yeah, just for the price, $300, you can't go wrong with these. These are really nice. The only thing is it doesn't have as good build quality as these other more expensive headphones, and they're not as comfortable, unfortunately. But that's the only thing. Otherwise, just talking about sound quality, these are pretty high up there. Probably one of the best sounding headphones on this table, and it's a closed back in addition to that. So highly recommend the Shure SRH940s. Now, if you guys, for some reason you want a more premium looking headphone and you're like, oh, the Shure is a little bit too cheap looking for me, I want something a little bit more premium looking, then I would recommend the Denon D9200s. I think these are very premium looking closebacks, and honestly it's pretty close between this one and the SRH940s. I think these ones have better bass. They have more bass and better bass. When it comes to everything else, they're honestly pretty close. Like in terms of detailing, soundstage, I think the D9200s might have a little bit more, but it's pretty close there. So yeah, the only thing that this really has over the Shures is it looks more premium. You know, with the wood cups and the better build quality and everything, it's more comfortable. Of course, it's got the nice leather ear pads and stuff, and it's got more bass. So yeah, it's got more of a bass punch to it. So yeah, if you guys are looking for, I recommend this one for the price. But if you guys are looking for something more premium with more bass, then the D9200s for the closebacks here. So that's pretty much it. That's my recommendations, guys. The HE1000, if you guys just want a nice open back in sound quality wise and you have the money for it, yeah, these ones are what I recommend. If you don't have the money for it, then the Shure SRH1840s are what I recommend as a budget version, essentially. And then for closebacks, the Shure SRH940s, if you think these are too cheap looking, then the Denon D9200s would be the nice upgrade for these. So yeah, those are the headphones I recommend. Quite a bit of headphones here, but I did a lot of testing, so trust me, guys, when I say that, yeah, this is a lot of headphones to test, and I went through each one, and yeah, it was time consuming, and I finally found the ones I can recommend to you guys overall for both closed backs, open backs, IEMs, wireless earbuds, wireless, whatever. I think I finally found what I think was best. So that's it, guys. I'm gonna have a sound test, a little bit of a clip of each one after this, so you guys can kind of hear the differences for yourself, because you guys might be like, oh, what's this guy talking about, right? I want to be able to hear what he's talking about. Then yeah, just listen to the sound test and maybe you guys can hear for yourself. But let me know in the comment section below whether you agree or disagree. Which headphones out of this group would you guys personally prefer or choose? But those are my recommendations if you guys are looking for, open back, closed back, wireless, IEMs, whatever. I think that these are my recommendations. And also keep in mind, I'm recommending you guys these headphones based on a very balanced type of sound, because that's going to be, I don't know what type of genres you guys listen to, but I'm recommending the balanced sound, so, it's good for most kinds of music. So yeah, the Shure SRH940s, HE1000s, the Shure 1840s, and the Denon D9200s are good for pretty much all types of music. They're all balanced sounding headphones. Now, if you guys want specialized sounding headphones, the D7200s are very bassy. They have a good amount of bass, but it's not overwhelming. So it's not like the Focal Radiance or the other Shures that's kind of overwhelming. So I think that this would be my recommendation if you like bass, is the D7200s. It has a good amount of bass without being overwhelming or overpowering. And if you guys are looking for highs, like if you're a treble head, if you're looking for a detailed treble extension, for airy highs, a lot of clarity, detailed highs, then the AP2000Tis for sure. These have the best highs here, but they're very specialized. So just keep that in mind. It's not good for all types of music. It's just going to be maybe good for like electronic pop music, something with a lot of highs. It'd be good for that. And if you guys are looking for mids, you know, just mids, if you guys listen to a lot of vocal tracks or something like that, probably either the Beyerdynamic T1 second generation with a very warm organic mid-range and has a very wide soundstage for the mids, or the Fostex TH610s. So yeah, both of these are very mid-focused. Just this one is an open back, this one is a closed back, this one's more bright sounding, this one's more warm sounding. So really depends what type of sound signature you like, but both of these headphones are pretty good in the mid-range, very detailed mid-range. But yeah, that's my recommendations if you want more specialized headphones. If you want general purpose headphones, then yeah, my 4 headphones that I recommend is more for general purpose listening. Yeah, but if you guys want specialized, then D7200 for bass, AP2000Tis for highs, and either the Beyerdynamic T1 second generation. That's important because the third generation is not that great. A second generation for mids. Actually, the third generation is just a totally different headphone. Or the Fostex TH610s. Oh yeah, if you guys are looking to EQ your headphones, I don't personally EQ any of my headphones, but if you guys are the type to EQ your headphones, then the Focal Radiance is another option as well, because honestly, the only thing I don't like about the Radiance is that the bass is a little bit too much, and the mids are a little bit recessed, so if you can just bring up the mids a tad bit, and then bring down the bass a little bit, I think this could be a very nice sounding pair of headphones if you EQ them, because these do have, you know, they obviously do have very good drivers. They're very detailed drivers. So, you know, it's Focal. So yeah, if you can EQ your headphones, then I think the Focal Radiance could be another option. And also another option if you like to EQ would be the Shure SRH1540s. These are, of course, if you don't have the money for the Radiance, you can always go for the Shures. These ones, again, I think if you can EQ the sub bass down a little bit and push up the mid bass a bit on this, then it'll be pretty good as well. Because these honestly are not that far off from the Focal Radiance in terms of details, surprisingly. So yeah, if you can EQ the 1540s, just tone down the sub bass a bit, push up the mid bass a little bit, and then yeah, it'll be honestly pretty close between these two. So yeah, these two, if you can EQ them, I would think is on my recommended list for a closed back as well. Just if you have the money for the Focal Radiance. If you don't, then the Shure SRH1540s are a nice option for EQing as well. Alright, so unfortunately I had to return the Shures and the Focals back to Amazon before my return period expired. So yeah, I had to like take them back. But basically, yeah, my conclusions are best overall closed back. I'm gonna have to say it's either the Shure SRH940s. Those are really good for the price. I mean, they're just $300, and you know, they're a detail monster. The detail retrieval is fantastic on those. It rivals any headphone, you know, up to $1,000, and even some even past $1,000. It rivals or even beats, which is really impressive. So I highly recommend the Shure SRH940s. I know Shure is a brand that many audiophiles don't immediately think about when it comes to headphones, but they are really, really good. They do provide a lot of good value for the price. But I know they kind of look cheap feeling and stuff, so some people may want a more premium option, and that's where I would recommend the Denon D9200s. These are definitely the more premium option to the Shure SRH940s. These have yeah, these have more bass than the Shure SRH940s do, but otherwise they're fairly balanced as well. So they're not quite as neutral as the SRH940s. They do have more bass, but then again, I think that's a good thing if people want a more fun sound signature. But they have just as much detail, and yeah, overall, if you want a more premium looking headphone, and it's a closed back headphone with, you know, well balanced sound, a lot of good detail, decent amount of bass, then the Denon D9200 would be my recommendation for closed back as like a more premium options to the Shure, as I mentioned. When it comes to open backs, my #1 recommendation would be the Hifiman HE1000s, and if you can get the stealth version, that would be probably more fun sounding. I only have the V2 versions, but yeah, these are hands down the best headphones in terms of sound quality that I own. The soundstage, detail retrieval, all across the board is amazing. Very balanced sound signature, so just good for all genres of music. But yeah, I know these can be expensive for some people, right? Because these are, yeah, definitely if you find them even on the used market, they're at least $1,000 US. So if you guys think that this is too expensive, then again, my secondary recommendation would be the Shure SRH1840s, which you can easily find for $200, $300 on the secondary market, and you can find them in basically brand new condition for that price. So those are very good value as well. Again, Shures I highly recommend for the value. I know not a lot of audiophiles think about Shures when it comes to headphones, but they are very good value. In the SRH1840s, basically they're like the HD650s, the Sennheiser HD650s, but with a bit more detail in the mids, which is what I felt like the HD650s lacked. I felt it was a bit veiled. That's where the HD600s kind of excel at, is the mid detail. So the SRH 1840 is kind of like an in-between the HD600 and HD650s. And again, it's cheaper than both. So the Shure is always a good pickup. So those are the two open backs I recommend. Another open back headphone I highly recommend is the Hifiman Arya Stealths. So if you're looking for something that's in between the HE1000s that I recommended and the Shure SRH 1840s, then these are a pretty good choice. These don't have quite as much soundstage or detail or resolution as the HE1000s, but they come very close. It's like 85% there, and they cost quite a bit less. These are probably the best sounding headphones under $1,000 in my opinion. For the soundstage and detail, yeah, this is the best headphone you can get for that under $1,000. And yeah, if you want to spend a bit more than on the Shure SRH 1840s, these are definitely a nice step up. These are $900 MSRP. You can find them for around, I would say, $700 to $800 US on the secondary market online, or for the street price, I guess. But yeah, if you guys are looking for a more fun sound as well, these are actually more fun sounding than the HE1000s. So they actually have more bass than the HE1000s do, and they come pretty close in detail and soundstage. So yeah, I would say if you guys are looking for something in between the SRH 1840s and the HE1000s, these are actually more detailed, better soundstage, and more fun sounding than the Shure SRH 1840s I recommended. And they're pretty close to the HE1000s in detail. So yeah, highly recommend the Hifiman Arya Stealths as well. In my opinion, the best sounding headphones you can get for soundstage and detail retrieval under $1,000. Now for the more specialized recommendations, if you guys are into EQ stuff, the Focal Radiance, like I mentioned before, if you can EQ that to tone down the amount of mid bass, because it has a very boomy mid bass, if you can tone it down, then it'll be a pretty easy recommendation as well, because that one has a lot of detail. If you can't afford the Focal Radiance or can't find it because it's limited edition, then I think that the Shure SRH1540s are a good one as well. If you can just EQ that sub bass down a little bit and push up the mid bass a bit, I think that's also a very great headphone. Honestly, the detail retrieval on these is pretty close to the Focals. It's not exactly at the Focals level, but it comes pretty close. I would say it's probably on par with the Sennheiser HD600s, which are really pretty detailed headphone, I would say. So yeah, probably just below the Focal Radiance in terms of detail, so it comes pretty close. And they're a lot cheaper, so I think if you're on a limited budget, the SRH1540s are a pretty good option for EQing as well. Yeah, again, I'm recommending another Shure because they're all pretty good. The SRH1540s, if you guys are into EQing, you can check out those headphones or the Focal Radiance if you have the money for that. And then the specialized headphones, if you guys are into listening to certain types of music and stuff, certain genres, you just want a specialized headphone for that. I think that, so if you guys are into mid, right, if you guys like the warm vocals, then the Beyerdynamic T1 second generations are very good for the warm, organic mid vocals. So especially for female vocals, I think that the Beyerdynamic T1 second generations are pretty good for that. Again, this headphone isn't an all-arounder. It does not specialize in it's not good at other stuff, but when it comes to just, warm, organic mid-range for female vocals, that's why I recommend the Beyerdynamic T1 second generations. Not the third generations, I'm not going to talk about that one. Then the Fostex TH610s, again, if you guys like a nice bright mid-range and a very wide mid-range with a lot of detail, these actually have better detail than the T1s do. Not as warm or organic as the T1, but it does have more mid-range detail. The soundstage on the mid-range is more on the T1s, but yeah, if you guys just want like an intimate detailed mid-range, and that's where the Fostex TH610s is what I would recommend. Again, if you're into like a lot of guitars, vocals and stuff, this one has very nice mid detail. If you guys are into lows, that's where I recommend the Denon D7200s. These ones have a decent amount of bass, but it's not overwhelming like it is on the Fostex TH900. To me, this is the fixed version of the Fostex TH900s, which means it doesn't have the peaky highs. It's not overwhelming on the bass. It has a bass push for sure, so it's still good for bass heads. It's very detailed bass, just like the Fostex TH900, except, yeah, this was just more well-balanced. The mids are not recessed like they are on the Fostex TH900, so these are just the fixed version. So yes, better mids, the bass is not overwhelming, and it doesn't have the peaky highs that the TH900 has. So recommend these if you like bass. Then if you like highs, then that's where the Audio-Technica AP2000Tis come in. The Audio-Technicas, these ones are pretty much just really good for if you're listening to any kind of music. If you like to accentuate the high end more every time the drummer hits, you know, the cymbal or the hi-hat, or just, yeah, if you want to just really hear that beat, then the Audio-Technica AP2000Tis has these sparkling, airy highs, a lot of clarity on these. So yeah, very, very specialized headphone, but yeah, I think for when it comes to clarity, when it comes to airy highs, this headphone can't be beat. That's what it's good at. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then when it comes to wireless, again, I think I've talked about the Bowers & Wilkins PX8s as an all-arounder. It's generally a very balanced sound. Again, doesn't sound quite as detailed as the full cup of teas does, but better noise cancellation. And that's a big deal for me because I usually use these headphones when traveling. If you guys do care about just the sound quality for wireless headphones, then yes, absolutely, by all means, the full cup of teas is the winner there. So yeah, I just chose this one because of the tech, but yeah, if you guys really want just the sound quality, yeah, the Focal Baptiste is the best sounding wireless headphone I've heard. IEMs, yeah, the TA Audio Monarch Mark IIs. These are just my go-to IEMs. Just great, great all around. Very balanced sound. A lot of detail on these, and really don't have much to complain about. So that's why I haven't really replaced them or tried any other IEMs. Actually, I'm satisfied with those. And then I think all around wireless earbud, probably the Audio-Technica TWX9s, because these are, I think these are pretty good soundstage when it comes to wireless earbuds. Pretty good sound quality, detail retrieval. Just I wouldn't pay the MSRP for these, but if you can find them like at a discount, then these are pretty good. And they have the UV sterilization thing going on. Decent noise canceling. It's not the best, you know, it's not Sony or Bose level, but it does have better sound quality than those two though. So yeah. Also, yeah, they included a decent amount of ear tips. That's also impressive thing I forgot to mention. The amount of ear tips that you get with the Audio-Technica is quite good. So anyways, that's it. That's my recommendation out of all my headphone collection. And I'll have a sound comparison test coming up after this. Let me know what you guys think and if you guys agree with me or not. But anyways, I've tried a lot of headphones, and these are the ones I found to be well, these are the ones I recommend for those specific attributes. So yeah, let me know what you guys think, and stay tuned for the comparison test, and as always, thanks for watching.